Good, yeah, evening or afternoon, depending where you're watching from. Welcome to another Canadian Weather live stream. Hope everybody's having a good day so far. Today we are going to be doing coverage for storms in Alberta and Saskatchewan, and we're going to follow a system basically over the next probably three to 4 days as it moves across the country, and we will be doing coverage for basically all of those days, I believe, if everything unfolds the way models are showing. So I'm going to jump right into our coverage. Going to talk about what's ongoing right now. We will look at watches. We'll cover the outlooks that were put out by Environment Canada, and then we're going to walk you guys through the storms like we've always done. So again, welcome to the stream, and let's get at it. And I believe
welcome everybody.
I was going to say, I believe we have Connor in the chat as well. I didn't, he wasn't there just before I went on. So hi to everybody in the chat, and let's get right into this. So I'm going to zoom back out, and we've got several watches out. So a lot of them are out in Alberta and Saskatchewan. The yellow ones are severe thunderstorm watches, and we have a tornado watch out on the western portion of Saskatchewan. So I'm going to start with that one. Obviously, the highest severe threat out of everything that we're talking about today. So let's just read up on that. The tornado watch is out for another 6 hours. Today's storms have taken a little while to get developed and get going, but we've got a few that have started up. So we're going to jump into those and give you guys what's going on, where they're headed, and all that. So Environment Canada's tornado watch is conditions are favorable for the development of severe thunderstorms, which may produce tornadoes, strong winds, large hail, and heavy rain, and they're saying they're expected to develop this afternoon along a warm front in Alberta and will track east into Saskatchewan late this afternoon, and the potential for tornadoes will decrease this evening. So with that wording, we are now 5:45 p.m. So this event is a little bit later, so the tornado threat might be a little bit lower as far as things are concerned on the timing wise of how things are unfolding. So again, we will walk you through it. Our outlooks from Environment Canada, I'll pop those up. I'll turn the radar off. Give me 1 sec. Let's get rid of that. So this was the outlook this morning from Environment Canada. We had obviously the orange area. This one was for isolated thunderstorms, maximum wind gusts of 120 kilometers an hour, 4 to 6 centimeter hail, 50 millimeters of rain with a risk of tornadoes. So that was the orange area straddling the Saskatchewan-Alberta border, and now we have also a moderate that kind of encompasses all of that. Isolated thunderstorms, 90 to 110 kilometer hour wind gusts, 3 to 6 centimeter hail, and 50 millimeters of rain. And it's interesting how rain has become a factor for storms as far as the saturation level of a lot of the prairies. Actually, a lot of Canada is saturated, so when we get these storms that are dumping all that rain, we get overland flooding, and that can cause quite a few problems even on their own. So let me just turn off the outlook here. I'll turn on the radar, and we're going to jump right into it. So we've got several storms that came off the foothills. Sorry, let me turn that off. A couple of them have come in southeast of Calgary, and I'll show you guys how this has progressed, but it's a typical Alberta foothills situation where they come off the foothills. A lot of them end up dying, as you can see, but some of them have rooted at this point and seem to be sustaining somewhat. So we'll take a look. They put out a severe warning just near Carseland, just south of there. We've got small hail in there. So this would be a hail core right down here in this area. This is what it's being severe warned for. I'm going to take a look at winds and the other components, but right now that's going to be grapes to maybe just a little bit bigger than that. And then an isolated pocket southeast of there, which would be just pea-sized hail at this point. The southern storm currently does not show any indicators on the radar scan for any hail. That one is south of Moseley, so we'll watch that one as it progresses eastward. And all these storms are essentially moving east at this point. We have one storm that is just north of our radar, north of Strathmore, essentially, or east of Irricana. This does show a little bit of hail on it, but again, it's a little bit misleading because it's very close to that radar. So the beams are intersecting the storm in a little bit of a more condensed pattern. And there you go. So the hail is all gone off that one. I was going to say, I don't suspect there's any real hail in there. Maybe pea-sized was going to be my comment. It's just, it's close proximity to the radar that was showing that hail. The storm to the south, let's just take a look while we're updating here because we're mid-scan. So let me delete that. So we still have some isolated hail here on the storm northwest of Arrowwood, southeast of Carsland. That would be between pea-sized and maybe grape-sized, in between there somewhere. We're only showing small amount of pixels of pink on those two storms. This storm that we just chatted about right near the radar, that does not, it's a heavy rainmaker at this point, obviously, but the hail component on that one is not significant. Let's just take a look where this is. This is southeast of Red Deer. Again, we do have some hail in there, right in this area back here. And again, we would probably say grapes, maybe slightly larger in some pockets because there's some brighter pinks in this. So that's essentially what's unfolding right now. We just have these storms trying to establish themselves, trying to mature. And as they move east, northeast, let's just take a look here and we'll see. I think it's ideally just straight east at this point on these storms coming off the foothills, and that just confirms it for me. We are watching some storms up here to the north. It's a line of storms that's been there for most of the day, just a heavy rainmaker. Unfortunately, there has been some hail in that, but unfortunately there's been a lot of rain, and that is bad for the area because that is also an area that's been saturated for quite some time at this point. So just what have we got here? South of Elk Point, there's a little bit of hail in this. Again, we're seeing right in here in this pocket, and we're talking probably pea-sized to grape-sized hail at maximum out of that in that line. And then this is moving northeast essentially, but I'll play that cycle out for you. So this is near Cold Lake radar, and again, it's fairly close proximity. So I believe this hail signature over Mary Lake and 897 is somewhat relevant. It's definitely going to have some hail in there, but some of it might be, the scan may be amplified because it's close to the radar. But in here, I would say pea-sized to maybe loony-sized hail roughly. And I'll show you how the storms have been moving this afternoon through this area, and they just updated that. So let me just take a look here. You can see that the line has been basically drifting somewhat straight east essentially, and we'll see if that continues to be the case. It's heading towards obviously Saskatchewan, and will continue eastward as do all these storms. So those are the areas of highlight. We are going to walk you guys through this, and again, that tornado threat, as you saw in the EC write-up, essentially towards the evening things would actually subside on that because they were expecting things to fire early to mid-afternoon and then carry eastward, and we haven't fired storms since probably close to evening 5 p.m. They've only been going for about an hour trying to come off those hills. So again, we'll watch it, we'll see what's going on. Some of these systems can go late into the night. Our last live stream was Sunday night, and that one we pulled the plug at about 2:30 Eastern, so just after midnight Alberta, Saskatchewan time. Watching that storm run into where was it that it ran into? Swift Current. So that was a long tracked hailer that probably did close to 600 kilometers of tracking with hail right from the Alberta foothills all the way through and past Swift Current that night. So let's just take a look at things. I'm going to jump into some comments here and see if there's any questions I can answer. Connor, I don't know if there's anything you want to add in at this point, but that's just a summary of what's happening.
Sure. Well, the first thing I'll mention is that actually that giant hailer from the foothills to Swift Current actually gave a really big, long tracked hail scar on satellite, which Kyle Bertain pointed out on Twitter. I think it was yesterday that he pointed that out. So that was crazy how long that one went through. Additionally, going back to what's going on today, we do have that tornado watch in Saskatchewan. The environment is obviously much better there than anywhere else, and you're actually starting to kind of see some extra initiation further south, just to the west of Lloydminster, and you can kind of see it on satellite as well, where there's a little bit of a cumulus field going on there, west and southwest of Lloydminster. That's going to see what it can do as it goes into that much better environment in Saskatchewan right now, where there's actually 4,000 CAPE in that tornado watch area. So something to watch in the future.
Perfect. Thanks for the update, Connor. And 4,000 CAPE for the folks that don't know anything about that kind of stuff. That's significant amount of storm juice is what we call it, or available energy. Obviously, for those storms, 4,000 is up there. So plenty of environment for them to feed on. So that's where we're at. UMAC, thank you very much for the donation. I believe you're out of Hamilton, Ontario. Thank you very much for the support as always. Really appreciate it. Okay, so we're looking, just as I was about to update this, so the hail has basically disappeared on the storms. South of Strathmore, south of Arrowwood would be the only few pixels we have left of hail. That would be pea-sized or smaller at this point. Storm right north or over the radar essentially is just a rainmaker. Nothing too severe in that aspect. And the hail in the storm southeast of Red Deer is still in there, smaller pocket of it, but this would be again probably pea-sized, in between pea-sized and grape-sized hail roughly at this point. We're going to take a look at some wind velocities. There is some wind on this storm feeding into it, so it's still a healthy storm. I don't see anything really strong in terms of winds, and that's one of the things we always look out for. Just checking all the other storms as we go through, and we'll see what can get established here, if anything can get established on its own. Just taking a look here at that radar signature. Give me one sec. Okay. Let's take a look here. So again, we have basically several storms that are trying to battle it out here south of Strathmore. And again, the hail cores on those have gone down, so those are not much to worry about. And we're going to continue to monitor them. We are watching other storm development as well, but we're early on to this. And again, that's one of the things we always talk about. It takes time for storms to mature, but once they get going, I kind of compare them to diesel engines. They take a while to get going, but once they do, they're very hard to stop. And that example would have been that hail storm from the other day that we were talking about, that covered 600 kilometers and obviously created a lot of damage just for crops and all sorts of other things. So let's take a look back to the north here. I'm going to see what's on radar there. We continue to have, that line developing, and I'm going to see if there's any real hail in there. There's a couple of spots south of Elk Point, but the main one would be here. This would be pea-sized, maybe a little bit larger on just south of Elk Point. And then obviously we have our line coming into proximity with Cold Lake. Some hail associated on that. I'm going to say pea-sized to maybe, I want to say grape-sized to maybe loonies at this point. We'll see how that progresses. And then we have on the Saskatchewan side, where would this be? This is kind of in no man's land a little bit. I'm just trying to see what's under this. Bear with me for a sec. This is Primrose Lake. So just to the east of it, as this line came off, picks up a little extra moisture off that lake, and obviously can produce a little more hail. So we're seeing, I would say, grapes to maybe loony-sized hail in that cluster that we see here on the screen. So that's what's ongoing right now. We also are looking at this system for tomorrow. So we will be covering storms across tomorrow in the prairies. Going to be probably all three at this point, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, but we'll see how things unfold as far as models and after all of this has moved through, because this has unfolded a little bit differently than models sort of suspected. So again, we're a little bit later in the game than we were before. So Um, okay, what else? Just seeing if there's any more questions or comments in here. What else? Okay, I think we're good. Appreciate all the compliments and the kind words in the chat. I see that we are working on Facebook as well, so our lives are working everywhere. So we're again just watching these storms develop as they come off the hills. The area of most intensity would be up by Cold Lake. Let me just take a look at the winds. I did not check that for you guys on this. So moderate winds in pockets, nothing that jumps out where I'd be concerned about a straight line wind event or anything like that, but pretty much the usual what you can expect with a line of storms that aren't too aggressive at this point on the wind front. So we'll see what unfolds here. And I'm going to switch back to Strathmore radar, and we'll see. Our scan was at 5:53 p.m. 6 minutes ago, so we should have one here to update you folks on the storms in about 2 minutes or so. And let's just take a look here.
That
so this
storm north of Strathmore is dying real fast.
Oh yeah, yeah. I was just gonna say that our storms here that were severe warned have definitely kind of lost that severe component. Most of the hail gone out of them. They had it for several scans and then lost it here. So it's always that purple that we're looking for as far as hail in a storm, and then we look for winds and how much rain is going to come out of a storm. And I just want to see if they've put the speed. They have not mentioned the speed in the severe thunderstorm warning. That's always one of the things I like to have, because then I can see whether the storm is hanging out or not. These seem to be moving on radar. They look like they're moving at a reasonable pace, so they won't sit over a specific area and just dump their core or their rain cores onto a specific chunk of land, causing overland flooding. But there are heavy rains in portions of this where you see those dark reds. That is very heavy rain. So but hopefully that doesn't become an issue, because I know, like I said, the east, well, actually a lot of places are extremely saturated across Canada, and any rain at this point is not good news. Unfortunately, Manitoba, Dauphin area, they look to get some more rain tomorrow, which isn't good, obviously, but we'll see what the models put out here. So hail core picked up on this storm just north of Arrowwood on our last scan. So we do have some brighter pinks in here. So this is going to be getting into grape to loony size and maybe slightly larger than that. These are, again, all moving eastward at this point. And well, let's take a look. Yeah, the storm over the radar to the north here, this green and yellow, that is a storm that's completely collapsing and dying. We do have a small storm to the east of Linden or west of Swalwell. That has a little bit of hail on that, so that's going to be maybe pea size to grape size in that area. And our storm by Red Deer has lost most of the pixelation for hail. There's only about 3, so again, we would probably be calling for a heavy downpour of rain, obviously, but maybe mixed with pea-sized hail in that particular storm. A few more coming off the foothills back to the west we can hear south of Rocky Mountain House. We'll see if those establish in any way. And then I'm just looking further south to see if anything's trying to get going down that way. And let's go back up here west of Lloydminster. We've got some minor storms trying to get organized, excuse me, south of that line. And we do have heavy rain in the line to the north. This would be northwest of Dewberry. Small pea-sized hail with those few pixels of pink, but heavy rain throughout the line itself, mostly along the leading edge. And once you get behind that, it's more moderate or light rain at best, so it's not too bad. North of Cold Lake right now, we do have a hail core indicated. This is the larger one on all of this, a little bit enhanced because of the proximity to the radar, but this would be probably loony medium-sized hail or less at this point. So very easy, quiet start right now to things. And again, hopefully it stays that way and things don't get too crazy. Obviously, a lot of these areas experiencing severe weather. We're talking Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and they are obviously looking for some relief from that. I believe we have some wildfire smoke coming down from the north. Yeah, so we do have some air quality warnings. I'm just looking at that. So northern Saskatchewan, northern Manitoba, obviously the wildfire smoke is starting to come down closer to to the southern portions of those provinces. Bev, thank you very much for the 99 stars. Really appreciate that. So they've just updated the severe warning for this line on both the Alberta and Saskatchewan side. So let's see if there's anything to update there. They're just saying loony to ping pong ball sized hail, strong wind gusts and heavy rain, but that is capable of producing. That doesn't mean it is producing. That's just that it's capable of producing that. Those are kind of the max parameters that Environment Canada has put into it. And same thing on the exact same wording on the Saskatchewan side, producing damaging wind gusts, loony to ping pong ball sized hail and heavy rain. Amazes me how much I trip over those words. It seems to be an ongoing thing. So what else have we got here? So I'm just going to check in comments.
Yeah, I'll answer a couple of them back to back.
Yep. Thank you.
So Cinco was asking anything severe for tomorrow in Ottawa, and then Kyle Parks on Facebook was asking anything for Athens, Ontario. So I'll kind of touch on both of those at the same time. Ottawa tomorrow, probably just going to be a little bit of regular rain throughout the day, maybe a quick rumble of thunder or two, maybe in the middle of the afternoon or early in the evening. But Athens, though, is closer towards where the warm front area is with the low pressure system coming through. So Athens, Ontario would have a little bit of a marginal severe threat, definitely closer to the seaway there as well. So there is a very, very slight risk of funnel clouds in that area tomorrow along the seaway, just from the meteorological perspective of how things look currently on models. The risk is there. That does not mean there's going to be tornadoes all over the place or whatever. That absolutely does not mean that. It just means there's a risk for funnel clouds to appear in thunderstorms or even little rain showers, stuff like that. So just a very slight severe risk along the seaway around Athens tomorrow as well. But Ottawa, mostly just rain.
Perfect. Thank you for that. So again, we realize we have a lot of people viewing from all over the place. And again, we're expecting about 5 days of coverage at this point out of this round of severe weather from Alberta all the way across the country. As this progresses, we will have days where we have possibly multiple locations that we'll have to cover, but we're going to do our best to get that done, and we'll see how things unfold. But right now we're looking probably about 5 days straight, could be more than that, but models still need to come into kind of view as far as that's concerned. So our last scan here, 5:59 p.m. we're about 1 minute out from our next scan, so I'll swing down to the storms to the south and we'll see how these are going. They're starting to approach the Trans-Canada kind of east of Calgary, so we'll see what continues here. So still hail in this storm just northeast of Arrowwood, right over 547, or just to the northwest of Shoaldice. This again, these pink pixels in here would indicate that we have probably grape-sized hail, maybe slightly larger than that, and everything is moving eastward at this point. There are a few more storms firing right out in front of this, so we'll see if that forcing is going to cause those storms to pop, but also sustain. So storm right over the radar is basically gone, non-existent, and we have 3 pixels of pink. So this would be if it gets to the surface, which it's close to the radar, maybe pea-sized hail near Swalwell. So that is the only area there. And then our storm southeast of Red Deer, again, pea-sized to maybe slightly larger than that. This would be to the west or northwest of Louisiana. So very minor so far. Again, winds were not anything too severe on any of this. And I'm going to go back up and take a look at our storm line. Sorry, switching over to Cold Lake. Let's take a look at these. This, again, most of the hail has made its way out of this. We may have tiny amount of pea-sized hail back to the northwest and west of Dewberry, but very, very small at this point. And then our pocket right near Cold Lake. This is, again, this looks a lot worse than it is. It's just because our radar, if I zoom in, is right here, just northeast of Cherry Grove. That is where the radar is situated, and the way it's intersecting the storm, because it's over top of it somewhat, it does look like there's more hail in it than there is. But I would still say probably grape-sized to loony-sized hail at most in some of these darker pink, or brighter pink, I should say, areas. And then let's switch over to the Saskatchewan side, just seeing a few minor spots of pea-sized hail, and that would be it at most. So so far pretty good. And again, not things are not established yet. It's 6:09 p.m. We've still got what, 4 hours of daylight till it's, I mean, roughly 4 hours till it's completely dark. So there's still some time for these storms to get severe, and there may be additional ones happening, but right now the ones that are ongoing are somewhat mild at this point. Nothing compared to what we had at the end of our run there with 9 days in a row. We had some gigantic hail. I saw photos of baseballs, so baseball sized hail coming out of some of these storms. So definitely a lot better in that regards. So far it's been pretty small hail and not too damaging as well. And actually, I'll share something here. Rick sent this to me in the chat, are one of our moderators. Thank you, moderators, as well. I see Melissa in there, Rick as well. Hopefully I'm not missing anybody else, but a bit of a smoke map from, and I believe this is Environment Canada one. Now I'm looking at it, I'm not 100% sure, but I believe it is. Maybe not. I don't know which site this is. Anyways, it's a smoke map. I apologize, I didn't look where it was, but you can see those colors obviously east of Alberta and on the eastern portion of Saskatchewan. You've got quite a few fires happening in northeast Saskatchewan and northern Manitoba that are feeding all this smoke that was going. It's smokemap.ca is where this was retrieved from. So you guys, if you want to know what the smoke conditions are like, that's not just for Canada. It does obviously more than just Canada itself. So you can see how this smoke is feeding into our provinces at this point from those wildfires. So hopefully those don't get too out of control. We know that we do have quite a bit of smoke over the last number of years just from bigger wildfires that affects everything. So hopefully we're not going to get to that point, but we're still, we're just in July, the beginning of July at this point. So lots of summer left. Let's take a look here. They're just calling for thunderstorms are likely this evening. Some of these storms will be severe. I'm just rereading the thunderstorm watch that they just updated. I don't see a whole lot at this point, but in terms of an update, they may have just changed the boxes out, but there's a lot of them. As you can see, anything that has a thin yellow line is simply a watch. Anything that is a darker line, or thicker line I should say, is going to be your warning. And the difference between watches and warnings, we kind of, if you're new here, basically we compare them to tacos. If you've got all your ingredients on the counter, that is a watch for tacos. And then when your taco arrives at the table with all the ingredients put into the shell, you now have a taco warning. So the same idea as whether it's a tornado warning or tornado watch. Same thing with severe thunderstorm warning or watch. So that's just an easy way to remember it. And then usually people want tacos after I talk about that, including myself. Okay, so we just got our latest scan here. Storm north of Elnora. Southeast of Red Deer. The hail core has picked up on us. So what I mean by that is it's enlarged compared to the previous scan. In here, we're going to have grape-sized hail, maybe slightly larger, but we do have a much wider hail core on that at this time. Let's just zoom down here, kill that off. Looking to Rick.
Thank you much for the gifted memberships. You are continuously awesome.
Yeah, yeah. You do so much for us already. Thank you, Rick, again. So the storms are just north of Strathmore radar. These are just heavy rainmakers. There's barely any lightning bolts on them. There's only one or two. So again, still not seeing that severe aspect climbing or escalating, which is good news. Storms to the south here of our initial Arrowwood storm, that has some hail in it. There are some brighter pinks in here. So this is going to be loony-sized hail, maybe slightly smaller than that as our max size, and then obviously pea-sized hail and the rest of it other than the area I've circled here. Just watching for other storms developing out in front of it, but so far pretty quiet afternoon or evening now in Alberta. And I'm just going to take a look from our southern Alberta radar and just see if there's anything down there. Nothing at this point jumps out, so that is good news. And let's go back up here to the Cold Lake radar and have a gander there. So hail is just barely west of Dewberry here on 45 and 41. This would be pea-sized or maybe a little bit larger, but barely. There's a small indicator of that. Our next areas are closer to the radar. You're starting to see that, but again, little misleading. Just we'll have to see once it gets away from the radar. But over Cold Lake, I would expect that there's maybe grapes or slightly larger than that. It's always a little more difficult when the storm is right over the radar because of the way things get scanned. And we continue to have these smaller pockets of hail on the Saskatchewan side with again maybe grapes in that down to pea size depending where you're located, but nothing super concerning at this point with the hail. Obviously quite a bit of rain in this, so that is the other factor that's going to be a problem depending where you're located. Overland flooding with how saturated these areas are, just with the amount of rain that has dropped in Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and in fact most of those areas can fall under that umbrella. And then we'll take a look at some storms trying to get organized here, zoomed way out. They initiated around Calgary, the ones a little more north of that southern line, struggling somewhat, but we'll see if one or two of them can get established there. And then we've got our line kind of marching east towards Brooks right now. Let's take a look at some winds in that. And then we'll definitely go from there, and hopefully it stays mild at this point. So within the storm, we're not far from radar. There are some 70-kilometer-hour wind gusts. These are 2,000 feet off the ground, so you're about just 600 to 700 meters roughly. So maybe 50 kilometers an hour on the surface, or a little bit more than that, 50 to 60 at maximum. So just some wind gusts in the line. Again, near Arrowwood at this point, but not seeing anything too strong from there. And then I'm just moving further north, not seeing a whole lot as far as strong winds in that area. Southeast of, where are we here? That's Red Deer. Yes, I was just going to say southeast of Red Deer, and then we'll look at the Cold Lake radar for the line itself. You can see that there's a little bit of change of direction of winds based on how this line is progressing through. And I haven't explained it yet on this stream. If you're new, green is moving towards radar, red is moving away from radar. So that's our direction of wind. And then the brighter the colors get, the more speed there is with that particular area. So right now, nothing too strong on this line. There is some mixing or change of direction, but it's nothing too concerning at all at this point. So what else is going on here?
So if you go back to the Strathmore radar and go through the radar loop, that storm that was sitting there before is literally almost completely evaporated.
Yes, yeah, so you're talking about this storm right in the what, that got severe warned actually. So
Yeah,
this
which
storm
is
in the matter
impressive.
of, yeah, in a matter of few scans, goes away from being a severe warning storm to almost non-existent at this point. I mean, it's clouds in the sky, but there's barely any precipitation out of it. So that's the amazing thing about storms and weather. You never know what it's going to do either way, whether it's weakening or intensifying. It's tough sometimes to predict what's going to happen, and that's why models struggle. That's why everybody struggles as well. So what else? Um, just looking here. Oh man, Rick coming out with some dad jokes. Did you see this?
Oh my
What did
goodness.
one raindrop say to the other? Two's company, three's a cloud. That's pretty funny. Anyways, yeah, so we're caught up on comments there. That's good. Again, quiet for now. Nothing too crazy at this point with everything that we're looking at. We did come on because obviously there were numerous severe warnings that went out. So we wanted to come and address that with you folks just to let you know what was going on, whether you had anything to worry about or not. Obviously, some large hail is on the table based on the parameters. And so far, the storms themselves, for the most part, have been on the lower end of that severe. I'm going to be watching this one in Red Deer, southeast of Red Deer near Louisiana. This definitely isn't a hail core that seems to have established itself. So this storm will be putting out loony sized or maybe a bit larger than that hail in this area moving eastward. So that is our strongest hail core that we see here. South of there, let's take a look at this here. This is just south of Three Hills. There's pea-sized hail in this at best right now. So again, nothing to be worried about. Heavy precipitation in that. No real lightning on those storms. And then to the south here, this is just south of Clooney on 842. There is a bit of a hail core trying to establish itself on this storm as well, as you can see right in this area. This is going to be loony-sized or smaller as this continues to move eastward. And let's just take a look here. Nothing else organizing itself anywhere really. Let's just take a look. Scan all the way to the Montana border. Nothing there. And let's take a look what we've got going up north. So we do have a storm coming off the foothills. This one looks to be throwing quite a bit of lightning. Let me minimize that. I'm just going to see how this has developed. Died off, and then suddenly there's a whole pile of lightning here. This is northwest of Olds, or just directly north of Sundre. We're going to watch that storm because lightning is always an indicator of a storm that has potential to be severe, or it's the, you know, in terms of the strength of the storm, that's a giveaway oftentimes. So let's just jump back in, take a look at the line that is moving eastward here. This is out by Cold Lake, northwest or north of Lloydminster, right on our border. So we'll take a look. We can see this is marching through there. And I'm actually going to pull up our radar, and I'm going to change it to 30 scans so we can see a little bit further back. So let's zoom in, take a look at hail. There's west of Dewberry, if there's pea-sized hail landing, that's probably as big as it's going to get. Then working our way north, right over the radar. Again, this is a little bit misleading just because of proximity. It's literally right over the radar at this point. That's why you have this circle pattern here as the beams go out from the radar when it rotates. But once it comes out the other side, we'll have a little bit better picture of it. I would expect heavy downpour in all of this line, essentially on that leading edge. And then we have isolated pockets of some hail. So again, on the Saskatchewan side, we are way north of good soil, and this would be peas to grapes roughly in terms of hail size. So it's always interesting to watch how these things unfold, where your hail ends up and where it doesn't when you get into these lines of storms. So Sean
That
saying
lightning
storm.
data around Olds is a bit strange that it's there because they're on satellite. There is not a cloud there at all.
Where do you see Old? Sorry, that's back here. What I was talking, the storm coming off the foothills.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a storm right by Sundry that popped. It's only in the last scan or two. It literally just on the last scan kind of bumped up from just being an orange, yellow, green thing to red in the core of it. So, and that's when the lightning picked up. So we'll see whether that stays consistent or not. But obviously a very young storm currently and not mature yet. So we should have a new scan here in about 2 minutes or less, and we'll be able to update you guys with that. So hopefully again things stay on the lower end of things, and we'll see whether that's the case throughout the evening. I mean, we're only 6:20 p.m., so still several hours, and we've got so we've got more stuff to come, and hopefully the tornado watch expires without any issue essentially at this point. So let's zoom in here. Yeah, our biggest hailer again is just north of El Nora. That hail core is pretty significant. That will cause damage going eastward. It's right over Louisiana and heading eastward. So that is the area to pay attention to right now. Out of all of these storms, that's the one that kind of has the best little packing a punch. So so what else have we got here? Just checking on a message here. Okay, so there's that. Okay. So what is it? 6:23. So we just got our scan here. Let's take a look at everything and just kind of run the circuit of these storms. So hail has essentially disappeared out of the storm. That is northeast of Shoaldice or south of Clooney on 842. There's 1 pixel of pink. So we're talking pea-sized hail at best in that. Storm around Three Hills just kind of trying to take over. It looks like here. I'm just watching it expand or split maybe. That almost looks like a split going on right now. So lost all its hail core when storms split. They do weaken, and then if they split off, one may take over and get stronger, so we'll keep an eye on that. But just heavy rain at this point out of those storms. And then north of El Nora or south of Louisiana, we still have that hail core. It has gotten a little bit smaller, changed its shape a little, but again in here grapes to probably loony sized hail at this point. We'll see if that storm is cycling, because you do get those where they increase and decrease, in terms of updrafts and all that kind of stuff. So we'll see whether that's what's actually taking place right now. Switching over to Cold Lake radar, the line has lost a lot of the red aspect on the southern end. So I'm going to show you what I mean by that. As we walk this line closer to the Saskatchewan border, we've got a bunch of bright reds, pinks even in there, sustained for a while, and then slowly here it looks like that's all coming apart, and the latest scan has barely any red in it. Most of the orange has disappeared in the middle, so this line seems to be breaking up as it's coming to the Saskatchewan border, south of Cold Lake obviously, and then we'll see what it looks like once it gets over that Cold Lake radar and comes out the other side on Saskatchewan, whether there's going to be still any hail in that. But right now it looks like most of the hail has disappeared out of the line at this point. I'm going to take a look at our wind velocities in that. Let's see if they've picked up while this is falling apart, because what you do is you get, when a storm starts to kind of collapse on itself, you do get those winds gusting out as the storm is dying. Right now, don't look too bad. There's nothing that jumps out at me that I would warn you folks on in terms of anything higher end severe. So we're looking pretty good right now, to be totally honest with you. And nothing
Pleasantly
other
surprised,
than
actually.
say that again.
Pleasantly surprised, actually.
Yeah. Obviously, for people out in front of these storms, we don't want to be reporting on crazy parameters and damage and, a hailer that's traveling 600 kilometers. I was really getting at my wit's end on Sunday night, because every time I thought that storm was going to drop off, it lost its hail core numerous times, to the point where it only had a couple of pixels of pink, and then the next one, it just exploded again. So just that updraft pulsing or re-intensifying, and obviously carrying a long distance. So, but at least we can warn people out in front of it. Swift current, definitely, we got lots of reports of golf ball hail in there, and swift current driving through there numerous times. Lots of farming or agricultural equipment dealers and locations. So I'm scared to know what happened there, but probably some equipment taking some significant damage, especially the further west you go on the western side of Swift current. Definitely looked like there was some very large hail just outside of town. So okay, so we are 6:23 p.m., about 2 minutes or less from our next scan. These storms are moving, obviously to the south. They're moving towards Brooks. Eventually, this one to the north, coming kind of into Drumheller, and then the storm near Red Deer will be moving south of Stettler at this point. So we'll take a look and see what happens as these progress out. I don't think there's anything else I need to monitor right now, other than what we've been talking about at this point. So
you can see that outflow boundary on velocity there, just west of Brooks. So that one's probably about to lose its core as well.
Yeah, it's even on reflectivity.
Yeah, and I guess the strongest in quotation marks would be the Red Deer one. It's probably tossing some, marbles around, and we'll see what that one does at Sundre there.
Yeah, right now this is a cakewalk compared to what the last week was out in Alberta.
Oh
so
my
that's
God, yeah.
good news compared to what we've been reporting on. So it's like I said, we enjoy giving good news with weather. It's not our preference to give bad news as far as things go. So at 6:23, we should have a new scan here in about a minute. So I'm going to swing down to the south. We'll watch what the update looks like on these storms. I suspect this storm east of Arrowwood is going to possibly weaken here or south of Clooney on 842. But we'll see if that's the case. And then we'll walk through the rest of it there. Okay,
And I can't believe how fast that line lost its core.
Yeah, it is moving fairly quick right now. The southern portion of all this kind of what we can't even call this a line anymore. These are just clouds with very little precipitation to the south of the line. This is right on Trans-Canada. There's a bit of hail right now. Crowfoot, just to your west, there's a bit of hail in there. That's going to be grape or smaller at this point. Again, pretty insignificant compared to what we've seen in other ones. Storm west of Carbon has a little bit of hail in that may be pea size to in between peas and grapes at best at this point, and that looks like it's a bit of a stronger updraft, so we'll see if that sustains. That Sundre storm has a pixel of pink now. This is between Olds and Sundre on 27. That has 1 pixel of pink, so just indicative of a stronger updraft trying to mature. So we'll see if that actually establishes itself at this point. And then we still have our hail core here southeast of Lusana or northeast of Elnora. In here, you're probably grapes to maybe loony sized at most, heading eastward out of this storm at this point. And let me just switch over here. and the line is continuing to kind of crumble somewhat here west and northwest of Lloydminster. A lot of dry air making its way into the line, which is obviously areas where you've only got greens, no yellow. So again, I haven't talked about it yet, but middle of the scale for precipitation is a bit of orange down to yellow, green, and blue. Dark orange, red, pink, and purple, that's on the very high end of the scale. So right now this does look good to the south. When it's going over the radar, again, it does look a little more intense. We probably have dark oranges in here with a little bit of red, so heavier precipitation. I don't see any hail right now at all that would be in this line, and we're starting to get really far from radar here. Let's see our elevation. We're about 6,000 feet off the ground, so 2 kilometers. That's indicating pea-sized hail. I would suspect by the time that gets to the surface, it's only rain at this point. If that was closer to the surface, I would probably call for a little bit of pea-sized hail, but that's basically it at this point. So from a storm chasing perspective, this is not unfolding for those that like to storm chase out in these areas, but for the folks that are in front of it, this is good so far. It hasn't picked up in intensity, and it's literally been just borderline severe capable at this point. So obviously a good thing.
I'll jump in on that red deer storm. They just re-updated the severe warning. It's now an orange level. That is because there is photos on Twitter that I'm going to send you right now so you can see it for perspective. There are golf ball to tennis ball sized hail falling out of that storm southwest or southeast of Red Deer in the last
Wow.
5 minutes. So you would never guess it based on that hail core, the size of the hail core and stuff like that. But that is an orange level severe thunderstorm warning southeast of Red Deer, tossing golf ball to tennis ball sized hail.
Yeah, there's some 2-inch hailstones in that easily. I'm just looking at some of it here. Yeah, there's definitely a consistent 2-inch hailstones. That's in somebody's backyard.
Yeah.
That's not fun. That's more significant than I thought it would be. Let me just take a look at something here. I want to see the previous scan because unfortunately we get our scans every 8 minutes. So this scan was the one that was the brightest here. This was right by Lusana. And this they're saying those we can't show them unfortunately because they're not ours to share. We don't have permission to share the photos, but this is those are the 2-inch stones that we're seeing coming out of this. And the scan, let's say the scan was a minute later and suddenly you had maybe some purples making their way into the scan. We've got an 8-minute window, which is obviously very wide before we get the update. The scans are actually 6 minutes, but it takes time obviously for the data to get processed and then out to us and out to everybody essentially from Environment Canada. So we may have missed the most intense scan just in terms of just bad luck on timing, but the good news is it has shrunk down on the last number of scans, so I suspect that we're not seeing that kind of hail in it anymore, but it does take a while for that hail to fall out of the storms, especially when they're 30,000-40,000 feet up or even possibly higher depending on the storm, right? So you can get these rogue hailstones that like to get launched out of storms completely randomly and smashing your windshield. I've been there, done that, got the t-shirt. So it's all part of the storm chasing game. 629.
So
yeah.
The photo of that hail is actually directly in the center of that pink. So that makes a lot of sense.
Absolutely, exactly. And we would have been a little bit late maybe on the scan. So here's our new update at 6:35 p.m. So you can see it's actually 1 minute behind technically. So we do have some brighter pinks in here. So again, we're going to be calling probably for toonie-sized hail on this. Maybe a little bit bigger right now, but toonie-sized hail. This is west of Bassano, east or southeast a little bit of Clooney on the Trans-Canada Highway. So that is our storm. Any area with dark red, heavy rain precipitation in there. They have severe warned the storm between Olds and Sundre. We'll go take a look at that. And west of Carbon, we do have some hail coming out of that one as well. This area has probably pea size to just over, maybe let's say large grapes, roughly in that area at this point on the scan. The rest of it is just very heavy rain around the Three Hills area. The Olds and Sundre storm still maintaining about 3 pixels of pink, so this is going to be pea size, maybe a little bit larger, and that is moving east along 27, and again just between Sundre and Olds. The hail core has died on the storm that just put out those golf balls, 2-inch hail. They're down to 2 pixels of pink on this storm, so that until all the hail falls out of it, we're going to probably get down to somewhere around pea-sized hail. So pulsing down at this point. We'll see if that re-intensifies over the next few scans, or if it continues to die off, because we've seen storms get strong and then they just kind of peter out and move on from there. So the line here west of Lloydminster, just heavy rain, moderate to light rain on the southern end, a little more heavy rain here around Dewberry. No hail indicated on that on radar. Going over the radar, we've got probably moderate heavy rain, and then moving north from there, obviously isolated pockets of heavy rain, but no hail indicated on radar. Lots of lightning associated with that. I am looking at the winds right now, and the only well, even there, I again, not much going on in terms of winds in there. Very moderate at best, maybe 40, 50 kilometers an hour, maybe a bit more than that on gusts, but that's probably what you can expect at this point. So, so far, very quiet start to this severe weather day, especially with the parameters that were available. You know, there was potential for some higher end stuff, similar to what we saw the other day, but that's the thing with this, is that because the parameters are there does not mean it's going to happen. That's always your worst case scenario, and we talk about it many times on the live stream that, you know, conditions are there, but they just don't come together in the right sequence or areas, and you don't end up with that, you know, crazy hail or crazy winds, whatever the case may be. So far it's definitely been good. So Louise asking if we got rest. I definitely was useless on Monday. I did nothing. And yesterday I accomplished a few things. I got my hair cut because it was starting to get out of control. But definitely just kept it really quiet, didn't do really anything, and today just waiting around for storms to get organized. We'll jump into it a little bit more tomorrow, so we're probably 90% plus at this point, so much better than where I was Sunday night at the end of things. I actually started to lose hand-eye dexterity on using a mouse, which I was like, at that point it's time to call it, and I need to go bed. It's kind of like drunk driving. That's literally what it happens. You just lose your hand-eye coordination, and that was literally my sign. I'm like, okay, time to go to bed regardless of what happens. I'm kind of I'm not helping anything by being that condition. So anyways, slept a lot, got a lot of rest, and we're you know, definitely doing much better. So thank you for asking, appreciate that, because that was definitely the longest stint we've ever done, with some of the longest live streams and largest viewership as well. So pros and cons.
I definitely still haven't had a full day. Like, I still have my daytime job, for those that don't know. um I definitely still haven't had like a full 24 hours of doing nothing yet. But you know what, I'm young. We'll continue. We're hard at it. um I'll get the rest when the weather's done.
Yes, you're definitely younger than I am. That's for sure. Let's pull up the thunderstorm warning that they're updating. They're just calling for loony to ping pong ball sized hail. That is off the storm just due south of the Trans Canada here, east of Clooney, west of Bassano, just by 13. Oh, no, never mind. I'm wrong. I thought that was 13-mile corner, but it's not. So I thought I was being smart there and showing my ignorance at this point. So, anyways, okay, so we're waiting for a scan here. We've got 1 minute or less, hopefully, with our till our new scan comes in. I will delete our drawings and we'll update them as soon as that scan comes in, and we'll walk through it and see if this hail core is sustaining or if it weakens as it marches east. Right now, it's south of the Trans Canada, which is good news. I doubt vehicles are even noticing it other than maybe if they're looking south at this point. So let's just take a look here around Calgary. Yeah, it looks all actually there's a bit of a slowdown by Crowfoot, it looks like. So maybe a little bit of the hail reaching into that area, but very minor at that. So the hail core has spread out. It's kind of in a line essentially, but I would say your grapes at most in terms of hail size or smaller at this point. It's more broken up and isolated. On that latest scan, storms near Carbon, east of Three Hills. These are just rainmakers right now, barely anything in that. And our storm that is getting closer to Olds, just showing 2 pixels of pink. This would be pea-sized or less based on that scan currently. And our storm that was chucking those golf balls is got 2 pixels of pink again. So the hail core hasn't re-intensified on this scan, and this would be small hail, pea-sized, maybe slightly larger than that. And that's all we have going on right now. Let's just take a look from radar in west of Edmonton, but let's take a look here. Yeah, I'm just trying to see what we've got. We've got a few little storms attempting to come off the foothills, but we'll watch that to see what develops out of it. Right now, they don't even have lightning, so nothing to be concerned about. It's just whether they can establish themselves. So the line here by the Alberta-Saskatchewan border continues to march eastward around Lloydminster. Just moderate heavy rain to light rain at this point. There are few pixels of pink, so maybe you're getting pea-sized hail here west of Dewberry and then kind of north. The rest of it is probably moderate heavy rain or, dark red heavy rain. Not seeing a lot in terms of hail. There may be a tiny amount of hail in there. We've got a few purples, but again, close proximity to radar. So again, pea-sized at best. And then just heavy rain on that leading edge as this kind of walks through. So you can see what's taking place there as well. So what else have we got going on? So yeah, pretty quiet right now, which is, again, good news. It also means we're not super busy on the stream, which is also good for us. Obviously, when things get chaotic and you've got multiple tornado warnings and all sorts of stuff going on, it does make it a lot of work trying to keep up with everything and keeping that information out. But yeah, we are good at this point. This is, again, the heaviest precipitation area would be stretching just kind of west of Lloydminster up into through Cold Lake and then into Saskatchewan. And we'll see if that continues to make its way eastward. Do we have storms trying to fire anywhere else? I don't think we do, but I'm just going to run around, take a look. What are all these are these special weather statements? Oh, heat warnings? Or it's interesting that they put them out as special weather statements. So there's obviously temperatures will approach 30-degree mark on Friday and climb to the mid-30s by the end of the weekend. So they're talking about muggy and all that kind of stuff. So these these gray boxes that we're seeing through most of Saskatchewan or southern Saskatchewan and southern Manitoba, those are just heat warnings at this point. So what else have we got here? Oh, got a video here from Rick, I believe. Okay, I'll bring that up on our stream. So this is a friend of Rick's that's east of Three Hills. So let's zoom in on that. Where are we? We'll take a look at Strathmore. So the storm that is east of Three Hills that's on the center of your screen, I'm going to pull up a video here. We will pause that for a second so I can go full screen on it. You can see grapes, I think, in this, but grape or less at this point. So let me share that. So this is again from a friend of Rick's. But grapes are small grapes, that kind of thing. So you can see that before they dump their core, sometimes it takes a little while for that hail to come out of it. But lots of hail, not large hail, so that's good. So again, that is from a friend of Rick's, who's one of our our moderators, I should say. So thank you for sending that. Appreciate his friend sharing that with Rick. Always good. So let's take a look here. We got about 1 minute till we get our next scan. So let's flip down to the south and we'll watch that come in. So. Okay.
Jason Lee was saying it's about to get really hot in Manitoba, and yes, you are definitely right. The longer range models are certainly much hotter and less precip, which in some ways is good out there for sure for a lot of the prairies because they've been dealing with so much rain. The heat and the humidity being into the 40s isn't necessarily fun, but it's definitely a little bit better for things to dry out and less precipitation and maybe a little bit less significant severe weather going on. That would be nice on the prairies. But yeah, definitely getting very hot in Manitoba, especially at the end of this week and next week for sure.
So we do have our next scan here for Alberta, just to the west of Bassano. You can see some bright pinks in here. So this is east of Crowfoot, west of Bassano. We're going to be calling for probably toonie-sized hail to maybe ping pong ball, depending on if this is continuing to intensify over the next scan. So this is directly south of the Trans-Canada, moving eastward. Just going to see if there's anything else. 3 storms here, not much going on, heavy downpour, but seeing just 1 pixel of pink for that storm east of Three Hills. And we just saw a bit of hail in that video that we were showing you where we were talking about grapes. I'm just actually going to back it up and see where that would have been. It doesn't, that's crazy. It doesn't even look like there'd be hail on that other than peas, but the last scan does show a little bit, and we had that video coming in too. So now the storm west of Olds still showing a couple pixels of pink in there, probably pea size, maybe a little bit larger, and we'll see what's going on there. That is moving east southeast at this point. And our last storm here, what's closest to this? Is there a town here or anything? No, there isn't. This is east of, well, northeast of Elnora, right on 590. We've probably got pea-sized hail in this, roughly at this point, just a few pixels of pink. And then we're going to look up at Cold Lake and just see what that update looks like there. So a little more precipitation picking up in this line. You're seeing that the oranges and dark reds are back into it with a little bit of purple. So pea-sized hail, dewberry just to the west of there. Heavy downpour in that. Moderate to moderate heavy rain in the rest of it all along the track here as it moves east, basically tracking east for the most part, and I'll show you what is transpiring there, but not as intense as it was earlier on. So right now, a bit of cycling going on in this line, and I'll double check the winds as well. So it's definitely It's definitely possible that winds will pick up on this as this continues to move eastward. We're almost 7 p.m. Alberta and Saskatchewan time, so still about 3 hours till dark. So these will more than likely sustain, or this line will more than likely sustain for that, and we'll see how it carries throughout. Just looking at some winds here. Over Pierceland, this is close to the radar, but there's some stronger winds in here. This is only 500 feet off the ground, so 600 feet. That's only about 300 meters, roughly, and so 50 to 60 kilometers an hour, so around 50 on the surface at this point. So again, not really strong winds, but that would be the only area highlighting right now in terms of wind velocities. I'm going to move my way further south. Just looking at the winds in there. And then what else have we got going on in here? A little bit of wind around the Bassano storm. That is 50 above the surface, 60 above the surface, roughly. A little bit more, a little further east, so maybe 40 to 50 kilometers an hour on the surface. This is a little further from radar. And then we obviously have the hail in it at this point, and that's basically it. Just watching down by the Montana border, there's a couple of storms trying to get organized down there. This is east of Sunburst on Interstate 15, again in Montana, but this looks to be heading up into Alberta. Let me just double check. Slight northerly track on that, so we'll see if we need to monitor that area as it comes into Alberta and then eventually into southwest Saskatchewan. So that's the story at this point. Again, nothing exciting, pretty tame for the most part, so that is good news for everybody out there. I wonder if smoke has been playing a factor in this, because we do have smoke coming off the foothills, and again, we were talking about it being a factor. It definitely acts like a blanket with storms and doesn't always let them initiate. So off the foothills west of Calgary through Canmore Banff National Park, we've got obviously an air quality warning, and they're just saying smoke is causing or expected to cause poor air quality and reduced visibility, originating from those wildfires. Let me see here. They're just saying that obviously the wildfire smoke can fluctuate over short distances and vary considerably from hour to hour. So they're saying this is going to be persistent up until the weekend. So that's why you have that air quality warning. And then we've seen some crazy videos coming out of Kamloops where it looked like Armageddon the other day. Orange, basically skies. So we're just looking to see here. I'm just seeing there again, it's air quality, but that has to do with the wildfires out there. So, okay, what else
I'll
have we
touch
got?
on a couple things actually.
Yes, sir. Yeah, go ahead. Absolutely.
So just keeping an eye on satellite visuals here. I definitely think there's going to be some development, maybe in the next hour, somewhere south of Lloydminster, probably somewhere along the Alberta Saskatchewan border. It's definitely getting a little agitated there, around the Wainwright area, moving towards the border. So definitely something to watch. There's a lot of energy, a lot of good parameters for severe weather over there still, and that's expected to continue, into the night there. So that's one thing. And then there was a question up further up in the chat from Liv saying one of the meteorologists I follow is talking about a big heat wave setting up next week in the central U.S., but it looks like the storm track could be active in Ontario because of it. And yes, Liv, you are correct. That's definitely possible. It's somewhat of a similar setup, actually, in terms of a similar setup that kind of gave us the 4 straight days of severe weather in Ontario last week. The setup may be a little bit further towards southwestern Ontario this time, where it's kind of like the same um, very strong ridge of high pressure where the storms like to kind of ride down the northeastern side of it and kind of just swing down towards Ontario. So it's definitely a decent setup for a few days down there, and we'll have to see where the placement of the storms could be next week. But definitely looks active for sure.
Perfect. Thank you for the update, sir. This is one of the best usernames I've seen in our chat, Poutine and Beer. Greetings from Central Saskatchewan. I love the username, and I could go for some poutine and beer, but here we are. So thanks for tuning in. We've got an update here for our storms in Alberta. I just touching on what Connor's saying with these storms drifting eastward, there may be some forcing that comes from these storms moving in that direction and may cause them to initiate on that border. So we'll see if that's the case or not. But hail still prevalent in the storm northwest of Bassano. The core has subsided a little bit. We definitely have a lot less of it, and the colors aren't as bright. So this would be grape size or less at this point. Again, moving eastward along that Trans-Canada, looking to the west of Drumheller. This is basically a heavy rainmaker in a very small spot. Little bit of hail back on the storm east of Three Hills. So maybe northeast of Three Hills. We've got 3 pixels of pink, so pea-sized or a little bit larger at maximum for that. And then, wow, so the storm southwest of Olds is definitely picking up a hail core on it. This is by 766 south of 27. There are some bright pinks in there, so that is going to be loony to toony sized hail, more than likely based on this scan. And it is heading, I believe, southeast at this point. So I'm just going to watch where that hail core is developed. Yes, this is on track to come into Didsbury. So if you are in the Didsbury area, if this hail core continues to enhance, there could be damage. So if you do have vehicles you want to protect, or farming equipment, or your pets are outside, definitely going to give you a heads up warning in that area that this hail core is headed that way. It could die, but that is basically what we're reading here. And we've had a storm pop here. Where is this? This is southwest of Stettler. There is some hail in this one. What's the close? Big Valley. To the west of Big Valley, we do have hail in here. This will be probably a loony sized hail or smaller at this point. Again, moving mostly eastward. I'm just going to see on the cycle on that storm just to see. Yeah, it's going a little bit southeast as well. So that would be a southeast track kind of west of Big Valley. Let's take a look if there's anything coming off the hills near Edmonton, or west of Edmonton, I should say. And those are just regular showers at this point with one lightning bolt by the looks of it. So nothing too concerning. The line basically right around Lloydminster and north along the border, and then northeast into Saskatchewan, is heavy rainmaker on the southern end of it. A little bit of hail maybe by 897 here right on the border. That would be pea-sized to grape-sized hail within the line, and then the rest of it looks to be mostly heavy rain with maybe some pea-sized hail mixed into areas, and that would be it at this point. And obviously the leading edge has the most amount of precipitation. After that passes through, it will subside a little more. So right now that's what we're seeing on this storm system. So keeping it again pretty low key at this point, and we only have about 4 areas we have highlighted, as you can see here with the orange, for hail cores that we need to pay attention to. There are more storms than that, but these are the areas that we want to monitor. Near Bassano Highway, Trans-Canada Highway 1, east of Three Hills, southwest of Stettler or east of Elnora, and then southeast of Sundre and southwest of Olds, heading at Didsbury at this point. So those are the areas to watch out for, and we'll see whether any of those continue to intensify, and we'll kind of update you guys on that as well. So okay. Okay, while we've got a minute here, I'll share. If you guys want to find us anywhere on social media, this is our contact information, whether it's email, which you can send us one, even if we're not on the air. If it's weather related, we're happy to respond to it. If it's a technical question, all that kind of stuff. Obviously, you can find us on Facebook. We do have a merch store, and then Instagram and X as well, which we are developing. They're still kind of early on, but we got to get in the habit of doing the posts on there. So that's basically what we have. And then there's one page that we run. I haven't had a chance to talk about it a lot when streams are busy, but we run a page called Canadian Weather Live Reports, and this is a weather community basically, and you can post anything in there as long as it's weather related. So whether there's streams or not, this is across Canada. And if you want to be a member of the group, there's two very basic questions you have to answer. You don't answer them, it automatically rejects you. Just a heads up. So if you do answer them, then you'll get into the group. It's just keeping bots and trolls and all that other kind of stuff out of the group. Keeps it a lot cleaner that way. So that's another page that we do run, and it's getting pretty active with some really cool photos and videos for weather across Canada. And it's obviously only Canadian based, so that's what we're trying to keep it to, and that's all we basically cover. So oh, good, interesting point here. Actually, this is good to know. Saying, I believe the Lloydminster that has their annual fair and exhibition currently underway, as I believe it opened on Wednesday afternoon. So good heads up there. And obviously right now into Lloydminster, this just looks like very heavy rain in pockets. No, I mean, obviously lightning, which is can be dangerous, of course. But right now, not showing any hail. The winds do not look bad at this at all, so we're not going to have anything too scary moving through that town, but people will get a soaker if they're hanging out outside. So definitely a good heads up there, and I appreciate that in the chat as well. So okay, what else have we got? So this, I was actually wondering about this, how they handle this. What is your take on half of Lloyd being in tornado watch and the Alberta side not in the tornado watch? So that comes down to imaginary lines that us humans made up. Weather doesn't really care about it. If you are ever near a severe watch, you're within 15, 20 kilometers of it, keep your head on a swivel regardless. Same thing with the tornado watch. These are just lines that we've drawn for ourselves. I literally was looking at it wondering how Lloydminster handles that. You know, one side being one way and one the other. They're, as far as I'm concerned, they're the same. So the fact that the east part is in a tornado watch, the west part as well, consider it one and the same, but it's definitely a bit of a unique situation out there as far as that's concerned. So what else? Okay, perfect. I think we're caught up on comments there. I'm just gonna wait. What time is it? 6:59. We should have a new scan. Maybe I've missed the latest scan actually, so bear with me for 1 second. Yeah, we've hail has moved on, so I've been chatting about other stuff. So we now have hail on the Trans-Canada north of Bassano. This is going to be probably Grapes to Looney at most. It stretches right over the Trans-Canada at that location, moving eastward as it continues. The Three Hills storm has a little bit hail on it, 3 pixels. So again, sorry, pea size to maybe in between grapes, so a little bit larger than that. So nothing too bad out of that storm. Southwest of Torrington, we have a hail core here as well. This is going to be grapes or smaller at this point as this continues on. And the storm heading for Didsbury, still maintaining its core. However, it is a little more broken up on this latest scan. But again, I would say you're probably grapes to loony sized hail in that at this current scan time. So those are the storms on that portion of the southern Alberta side of things. One more storm, again, this one, where is this? Southwest of Big Big Valley. Grapes or smaller in this storm, quite broken up hail core. So we'll see if that maintains or if that actually goes down and starts to weaken. Obviously, that's what people in front want to see, is not having hail come through. I actually follow somebody on YouTube who farms in Nebraska, and it was crazy to see the damage. They had big hailstorm go through there like we were monitoring on Sunday night, and they call it the Great White Combine. And I thought that is a great way of describing that. And they had corn as a crop, and it absolutely decimated the crop, which obviously at this point is lost because you're in July. It's not like you can recover. They couldn't even get into their fields because they're wet as well. So, but just seeing what that does firsthand is, again, we feel sorry for farmers. We've said it many times on the channel over the last 2 weeks or so. Hate seeing that hail just coming through it, whether it's crops, it's personal property, that kind of stuff. It's just damaging, obviously. So a little bit of hail embedded in this line. You can see those few pixels of pink, so maybe pea size to slightly larger than that. Southeast of Pierceland on the Saskatchewan side, east of Muddy Lake, there's a bit of a hail core showing up here on the line. That has showed up in the last scan roughly. This is going to be grapes, maybe just slightly larger than grapes at this point, coming out of that, moving eastward. And we do have some more hail west of good soil and northwest of good soil. So pockets in here. This is going to be grapes roughly. Same thing to the north, grapes or smaller would be my take on that radar scan. And then just looking around elsewhere, moderate heavy rain or weaker at this point. So things are changing up a little bit. Again, so far nothing too terrible, which is fantastic news. And we'll see if that continues to be the case. I think I just got a new scan here as well. So we've done our lap of our storms on both sides. Okay, so we have got a new scan here. I'll try and jump through this one. The hail has jumped eastward, kind of skipped from north of Bassano and now is on 550 to the east. There's a bit of a hail core in here. This is going to be grapes or smaller. So that is 550 near the 862. Drumheller storm is just a rainmaker by the looks of this scan. And then to the north, this storm is picking up hail, so this is one to pay attention to. This is going to be probably loony or larger at this point. The storm is located, I'm just trying to find, west of Rowley near the 839, and so that is a storm that has a bit of a larger hail core on it. The storm near Torrington has a couple of pixels of pink, so maybe pea-sized hail or slightly larger. The good news is the hail northwest of Didsbury is northwest right now. Has subsided a little bit, a lot less pink in here. So we're talking peas to maybe grapes out of that as it approaches. Obviously, there's a airport just north of Didsbury. Airplanes and hail don't ever mix. So hopefully that subsides. And then our storm, where is this? This is southwest of Big Valley. Most of the pink has disappeared out of it. There is pea-sized hail or less based on this scan as we're looking at right now. So let me take a look around and just see what's going on here, folks. Storms west of Edmonton coming off the foothills, just sitting out there, not doing a whole lot, struggling a little bit. So not concerning at this point. The line that is severe warned by Lloydminster, picking up on precipitation as it comes into Lloydminster. So we're starting to get some dark red. So that is quite a downpour. And I'll just show you how this is kind of progressing through the afternoon and evening. We're now 10 after 7 on, what are we? I don't even know what day it is. Is it Wednesday today?
Wednesday.
My goodness. Yeah, just you lose track of time when you're on the live stream constantly, and then 2 days of just trying to recover. But yeah, so Wednesday, we're getting a little more precipitation, getting close to Lloydminster where it's going to be a downpour. Let's take a look at that. Again, little pixels of pink throughout the line, so maybe pea-sized hail in certain small patches southeast of Pierceland. We do still have that hail core sustaining here. This is east of Muddy Lake. That is going to be grapes to loony-sized hail. And then west of Good Soil, still got a couple of smaller broken up hail cores right in here. So this will be grapes to loony as well at most in terms of the size. So, and obviously some moderate heavy rain packed into that line, even some spots with very heavy rain. So we'll make our way back to the south here. What do we got here? 7:12 p.m. Our scan was at 7:05, so we should have a new scan here within a minute or so, and I'll update you as to the progress of this. So again, very, very low end, severe at this point. Nothing too exciting. Compared to where parameters were for today, which could have been much higher end based on what was available out there. Once we get closer to dark, where the sun starts to set, that is where you'll hopefully start to see things subside. Only the larger storms generally tend to hang on. Obviously, that isn't a guarantee or anything like that, but generally rule of thumb, after dark, things start to quiet off and weaken. So we'll see if it does that tonight. Here's our latest scan. So let's zoom in here. Going to move to our radar, and I'm going to wipe out all my orange circles here. So no pink left in this storm east of Bassano at 550 and 862. That is just very heavy precipitation. There's one lightning bolt on this, so that, or two actually. So that's a good indicator of a storm that is a bit weak at this point. Just west of Drumheller, there's some hail that is indicated on this, so it's starting to maybe pick up a little bit of hail in here. There are some bright pinks in that, so that's going to be, even though the core is small, that's probably going to be grape to loony sized hail, and again moving somewhat southeast at this point. Let's take a look just to the north of there. What have we got around here that I can kind of name? Oh, Rowley. So northwest of Rowley, some lighter pinks with a little bit more brightness in it. Pretty large hail core on this. Again, we're going to be probably grapes or smaller out of that storm. And then let's go back to the southwest of Torrington. That hail core is picking up somewhat. This would be grapes or smaller. At this point out of the storm. That is just southwest of Torrington. And then north of Didsbury, northwest, this will be pea-sized hail, maybe slightly larger at most, but that's a broken up hail core as you see on this scan at 7:11 p.m. So those are our kind of 5 areas, or well, we're down to 4 actually, because the one on the south end has lost its hail signature off radar. I'm just zooming in here to see if there's any additional storms. And then our line coming right into Lloydminster. It's going to start raining here very shortly in Lloydminster. Let me move this down. Bear with me for a second. From the Saskatchewan-Alberta border in Lloydminster, you're about 7 kilometers away from light rain. Moderate rain, you're probably about 13 kilometers, and into the heavier stuff about 25 kilometers away at this point. So that's the kind of the distance that we have. The line is not moving very quickly, but there is some heavier spots with those darker reds in there. And as we move northeast of Dewberry along the line at Alberta-Saskatchewan border, we have maybe pea-sized hail in there. And let's just take a look here. Southeast of Pierceland, that hail has come down a little bit, still probably pea-sized or a little bit less. And they're doing some updates, so I'm going to go take a look at that. And then west and northwest of Good Soil, there there are a couple of broken up hail cores in here. Northwest is a little more significant. Obviously to the south, there is a little bit of hail. So the southern portion would be Ps or less. The north portion with the more pixelation in there, Ps to grapes, somewhere in that middle. And then that is it. There's a little bit of hail here. I'm just seeing how far we are from the radar. We're not too far here, so this would be at west of Canoe Lake Cree First Nation on 903 and 904 area, where those highways meet, and we're talking probably grapes or smaller in terms of hail within that leading edge of that line. Again, moving eastward at this point. Just going to see what they've updated here. Why is there a warning here out? Oh, they're probably just pushing it. Okay, so they've put out a warning through Meadow Lake as this line is approaching. It's not there yet. So they're putting out a bit of a line, and they're just calling for the max values on this severe thunderstorm warning. Looney to ping pong ball sized hail. That means it's capable of that. It does not mean that that is what is ongoing at this time. So yeah, that's what. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to send you a post from Braden. He is south of Lloydminster.
Yeah.
He's saying funnel before condensing into a brief tornado near Paradise Valley, Alberta. That is the tail end Charlie south of Lloydminster. It is not tornado warned, nor... Oh, it is severe warned. So it's on the very southern side of that line to the southwest of Lloydminster. You can see Paradise Valley on the screen.
Yeah, I've got it in the center there. I'm just looking at velocities to see what whether there's any indicator of it. A little bit of red and orange. So I'm going to highlight this. Let's draw it out. We've got Braden Morrisseau. We'll show you the video on this. This is moving eastward. It was very brief, but if you are basically east of this, it's currently not on the ground, but in this area here, we're going to say if you're anywhere east of this currently, be in shelter as far as out of an abundance of caution. It could recycle and try to produce again. So that would be roughly the area. I'm going to pull it up here and show you guys what we saw here. So this is again from Braden Morrisseau. Let me pull that up and play it, and you can see on this video clip a funnel happening there, and Braden also saying that he did believe that there was ground contact on that. So the storm does have some potential. Hopefully these are weak, which they usually are, but you still don't want to get hit by anything like that. So just be leery of it. But again, east of this line or the circled area that we have, out of an abundance of caution, be in a shelter. You can see there is some circulation on that. However, we have video and a spotter on the ground. This is heading towards the Alberta-Saskatchewan border. That video we saw was weak. So again, on the lower end of things, you know, in terms of our concern for it, but these can happen quickly and have a spin up, so you don't want to be caught off guard. So right now that is from Braden Morrisseau, again near Paradise Valley, as far as on the Alberta side heading towards the Saskatchewan border. So let me zoom back down to the south. We're going to take a look at that, and as you can see, it's sometimes you can miss these circulation because they're very low in the storm itself. And radar misses that last kilometer. Sorry, bear with me for a second here. The last kilometer below to the surface is usually blind to the radar unless you're very close. So that's why we don't always see those velocities on there and pick up on it. So that's why spotters out in front are very important, because they can see exactly what's going on at the bottom here. Storm east of Bassano has lost all its intensity for hail. Right now, that is just a moderate heavy rainmaker. Let's take a look in Drumheller, and then we'll head back up and take a look at the line there. So west of Drumheller, there is some hail. This is dropping southeast roughly, I believe. So I'll double check that in a second, but we've got probably grapes to loony sized hail in this, and it's just kind of walking. Let's just see here. Yes, it is on a southeast track, so it will miss hopefully Drumheller, but that's where our hail is right now. And then there's significant hail core developing south of Torrington. This would be right over, what is that, 583 possibly? Let me zoom closer into that just to make sure I'm giving you the right road. Yeah, that's 583 south of Torrington. We do have a larger hail core on this. This is going to be toonie sized or maybe a little bit larger than that. Maybe even up to ping pong, but that's might be pushing it. Northeast of Didsbury, we do have still some hail. This is probably pea size to grape size at best within that. So let's just take a look at that. And then they've updated a whole bunch of these severe warnings, but we'll cover those in a minute. Where is this located? Right near Rowley, to the northwest of Rowley and to the southeast, we do have hail on both ends. This is going to be pea-sized or slightly larger for both of the areas, essentially. And again, something to watch out for, just looking to see what the other storm is doing. And then we'll move up towards Lloydminster and we'll watch what's happening there. So let me bring up Cold Lake. And again, we were highlighting this area down to the south. I'm just looking at a couple of things, our velocity scans. So in this area, we've just posted a video of very weak circulation that happened. And again, and that was the funnel before it condensed into a brief tornado as Braden was on it. So if you're in this area, again, out of an abundance of caution, please be in shelter at this point. Basement is the best option. If you don't have a basement as an option or a tornado shelter, interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathtub makes a good option. And there's your tornado warning. So we were out ahead of this, obviously, because we have somebody spotting for us out front. And that's more than likely why they have tornado warned it, because he had tagged Alberta Storm in that. So again, let's see what they're saying in the comments here. Environment Canada issued a tornado warning. Paradise Valley, Edgerton, and Chauvin, tracking a severe thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado, and then adding damaging winds, large hail, and locally intense rainfall. Again, this would be the portion of the storm and eastward. Essentially, it is not moving very quickly. And again, the circulation on the video wasn't very strong. So still on the lower end of things, but out of an abundance of caution, taking shelter is always the good choice. And so we were watching this for the last several scans here before it got tornado warned. And again, we have that inside line with Braden being out front of these storms. So the Paradise Valley area just south of there, that's basically where this was located at this a short while ago. So we'll continue to monitor the situation, but in front of this circle, we were saying be in shelter, just because we have seen it produce a short-lived tornado, and we'll continue to monitor that. Back to the north and kind of west of Lloydminster, heavy rain in that line now. We are seeing the lightning pick up. Let's just see, they're updating the tornado warning. Oh, they pushed it further south. They extended the box. That's why it's going off again. I'm just going to see what they've also saying. The thunderstorm is located near Paradise Valley and is moving to the southeast at 30 kilometers an hour. A funnel cloud has been reported with the storm. They're basing it off the video that Braden posted, is my assumption. So that's, again, why it's great to have people out in front of it. So slowly moving kind of to the east. We've circled a fairly broad area because it's not as evident on radar, but a small funnel coming out of that as well. So moving north along the Alberta-Saskatchewan border, possibly some pea-sized hail embedded in this line, very heavy rain, so downpour type situation. North of Good Soil, there's maybe pea-sized hail we're seeing right here on the line, but heavy rain in that. And I'm just going to continue continue along. So isolated pockets of pea-sized hail, but the winds are picking up in this. These are the straight line winds. We're seeing 75 kilometers an hour, a few peaks of almost 80. This is 2,000 feet off the ground, so 700 meters roughly. So it's starting to pick up wind behind that line as we're moving through the evening here. On the surface, that's going to be 60 to 70 kilometers an hour roughly at this point. So that line is becoming a straight line wind situation. If that continues to increase heading towards Meadow Lake with heavy rain and possibly small areas of pea-sized hail. The tornado warning to the south is again around the Paradise Valley area. We'll show that video again. It was a weak circulation, but again, this is a kind of a warning that you need to pay attention to it. This is from Braden Morrisseau on X at this point. This was a funnel preceding a short-lived tornado, according to Braden. So we trust what he has to say. He's very knowledgeable. So obviously we need to pay attention to it as we have indicated. So that was, let me see how long ago that was. That was posted 12 minutes ago, and I'm just going to share Braden's profile here. You can find him in X and Facebook. He's phenomenal to follow. I'm sure most of you already do if you're weather people. So again, definitely a good guy to follow with if you're looking to keep up with severe weather. And let me just take a look here. So this is the line just around Paradise Valley, and it is moving at the border at this point with a slight southeast trajectory on it, but mostly eastward at this point. So let's swing back down to our storms to the south. I haven't updated those in a bit, so we'll jump on those and see if we've got anything to update you guys on. I'm going to kill off my drawings. Let me see here. Oh, my monitor's trying to reset on me. Bear with me 1 second. Kill that off. Okay, so storm, where are we located here? This is a where are we? East of Bassano. That is just a rainstorm at this point, not any concern. Hail around Drumheller. We only have 1 pixel of pink southwest of Drumheller. That's going to be pea-sized or smaller. To the north of Drumheller, there's a couple of cores here. Where was this? There was Rowley. It's to the east of Rowley. We do have some broken up hail core in here, 2 kind of areas. This is going to be grapes or smaller, and moving southeast essentially a little bit. The hail core south of Torrington, this is becoming large hail, folks. This one is starting to get where it's a large core and bright colors on it. So we're getting into large hail. This is going to be toony to ping pong ball sized hail. It is moving roughly southeast, so coming into Sunny Slope. It may get into Linden, but this is starting to have look to it. You can obviously see all those bright pink colors. This is west of Three Hills, south of Torrington, and moving southeast. Storm near Didsbury still has 1 pixel of pink, so we're going to say pea-sized hail or smaller on that one. Let me just take a look at storms coming off the foothills to see if there's anything of concern. Those are just showers at this point, and then we're going to move back to our tornado-warned storm here by Paradise Valley. Just going to take a look at it. You can definitely see some rotation on the backside of this storm. So let's just take a look here. Talking roughly in this area, and again a little bit of a southeast trajectory. We have been calling for folks to be in shelter because we've had a confirmed rotation, and again coming from Braden Morrisseau. So this is an area that you need to pay attention to heading southeast. It did look weak, and we haven't had anything else from him, and Braden's really quick at putting stuff up, so we'll continue to monitor it, but out of an abundance of caution, we're going to say that you get into shelter, ideally in a basement, or if you don't have that as an option, then an interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And a bathtub makes a good option because it gives you a little bit more protection. Put a bed or a small bed or something over you to protect you in the worst case scenario. But that is our area where we've had that tornado warning come out, and thanks to Braden for reporting that, because then Environment Canada becomes aware and can put out that warning as well to a lot more people. So Lloydminster about to get into that heavier rain. You can see that the greens and a little bit of yellow in there, but we're going to get into the orange and the reds. Obviously, the precipitation is going to pick up as this moves through. Not seeing any really majorly strong winds at this point. So that's good news, but heavy precipitation to the north, crossing into Saskatchewan with some isolated pockets of possibly pea-sized hail, but very heavy downpour. And then northwest of Meadow Lake or east of Goodsoil, we do have a little bit of hail on 224 on the Saskatchewan side. And again, this will be probably grapes or smaller at this point. Not expecting any really large hail out of this line up here to the north, but we will monitor it and update as we move along in this event. Our highlight area, we just got an update here, so I'm going to go through the rest of it. I'm going to just see what the velocities look like before I leave this. Rotation is fairly broad. There is a little bit of a tighter area in the back there. We're going to take a look at that. Still showing tornado warning in there, so shelter is what we've been calling for, because again, we've shown video of a circulation that happened. And let me just zoom back down here, switch radars, and then we'll flip over to this. So I'm going to go looking for hail at this point. Drumheller storm dying off. No more hail in that. I'm going to kill off my drawings here. Storm near, we've got a few east of Rowley, still showing quite a bit of hail near the Starland Hutterite colony. Right in this area, we've got probably grapes to maybe a little bit larger than that. Storm to the west is the one that has that larger hail core. This one's significantly larger. Bright pinks in there, so this is going to be toonie size to maybe in between ping pong balls as this moves southeast. This is directly, where are we? This is over Sunny Slope. It's coming in there any moment if it's not already there. And then east of Didsbury, again, pea-sized hail, very little indication of hail on that storm. So that's, yep.
We have a confirmed tornado on the ground south of Paradise Valley. There is photos of it. It is not from Braden.
Okay.
It's from Brandon Hauk. So I'm going to send it to you in the chat here. It is definitely on the ground south of Paradise Valley.
Okay, so we need to be in shelter anywhere east, southeast of this location with a confirmed tornado on the ground. So we are highlighting that. Be in basement. If you have a tornado shelter, get into it. And then if you don't have either of those options, interior room of the house or building with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathroom makes a good option in a bathtub, a little more protection, and put something over you in case there's something that happens there. I'm just going to take a look at what Connor just sent me. And Brandon is an awesome guy to follow on social media. Hauk, or hopefully we're pronouncing it Houck. He is... everybody knows him out that way if you're into weather, but it won't load on my side for some reason. Bear with me for a second. I'm just going to take a look at this. Yeah, okay, perfect. So that is, I can't share it. Unfortunately, we don't have permission to share that content, and we don't do that, but I'm just trying to find where this is just on the photo. I want to see where the person is taking it from.
Edgerton is just to the south of Paradise Valley. Just
Okay.
south of Highway
Yeah.
14.
And they're looking north. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Northeast, I would say, from that photo. We're just trying to line things up so we understand it. Again, where this orange circle is, we do have a confirmed tornado. And again, moving east, southeast, you need to be in shelter. So north of 14 along 897, south of Paradise Valley, continuing in the track where you see these arrows, you need to be in shelter in that area. If you are behind this, you right now have nothing to worry about, or or if you're far south of it, it's just where these arrows are heading in that general direction. You need to be in shelter. Again, confirmed with a photo, and we already had some stuff from Braden earlier. So all of these things means get your butt to shelter at this point. So rather than risking it. So that is where we're at right now. So obviously you can see that things we're pretty calm and quiet. We now have a little bit of, one storm. Obviously that's all it takes is one storm to get it done, and you end up with a circulation on the ground, and that's the worst case scenario. So this is heading towards Saskatchewan. Let me see if they've updated. They're saying it's moving at 30 kilometers an hour, so moving at a reasonable speed. So again, we are recommending that you are in shelter, basement or tornado shelter if you have that option. If not, interior room, as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and bathtub makes a good option with a bed or something over to you to give you a little bit more protection. So right now, that's where we're at. We're going to concentrate on this area. This is south of Lloydminster. Okay.
From Braden there.
Okay. It's on his Twitter or just directly from him? Oh, wow. Holy cow. Not only, he's got a video.
Tornado
so
on the
this,
ground south of Paradise Valley, folks.
yeah. Yes, exactly. This is a confirmed tornado. We have footage here from Braden more so. So again, obviously doesn't look like much from far away, but close up, it's a different story. So this is an ongoing tornado south of Paradise Valley heading east-southeast. You can see it's slow moving, but obviously you need to be in shelter if you are out in front of this or get out of its path. But we recommend shelter, basement, if possible, and if you don't have that as an option, then an interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So continue to shelter here if you are east southeast of the circle we've drawn here, between over 897 heading towards 14, which eventually turns into 40 on the Saskatchewan side. This is heading towards roughly Marsden, but let me tell you, the distance between Marsden and where our circulation is about 30 kilometers. So at the speed it is currently traveling at, it would take an hour to get there, but they can speed up. They can drop down and come back up. So again, this is the area of concern. We do have a confirmed tornado, and we have footage here from Braden Moore, so real close up with this. So we've been on this from the beginning, actually before it even got tornado warned. So we're getting that word out as early as possible. That is always the key for why we do what we do. So they're saying possibly producing, they've changed the wording here. It says the thunderstorm that is producing a tornado. So they've obviously seen the same stuff from Braden and others probably. So again, we have a confirmed tornado on the ground moving east-southeast at 30 kilometers an hour, where you see these lines towards from 897. I bet where that video is taken from that we were just showing was on 897 roughly, and it's going to cross over it and head east southeast at this point, slowly towards 14, and I don't see any other communities I see on my map here, but if you are anywhere east or south of Paradise Valley, south of McLaughlin, you need to be in shelter towards that Saskatchewan border, and then eventually it will cross over that border. But we are going to update you folks. So between right now where our circle is to the Saskatchewan border, you need to be in shelter. We are calling for that at this point. Let's just take a look. This is our latest scan, I believe. Let me just double check. Yeah, we still have rotation in that area. And I'm going to quickly get out of this. We are going to continue of what's going on here. Yeah, go ahead.
Still on the ground.
Okay.
Still on the ground south of Paradise Valley.
Yeah. Braden's got another video here. So this is southeast or southeast of Paradise Valley. I'm going to bring up another video from Braden out front of it. So again, this is a ongoing tornado. That's a big bowl on top of it, and continuing to be an issue. It probably doesn't show on the stream. You can see those rain curtains wrapping around in there. So basically rotating around your circulation. That is all indicative of a tornado that's still trying to stay organized, and we'll continue to monitor it. Thanks, Connor, for cutting me off. And again, this is from Braden Morriso, who we obviously a great friend to the channel, and we're getting that footage, so we're able to tell you guys that this is confirmed, heading southeast. And again, if you're out in front of it, between 897 down to 14 and eventually to 40, but that's still quite a ways off. It is not moving quickly, so that is the good news. These get more dangerous the faster they're moving, and it's also somewhat visible when they get rain wrapped and they're moving at 60, 70, 80 kilometers an hour. You have not much time to get to shelter, so that's why we always make sure that people are aware of it, out in front of it. And again, confirmed tornado on the ground at this time on the very far eastern end of Alberta, south of Lloydminster. Just zooming out here to show you folks where this is. And 897 over to the border, you need to be in shelter. Basement, if you don't have that option, you need to be in an interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathtub makes a good option. Cover yourself with a small bed or something that can give you a little bit of protection in the worst case scenario. Getting a question here whether Marsden and Neilburg are on Highway 40. You think it'll get that far? Right now, it is still on the ground. Marsden is 30 kilometers away from where it was. It's only moving at 30 kilometers an hour, so it would have to be on the ground for an hour, which is very unlikely. But what can happen is this tornado dies off. It takes a few cycles to reorganize, and then it puts down another one. That's a possibility. So right now, you need to be weatherware if you're in Marsden, but we are right now calling for shelter between 897 and the Alberta-Saskatchewan border, and along 14. Anywhere you see these arrows, that's where we're calling for it. And again, it's obviously a very dynamic situation. I'm going to wipe out my drawing because this has moved forward. We're still seeing that rotation in the storm in this area roughly. So again, it is moving east, southeast, and you need to be in shelter anywhere along this path roughly. And let me just switch back over. So we are seeing, I don't know if Braden has posted anything else. I don't think he has, but we've been over the last, we've shown this for 28 minutes. We've been showing this area as having a tornado ongoing from about 28 minutes ago. Thank you to Braden Morriso. That's why the spotters are so important out in front of these storms. So excuse me, the warning is updated to say that it is producing a tornado, not possibly, but is producing a tornado. And we've shown you guys the videos of this on the live stream, moving southeast, heading across the border. It's still, I'll tell you how far it is roughly. Again, this is updated every 8 minutes, but we're talking probably 15 kilometers from the Saskatchewan border. And it is moving at 30 kilometers an hour according to Environment Canada, so that would take half an hour to get there. So we'll see if this continues to sustain or whether it dies out. But you also have the possibility that, it dies, then the storm re-intensifies over a few scans and then possibly produces again. You can have that type of situation. So let's take a look here to the north of Lloydminster. It's getting very heavy rain starting in Lloydminster area. I'm going to look at winds on that. Winds aren't too bad. Along this line, there's a little bit of hail here. This is northeast of Lloydminster, probably pea-sized to grapes in there. Let's take a look through Meadow Lake Provincial Park. There are some straight line winds off the surface here. This is about 85 kilometers an hour, but this is 3,600 feet above the surface. So you're about 1.2 kilometers up roughly. So on the surface, 60 to 70 kilometers an hour. So it's going to get breezy and windy, but we're not talking 100-kilometer-hour wind gusts according to radar at this point. So lots of rain, some pea-sized hail in there, maybe even a little bit bigger as this continues to move eastward. So I'm just going to run the cycle here. How do the storms look to the south there, Connor? Is that one still got that big hail core down southwest of this?
No, just a couple of pixels here and there. Nothing much
Okay.
to worry about down there at this point.
Okay. We're going to concentrate on this area as much as possible just because we've had an ongoing tornado. We do not have confirmation whether it has lifted yet, but we are telling you that if you are in this area where the circle is, I'm going to just stop the radar. Pull that up, and if you are east southeast of this, you need to be in shelter at this point because we do have several videos of tornado ongoing in that area. Once we know that the circulation has either lifted or the radar no longer shows it, we will update you folks, but for now you need to be in shelter in that area. Just zooming in here, we have a few areas of hail cores. This is 806 near Linden on the Alberta side still, obviously. There's going to be roughly grapes to a little bit bigger here in our hail core over this particular area. The rest of them don't look like there's much going on. Then the only storm here, which is near Rumsey Natural area, west of 851 near the Blue Sky Hutterite colony, that does have hail on it, and that is probably grape to loony size at most as this continue moving southeast. The rest of it is just very heavy rain on these storms when you see that dark red, but we're going to go back to our tornado warning storm here with that ongoing tornado, and we'll try and keep you guys up to date with what's going on here. So right now this is all south of Lloydminster, south of Paradise Valley. If you are back to the west in this tornado box, you have nothing to worry about. It is moving east southeast, so Wainwright, anywhere outside of that area, you are not concerned. Right in Paradise Valley, you don't even need to worry about it right now. It is to the south, moving south southeast at this point. So where we have our arrows, if you are anywhere on that map, you need to be in shelter at this point, and it's coming towards it is heading eastward towards that Saskatchewan border, still quite a ways away, and it is not moving very quickly. So it's still, it looks like it's still possibly ongoing. Yeah, we just got tornado roping out west of Marsden, Saskatchewan. So let me pull this up. This is from Braden Morso, just showing this right now. So give me a sec. Let me share that up on the stream. So you can barely see it in here in the center, but it looks like it's roping out, which means to anybody in English, that is a tornado that is dying. So that is good news. We are going to continue to monitor this. So our threat level is dropping at this point. We will wait for our next scan to come out, which should be out of here in any second, and we'll update you.
It
but
may be
right
handing
now,
off south.
yeah, I was going to say, doesn't mean we're out of the clear yet, and we're going to watch to see what happens here, but we do have that original tornado roping out at this point, dying off a little bit. We do have some velocity scans down here to the south that may be trying to hand off. That's what Connor is talking about. We don't have any confirmation in this area yet. Our tornado to the north on 14 and 40 just roping out. So we're still going to say until we know for sure that it's not going to try and put down again, because sometimes that can happen, but not likely. So again, we're saying the threat is a bit lower. We're just going to have to watch our circulation to the south here, where we have a circle right now. There are definitely some stronger wind velocities in here. So let me just take a look at this. And you can see that rotation in there where we've got it. Let me just take a look. So some stronger wind readings, 100 kilometers an hour, and then a couplet there. So let me see what they're doing. They're updating here. They've pushed the tornado warning across to the Saskatchewan side. So we have two areas that we are following right now. Let me wait till the beeping stops, folks. Bear with me for a sec. Oh my God. Are they warning more than just this area? No. That's the only two. I don't know why we're getting so many beeps, but anyways. Okay, so let's take a look here. They're just saying tracking a thunderstorm that is that is producing a tornado. That was from earlier. Again, that was, and this is where it gets complicated because Environment Canada hasn't put any reference in there. We have 2 areas of rotation, so they're saying that is producing a tornado. We saw that on video from Braden Morrisseau, but we do have another area to the southeast here. So out of an abundance of caution, we are going to tell you that if you are southeast of our circulation, I'll highlight it for you. This is back to the west of 17 along 610. If you are in Chauvin or Chauvin, depending how you pronounce that, you need to be in shelter in a basement. If you don't have that option, an interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Heading for the Saskatchewan border, that is a new area of circulation compared to the one that where we had the tornado rope out here to the north. We are pretty confident that this northern option, until we get another scan and then we get confirmation. We've seen a video, Braden calling this tornado roping out, meaning dying off and weakening to the point where it retracts back up. So the northern portion of this area south of McLaughlin is where we had our rotation. And this is west of Marsden. This looks to be done and over with for now, but still stay in shelter in that area. And then south, we are talking about being in shelter near Chauvin. And again, we show a strong couplet there with some stronger winds, and already had one tornado on the ground for quite some time, so this could be happening again. So we are monitoring that. It is moving southeast towards the Saskatchewan border. These are the 2 areas that are of concern right now. Nothing else right now is dangerous at this point. We're not seeing anything towards that area. So again, southern tip of this has our attention now. Have no confirmation of any tornado down there, but we do have strong wind couplet there where we have opposing winds that are strong. So that is indicative. And the one here that was south of Paradise Valley, east of 897, north of 14, we are pretty confident that that threat is over and done with based on the video that we saw. We're going to wait for another scan here just to see if the velocities pick up on that. But again, to the north, we're just saying still be in shelter till we can confirm things have died off. We don't have an update from Environment Canada when they reissued the tornado warning, and obviously they are pushing this out to the Saskatchewan side because these storms are approaching that area. So again, town of Marsden on 40 right now. You're still okay. This is kind of far away from you, and we've had video evidence of it dying out. We just want to wait for another scan to be sure so that we can update folks and make sure that that's going on. Calgary Tech, thank you very much for gifting those memberships. Really appreciate that. And welcome to the Chauvin. So thank you, Todd. I appreciate that. I always not sure how to pronounce some of them. So Chauvin is where we're telling you to be in shelter at this point because we have a strong circulation to your northwest and it is dropping east southeast. So again, heading for that Saskatchewan border. This is along 610 and heading towards 17 and the border. So that's where we're going at this point. So what else? Okay, I'm good on that front. We'll watch what's going on. And we'll see what happens here. So again, we're just watching right now. This is the line that stretches all the way to the northeast, up into obviously northwest Saskatchewan. The line marching through, there are some winds in this to the northeast on the Saskatchewan side, east of Cold Lake. Again, we were talking about 60 to 70 kilometer-hour winds. There's heavy rain in that. There may be pea-sized hail, and there's obviously a lot of lightning, but the tornado threat right now is to the south here, and that's why we're concentrating on it. The rest is not bad. Obviously some wind and rain, not enjoyable, but far better than being in front of a tornado at this point. So we are concentrating on covering this area. Waiting for another scan here, hopefully any minute, and then we'll update everything on what we're talking about here. There we go. So let's just take a look. I'm going to erase my drawings and then let's move on here and see what our velocity velocities are doing. So the stuff to the north, where we're having at 14 and 40, that does look like that is over and done with. No circulation up there. We do have a circulation on the southern end of this storm. I'm just going to see how this looks. So this would be an area, again, that we're going to continue to say that you're in shelter at this point with the history of this line producing a couple of quick tornadoes, one larger than the other. And at that time, it was the southernmost point essentially on the storm line. So this is moving east-southeast. And this is again Chauvin to the south of there. We're showing that circulation stepping east southeast, so we need to pay attention to it. We have no confirmation of anything on the ground at this point. This is just out of an abundance of caution that we're recommending that you be in shelter just with this circulation moving towards 17 and then into Saskatchewan as well. So just going to monitor a couple things here, folks. Bear with me. What else have we got here?
I'll just mention that there are still a few hail cores further south between Calgary and Red Deer. Likely some of them tossing maybe the size of ping pongs or less. Looney to ping pong ball size hail is what the warnings say for a few of the hail cores there. Mostly to the northeast of Airdrie and southwest of Three Hills. And then there's another one coming off the foothills at Water Valley to the north of Cochrane. So just a quick update there on the south storms.
Okay, yeah, this is the storms on the screen. So Swalwell, that has a significant hail core on it. This is going to be toony to ping pong ball sized hail, as Connor was mentioning. That does have some bright pinks. It is moving southeast. There's a larger hail core. This is what town is around here? Wessex, it looks like, or southeast of Carstairs on the top left corner there. This is at 791 and 575. These are the hail cores that we're looking at here. This is going to be loony to toony sized hail, roughly dropping southeast. Those are the larger ones. Just looking around to see if there's anything else. And then we've got a storm here near east of Rumsey Natural area, 851. This is going to be grapes to maybe a little bit larger here again, moving east southeast, it looks like at this point. So those are our areas of concern. The rest is obviously heavy rain. I'm just going to quickly look at what the winds look like over here. Nothing really jumping out at me as far as winds are concerned, so that is good news. Heavy precipitation associated with them and some lightning, and then we'll take a look at what's coming out of Edmonton. Nothing at that point. So again, our area of concern right now is the southern end of this line as it's coming to the Saskatchewan border. It's been picking up and we've had rotations. So if you are anywhere in this area near our circle with the arrows, you need to be in shelter. We've had some strong indications on radar that there's a couplet there moving towards the Saskatchewan border, moving north of there, Lloydminster right now with a heavy amount of rain, and there looks to be a small circulation in there as well. Connor, what are your thoughts on that one? It's embedded in the a line, but there is some rotation. We're not saying take shelter just yet, but that is an area of circulation right on the southern end of Lloydminster. We're going to look at that and watch it. And then moving northeast from here, there's some stronger surface winds here. This is along 21. I'm trying northwest of St. Walburg, just highlighting some straight line winds. There is 88, 90 kilometers an hour in that area. And so that is heading again mostly east southeast, and they're now tornado warning. What are they doing here? They've put another box out, so let me just take a look. Oh, I see what they're doing. They're tornado warning the southern end at this point, so let me just take a look here. They're just saying that they're tracking a severe thunderstorm that is possibly producing, that they're saying now is producing a tornado. Thunderstorm is located 10 kilometers north of Chauvin and is moving to the southeast at 30 kilometers an hour. Well, Chauvin is right here, is it not? And they're saying 10 kilometers to the north. Bear with me for a second, folks. I'm going to measure this out just to see what they're talking about. 10 kilometers, that's 20. That would put it somewhere right up here, but there's no circulation on that. Do you see that on the stream, Connor, what I've got highlighted?
Let me pull it up.
The only area, well, anyways, okay, I know roughly where they're talking about. We're just going to forget the 10-kilometer thing and the measurement. Let me get that out. They are talking about a circulation in this area. I want to see what the line looks like. Not as tight, but again, this could tighten up as well. So we are seeing a couple areas of rotation in this storm. So if you are anywhere east, southeast of these, you need to be in shelter just because we've had confirmed tornadoes. The wording from Environment Canada is that it is producing a tornado. I don't think we have any confirmation anywhere on social media on our end. Oh, wow, the southern one is definitely picking up rotation. So here's our latest scan. Unfortunately, it updated right in the middle of us talking about it. Let me switch over. There's definitely
a toonie-sized hail in Chauvet.
Okay, there's definitely some strong couplet indicated right here on radar. You even have a little bit of a hook trying to form on this. Again, this is the obvious area of rotation based on radar scans. We're talking 90 kilometers an hour just off the surface, across from 30 or 40 kilometers an hour, roughly, maybe even 50 here. So we do have strong circulation again on the southern tip of this. According to Environment Canada, this is producing a tornado. So we are going to say that if you are somewhere east, southeast of this circulation, be in shelter. This is coming up to 17 and to the Saskatchewan border. I want to go up and take a look at the other velocities that we had in there. Let me take a look back by Lloydminster. That has broadened out somewhat, so I'm not as concerned about this circulation that was near Lloydminster. So that should be okay. Let me just double check things here. I'm just going to watch it as it comes through. And I'm just going to watch, yeah, that brightened up and then it broadened out. So we're okay on the Lloydminster area. Still some reasonably strong winds up to the north of this line. So this is northwest of Turtleford, but these are straight line winds as it seems. And then further away from the radar near Meadow Lake Provincial Park, just to the northwest of Meadow Lake, there are stronger winds in there. We're talking 60 to 70 kilometers an hour on the surface at this point. And then, is that a couplet up there? 155 southwest of Beauval, way up to the north on that line. I'm just trying to see if that's a couplet. It's way off the surface, but that is a couplet at this point. So what we're talking about, a couplet is where you obviously have bright reds and greens together. I'm going to check the height of this. This is, so here's the thing. This is 9,000 feet off the ground. So you are... excuse me, you're almost roughly just shy of 3 kilometers off the surface straight up, 80 across from 24. So at the surface, this will probably be less. We're not going to say take shelter at this point. It's an area that we are going to monitor because, again, way up above the surface because we are far from our radar. So that's an area of circulation, but doesn't necessarily mean it's getting to the surface. So let's switch back down to our tornado warning to the south. I'm going to take a look
really quick.
Yeah.
There's also a potential QLCS rotation couplet going on between 21 and 26 in Saskatchewan. It is northeast of Lloydminster. Again, that's between 21 and 26 near St. Walburg. I don't know if you can see that there.
Yeah, the bright winds in that area.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So that's another area that we're highlighting here. That is not currently tornado warned, but there are some brighter winds in that as it's trying to wrap into itself. But I'm not seeing, I mean, we're seeing some really strong velocities in here. We aren't seeing much for a tight couplet. There are only a few lighter colors in terms of the opposite color, which is green. So we'll see whether that continues, but that could be an area to the northwest of St. Walburg that we need to pay attention to as well, because we're seeing a little bit of a quick couplet trying to possibly form there. Right now, Environment Canada South is showing this as the wording in their warning is saying producing a tornado. Not possibly, but producing a tornado, both on the Saskatchewan side and the Alberta side. So this is south of Chauvin and heading over 17. We're waiting for an update here in about a minute or two, and we'll see if that circulation continues. These are our areas. So again, back to the southwest, we do have storms in Alberta, but these are mostly to do with hail. I'm not seeing any velocities in there that are concerning. There are some large ones south of Three Hills, Swalwell area, and then again, where was this? Southeast of Carstairs or northeast of Crossfield. That has large hail on it as well, but we are paying attention to where the tornadic circulations are. Obviously, that is our biggest concern, just to do with, I'm just going to see from Radisson, it's showing a bit of circulation up there, but let's see how high off the surface we are. So these are pretty high, these couplet. This is also very high off the surface, just because it's getting close, far away from the radar, sorry, I should say. Let's just take a look at our velocity couplet here. It's right in between two radars, essentially, so not much difference there, but we're going to monitor this area and pay attention to it. And I'm just going to take a look, see if there's an update here. So far, we haven't had any updates on social media, which is usually a good thing, but obviously something we want to make sure that we have confirmation of. So again, yeah.
There is one report of a funnel cloud near Chauvin from 2 minutes ago. We cannot share it on stream, but it is a report from 2 minutes ago from a known storm chaser.
Okay, so we do have, and that would be south of Chauvin or in Chauvin, sorry?
Just south.
Okay, yeah, that's where our circulation is. We are between radars almost, so unfortunately we're a little bit high off the ground here, but that is obviously a velocity couplet that is showing. It's on the tip of the storm, and that's typical if you're going to have anything rotating. It's going to be that tail end Charlie, we call it in the chasing community, and that is the one that generally will produce something. So what else have we got here? So right now that is moving east southeast towards the Saskatchewan border. This is our storm, and it is along 17 south of Chauvin. And so if you are anywhere east southeast of this, you need to be in shelter. We've had confirmed tornadoes. Right now we are seeing getting comments about a funnel on social media. So this could be something that's attempting to produce if it isn't already producing. So be in a basement if you don't have that option. Interior room, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And then if you have an option of a bathtub, that gives you a little bit more protection with something over top of you, small mattress, something like that to protect you in the worst case scenario. So that is what is currently going on. And it is moving slowly, roughly 30 kilometers an hour was what the information we got from Environment Canada earlier. I'm not seeing an update there. Just going to double check if they, and again, yeah, saying 30 kilometers an hour, so not moving very quickly, but obviously needs to be paid attention to. And we do have hail showing along Highway 17 north of this circulation. So those are the areas of concern right now. Let's take a look back up here to the north on that QLCS possibility there. There's definitely some winds around St. Walburg that are strong. Let's see what our surface, where we are in elevation. Bear with me for a second. So we're about 4,000 feet off the ground, and we've got some 16 across from 90 in terms of our wind speed. So around the St. Walburg area, definitely would be considering going to shelter at this point, just out of an abundance of caution. I'm just trying to see. It's out front of the storm a little bit, so the couplet may be back here tucked in. Actually, I may have my circle in the wrong spot. spot. So bear with me. It's probably in this area right here. And that's why we always double check everything to make sure that, we're reporting the right information. So again, kind of around the St. Walburg area, there is a stronger area of rotation. So it's out of an abundance of caution. I would be in shelter up in this area just in case, because there are some strong wind readings in here. It's essentially moving eastward with maybe a little bit of a southeast track on it, but that is an area of concern right now. And then moving up to Meadow Lake, we do have straight line winds, but nothing outrageous, and we have heavy precipitation with a lot of lightning on that. Let me switch back to our hailers back to the southwest, and let's take a look at that from Strathmore. So again, east to the northeast of Crossfield, very large hail core on the storm right here between 791 and 575 in that intersection area. We're probably calling Toonie-sized hail, maybe a little bit larger, moving southeast. And then between Carbon and Swalwell, we have two hail cores essentially. And they're a little more broken up, but this would be Toonie or smaller as far as hailstones are concerned on that. And let me just take a look. Any other storms concerning at this point? I don't believe so, but let me just scan the area. A few storms trying to pop down here, initiating northeast of Medicine Hat, but those are nothing to be concerned about right now. So let's just take a look at the rest of it here. And so, yeah, that's basically, we've done the full circle at this point as far as severe is concerned. This is our latest scan at 8:05. I'm just going to look at our velocities in here. So we are still saying in our area right here along 17 that you are in shelter. This is approaching the Saskatchewan border, and we're still seeing, we're far from the radar, so these velocity couplets are very high off the ground. Whether it's drilling to the surface or not, we can't confirm that. We have had comments on social media. Was it a photo of a funnel, Connor, or was it just a comment?
No, it was a video of it.
Okay, so we did have video of a funnel on this, and that's how this all started out. When this originally got tornado warned, we saw a funnel, then we had a brief tornado, then we had a large tornado, and now we've got a circulation off to the south of where those original tornadoes happened. So that's why we are being very cautious with this, and you can see that the line has thinned out to the north of this and is kind of breaking up, which is good news for anything north of here. Lloydminster just going through a lot of heavy rain, some winds in there, but you're on the backside of it, and it's probably mostly going to be over with on the next scan here very shortly. So we will continue to monitor that. And that couplet that is near St. Walburg, we're going to watch that just to see what's going on there, and we'll update everybody on this. So I'm going to switch. Here's our new velocity scan. Still rotation. This is again still high up. Let me delete that out. Let's take a look at our velocities here. Which radar? That's Cold Lake. I'm going to take a look from Radisson. Radisson, a little bit different further away, but we still are showing a couplet. Let me just see here. I was going to say right in this area right here over 17, just near the border. Basically, it's crossing into Saskatchewan. This is south of Chauvin on the Alberta side and crossing over into Saskatchewan. Let's see what's out here. It doesn't look like it's very populated. I'm just going to zoom in here. Right on the border is Freshwater Lake on the Saskatchewan side. So again, out of an abundance of caution with this kind of couplet, be in shelter. Basement is your best option, or a tornado shelter if you have that. If you don't, obviously interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And ideally in a bathroom, in a bathtub, gives you a little bit more protection with a small bed over top of yourself. So they are now updating both these tornado warnings. So let me wait till the beeping stops and we'll take a look at this. they're still saying Environment Canada is tracking a severe thunderstorm at 8:12 p.m. That is producing a tornado. That is the wording from Environment Canada, producing a tornado, not possibly, but producing. So it's definitely a situation that we need to be serious about. Crossing over 17, heading east to Saskatchewan, over some more remote areas. But if anybody's out there, we obviously want to get the word to them. Best thing you can do is share this stream, hit the like button so it does get into that YouTube algorithm. The more people that see this, the better, and we can warn them. There is also hail in this as well. We're probably seeing toonie-sized hail or smaller falling along that Highway 17 corridor in the Alberta-Saskatchewan border, and again, moving east-southeast at this point. So I'm just going to move my way up here, looking to the north, just trying to see what's happening. Lloydminster's almost out of the rain, and I'm going to switch to Cold Lake because it's a little bit closer. Little bit of velocities here along 303 east of Lloydminster that we're going to pay attention to. Not seeing right now, not super concerned about it, but there are some reds and greens together. So we do need to pay attention to that as we move along. The winds around St. Walburg, some areas continue to be fairly strong as this is moving along east. Sorry, it's moving eastward, but along 26 right now, we do have some stronger straight line winds in this area. 100 kilometers an hour or just shy of there, according to this scan. That's at 4,000 feet, so I would expect 70 to 85 kilometers an hour on the surface with this area to the northeast of St. Walburg around 26 and 795. Straight, yeah.
Large tornado on the ground confirmed on video southwest of Neilburg. That's kind of right on the Alberta-Saskatchewan border. It is that couplet.
Where's Neilburg? How far out is that? Way up there. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. As long as my couplet's in the right area, that's all I want to see is that we're in the right spot. I'm going to switch back over to Radisson where we have our couplet again. We are seeing, getting confirmation of tornado on the ground. Thank you, Connor. So again, you need to be in shelter. This is a dangerous situation. Just going to see what's going on here. I'm just going to look at it for myself so I can understand what's going on. Let me see here. And then we can keep you up to date. So we've had several tornadoes along with this storm at this point. And yes, we're getting along the line, along 17 here. This has moved off because that was 8:11 6 minutes ago. This will be right over the Alberta-Saskatchewan border by the time the next scan comes out. Definitely getting video footage of that coming through. And again, if people are wondering why we don't share it, we don't share anything we don't have permission to share from our from the people in the field because they work very hard at it. So stealing footage, we've been on the other end of that as chasers, and obviously that's not cool. So we don't do that ourselves because it's just not ethical. So anyways, we do have visual confirmation on video, which is great. And again, we are warning anybody east southeast of this. Basically on the Saskatchewan side, we're talking Freshwater Lake. This is east of 17, southeast of Chauvin, Alberta, and moving over into Saskatchewan. It is moving at maybe 30 kilometers an hour. I'm going to see if they've updated anything. They have not put any other additional speeds, so it is not moving quickly, but this does look like a fairly remote area of Saskatchewan with lots of lakes. Obviously people still living out there, so we want to get the word out to them that they get into shelter. And there's our new scan, and that is a strong couplet showing here as well. So let me switch right over. It's very easy to spot where this couplet is right now. Strong winds elevated. We're 80 kilometers an hour across from 15 kilometers an hour with that tornado on the ground currently. We are going to highlight this area and just put east southeast of here. You need to be in shelter. We do realize this is a remote area, but again, if you can get into a basement, if you don't don't have that option, interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This would be about the third tornado that we're confirming this afternoon. We went from nothing happening to just now repetitive tornadoes on the ground. So obviously a dynamic situation unfolding. We're only 8:19 p.m. right now. So wow. If you are anywhere east of this, what was that, Connor? Sorry,
this is a large tornado on the ground.
Okay,
very large cone on the ground.
So you need to be underground if possible, or get out of the area. We don't recommend that second option unless you know what you're doing or you visually can see this thing. It is moving east, southeast across the Saskatchewan border. I'm just going to take a look at this right now just so I can see. Wow, it is a large tornado, folks. This is not one to mess with. Again, we are going to highlight where we are at. This is along the Alberta-Saskatchewan border, south of Lloydminster. This would be northwest of Unity, which is far away, or directly north of Macklin, along 17 as it crosses over from Saskatchewan into Alberta. If you're coming from Macklin, this is a very large tornado over Freshwater Lake, moving east, southeast, so be in shelter. And again, ideally underground, because what I'm looking at is a very large tornado ongoing currently, so not good, unfortunately. So please heed this warning. We are not trying to scare people, but when there's that big a tornado on the ground, those are dangerous. So obviously serious situation unfolding here. It is heading, what road is this? It doesn't tell me. Like I said, not much I can identify it with. I'm going to see Suffern Lake and Horseshoe Lake are in that area to the northeast. Should be okay, because again, this is heading east, southeast. But what can happen with tornadoes, and I want to show, is you can have where the tornado starts dying out and it curls back to the north and dies out. So you have to be cautious. Yep, go.
Video from Braden in the chat, still on the ground. Large cone tornado southwest of Yonkers, Saskatchewan. So that is, again, that's the couplet that just crossed the Alberta-Saskatchewan border across Highway 17. Again, this is a very large cone tornado on the ground still. It's been on the ground for at least a good 5 minutes, and latest reports still show it clearly on the ground.
We are going to share this with you. Again, this is the video just posted by Braden Morriso. Why isn't that playing? There we go. You can see the very large cone right here in the center of that, and there's going to be a circulation on the ground as it intensifies, or, and it also may be shrouded a little bit by rain, so you do need to take that. And here come the tornado warnings, because as soon as they start seeing these posts on social media, they want to get the word out, and obviously things have escalated here. So let's just take a look what they're warning. Environment Canada, 8:21 p.m., tracking a thunderstorm that is producing a tornado. Obviously, we've just shown the video of it. It is currently, have they put a, sorry, I'm just checking if they've put a, they haven't put anything in there. There'll be another beep here where they're going to update the location, I believe, if the Met puts that in there. But we are 8:17 p.m. on this scan. Tornado was here. This was 5 minutes ago, moving east, southeast at this point. And when they die out, they can curl north. So they are dangerous in that kind of aspect. Again, when they occlude, they can occlude northward. You need to be cautious of that. So even if you are just slightly to the north of this, there is potential that it could be a problem, but overall, east, southeast is what we're talking about at this point. As this storm continues, we do have hail in behind this. And again, it is on the Alberta-Saskatchewan border, just southeast of Chauvin, Alberta, along that 17 where it crosses the border essentially from either side. It is just northeast of there, as you can see here. So Dilbury Lake Provincial Park on the Alberta side. This is northeast of you. Hopefully this is is a fairly remote area and there's not many people out here, but large tornado on the ground confirmed through multiple sources, and it's basically being on the ground. We've had multiple tornadoes this afternoon from this line handing off to the south as we've seen it. So it's definitely one of the areas you need to pay attention to right now. North of Calgary or northeast of Calgary, we do have some storms that are hailers, but we are paying attention to this area because this is a life-threatening situation for those out in front of it. Yes, hail is damaging, but that is secondary, obviously, to this situation here. So let's take a look. Definitely wondering whether this is broken up now, but we don't have any confirmation of that. But our last velocity scan, I'm just going to take a look here. It definitely looks like there's less rotation on this at this point. Anything on social media, Connor, that you can see? Or
Yes, Brennan Forsyth says tornado dissipating south of Neilburg, but I'm trying to figure out if he was on this current tornado that we just had. I'm not quite sure where he is.
Based on the velocity scan, we can see, I'll back this up by one frame, and you can see those bright colors coming back here. And now we have far less red involved here. There is possibly still a circulation ongoing, but it is weakening at this point, and let's hope that that means it's going to completely dissipate at this point, heading east, southeast again. That's what we are showing here on our mapping, and it is north of Macklin and kind of northwest of Unity, but those are far away, just so I can give you guys an idea. Outside of Macklin, this is about 28 kilometers from there, almost due north, and then back to the south east is Unity, which is 54 kilometers from where that circulation is. Just to give you folks an idea, it is moving at 30 kilometers an hour, so not moving very quickly at this point. It would be northwest of Senlac in Saskatchewan. So this is northwest, mostly with an eastern trajectory, but it sounds like that it has weakened and possibly dying at this point. But we've had confirmations of tornado footage from our chasers out in the field, and also multiple other sources. If you want to see, you can go back in the live a few minutes, but we've been on this for, oh God, probably an hour now that we've had funnels and tornadoes out of this line of storms. Let me do a refresh here and get right back to things with you folks. I just want to see when that initial post was. That was over an hour ago is when this started with a funnel, then a small tornado, then it recycled, then we got a large tornado, and now we've had that die off, and then south of there was another large tornado. So very dynamic system unfolding right now, and this is heading eastward again at 30 kilometers an hour, so not very fast, and this circulation definitely looks weak on this scan compared to the previous one. So the threat level looks to be going down at this point, but obviously with a confirmed strong tornado earlier, we just want to make sure there's a couple of scans before this goes anywhere at this point. So right now, that is our biggest concern. Our tornado warned storm southern tip here, southeast of Chauvin, Alberta, north of Macklin, and northwest of Unity. That's the best way I can highlight that for you folks. So just trying to keep everybody up to par here. We've got another 3-4 minutes before we get our next velocity scans. I'm just going to take a look up here to the north. Turtleford, lots of rain coming in there. Some winds, but nothing too crazy in that area right now. A little bit of hail as well by St. Walburg. That's going to be grapes to pea-sized hail. Some more rain and wind through Meadow Lake, but that is a little less in terms of wind velocity. There's going to be 50 to 60 kilometers an hour on the surface at most. East or northeast of Walburg, Let me just take a look here. 90 kilometers an hour, about kilometer and change off the surface, so about 70 to 80 on the surface for straight line winds, with lots of rain and possibly smaller hail embedded in the line. That's what we're dealing with back there. We'll get back to our tornado warn storm in time for the next update. Just gonna let you folks know, gonna butcher this, but Irikana to the north of there, there are some hail in there. It is probably pea-sized to grapes at most. So that is one area. And then south of Carbon, there is definitely significant hail in this. This would be toonie-sized, maybe slightly larger. And again, moving southeast. The rest of the storms are not indicating hail on them at this time. I'm just going to look from other radars here to see if there's anything going on. I'm zooming around, obviously looking for areas of danger, but right now our most intense storm system is obviously the line that just crossed into Saskatchewan and has had a tornado on it. We're going to see it, the velocity scan here. We're waiting another minute or two. I'm hoping this is a weaker scan than before. I'll walk people through it. You can see to the left of this circle where you start to see those blues and reds together. That is a couplet or velocity scan that has showing, potential for tornado. You can see more reds and greens together. On this scan, very obvious where the reds and greens are meeting. And then on this one here, much less intensity. So the darker colors are less speed, wind speed. Brighter colors means much more wind speed. So if you're not familiar with that, green particles or green pixels on here are moving towards radar, red away from radar. So we know which direction they're going in. And then if we get really bright colors, that obviously is just telling us that the wind speed is elevated and pay attention to it. So, but you also have to know how far you are from radar, how high up into the storm you're reading. There's all sorts of components with that. So anyways, we've been showing from Braden more so tornadoes. We've got, I think that's his third at this point of the afternoon, south of Lloydminster at this point. So we'll see if this is continuing. So here is our newest scan. Let me just take a look at velocities here. Why have I got a blue pixel up there? That's kind of got me wondering. Let me see here. I'm wondering if something's trying to form up here to the north. That definitely looks interesting up here. Do you see that blue pixel?
Yes, I'm just looking at it from the other radar too. That's definitely somewhere to pay attention to. You can see it on. It's not as prominent on the Cold Lake radar, but there's definitely a couplet in there.
Yeah, sure. So we are between a couple of radars, so we're reading higher up in the storm. We don't have anything confirmed on this area, but you see that bright blue pixel next to red. That is definitely indicative of some rotation aloft, meaning high up. And then we still have down here, I'm still not convinced that this has completely died off. There is some rotation down here. I'm just going to see if that it's in the dead center of the storm. On that southern tip. So we are going to continue saying until we know for sure that this is completely gone. If you are anywhere east, southeast of the circulation, which we have highlighted here, you need to be in shelter. If you have a basement, get to the basement. If you don't have that, then an interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathtub makes a good location that you can get into with a little bit more protection, and a small mattress or something on top of you, worst case scenario. So we are calling for shelter on this circulation to the north. This is northwest of Senlac, but if I zoom back out, Macklin and Unity are the two areas. It is directly northeast of Macklin, northwest of Unity, and we're still quite a bit of distance from those areas, but that's a kind of a more satellite view of what is going on right now. And in that storm, lots of precipitation at this point. I'm going to just see what Cold Lake is showing me. Cold Lake is a little bit further right now. This is at 12,000 feet, so we're almost 4 kilometers up off the surface, so very elevated. But let's switch back over to Radisson and see how high up we are here from Radisson. So instead of being at 12,000 feet, we're at 9,000 feet. So we're a kilometer closer to the surface, ballparkish, and that's why we're seeing that velocity scan in there. It's still elevated, but considering this had a tornado and a confirmed tornado, obviously with the video, we do need to pay attention to it. If you are on the Alberta side, your threat is over. There is nothing on the Alberta side that you need to be concerned about. This is east of there and moving east-southeast. We are monitoring another area of circulation, but anybody on that Alberta side, you do not need to worry about it at this point. Only where you see this orange circle with the arrows, that is where we're saying you need to be in shelter. And if you are north of there, Manitou Lake, we are watching this velocity scan to see what's happening there, whether there's something trying to form along that line. Turtleford, let's take a look. We're far from radar. Little bit of hail up here to the west of Turtleford. That would be pea-sized to grape-sized hail at most. Let's just take a look. Some strong winds north of Turtleford or east of St. Walburg as this line moves through. Again, showing some more winds here, 96 kilometers an hour. Above the surface, on the surface, I would say we're 70 to 80 kilometers an hour. So getting windy in that area for sure. You can see these bright pink areas. So again, near 26, same thing. You're going to be in that 70 to 80 kilometer hour range. And then further north, there are some winds embedded in this, but less so. And we do have rain in that. Obviously, some isolated areas with heavy rain, even possibly with some small pea-sized hail in this line. I'm just going to show you where this is. Northwest corner of Saskatchewan. Our area of concern back to the very bottom of the line. That's where the tornadoes have been for the last hour and change, maybe almost hour and a half. And we've had multiple different tornadoes. So that's what we're paying attention to at this point. I'm waiting for a new scan to come out. Just going to switch back to Strathmore radar and see if there's anything updated with the hail out here. South of Carbon, we do have larger hail in there. The purples are because of the close proximity to radar. So I would say this is going to be, again, south of Carbon along Highway 9 and 836. You're probably talking loony-sized hail or smaller possibly. And then Erica around 806, or sorry, this would be around the 9 and the 806 interchange with 72. A pea-sized hail to grape-sized hail would be my take on that. And that is the only two storms that are currently hailing anywhere near Calgary, and they are moving eastward at this point. Let me take a look west of Edmonton. What else? Okay, so that's where we're at. We're going to wait for an update here from Radisson, which we may have here right now. So we're going to delete our drawings and take a look at our velocity scans. So velocities look much better on this. I'm not as concerned currently for this at this time in terms of being tornado potential has dropped quite a bit here. Still watching that circulation area to the north. Just taking a look here just to see what that's trying to do. It's a little messy and broad, so I'm not as concerned about the stuff kind of west and southwest of Manitou Lake. And our circulation to the south, I think we are pretty good on that area. There's not much for rotation there. So again, we've had an area here of possible tornado, but that looks to be over and done with at this point. So we are feeling pretty comfortable about this being lifted at this point. Are we seeing anything on social media anywhere, Connor?
No, not right now, but I'm actually sending you a video from one of our followers via email.
Okay.
Just sent it in the chat there. This is going to be the Chauvin tornado
Oh, wow.
looking southwest from Neilburg, Saskatchewan.
Okay, let me
And
bring this up and thank you for submitting this. This is from Alexandra, I believe.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, perfect, Alexandra. Thank you for sharing this with us. Wow. Okay, I'm going to go full screen on this. let me see here. I'll bring it up. Let's bring up our socials here so you can see the tornado in the back right corner. Now you can see it zoomed in. It's right here in the center. So again, from Alexandra sending that to us. So we really appreciate it. You can email that to us at canadianweatherlive@gmail.com. If you have photos, damages, that kind of stuff from hail, whatever the case may be, our email is always at the bottom of the screen. You can also scan the QR code at the top. That will share, that will get you to any of our social medias, multiple links wherever you want to find us on there. So yeah, definitely good in that regards if you need to get us information. So let me just switch back to our radar. Again, the threat for the tornado side of things is subsiding. Currently, we are just going to monitor the next few scans. So anybody on the Alberta side, nothing to worry about. This has moved off into Saskatchewan. The tornado warning back to the west, obviously still there. However, not relevant to what's currently going on. I'll show you guys how this has proceeded through the afternoon. We are on a further away radar in Saskatchewan, but you'll see that crossing over that southern tip. That is where we call Tail End Charlie. That's the nickname in the storm chasing world. And if you ever play Outbreak, the storm chasing simulator, almost always chase Tail End Charlie. You'll be more successful than not. But the southern storms tend to be the ones that can produce because they're unimpeded somewhat from the south as far as other storms and that kind of thing. So we are, what are we now? 8:40 p.m. Alberta and Saskatchewan time. And so we're going to see when our next scan here, we should have it in about 2-3 minutes right now. And then we'll continue to update. So obviously, stream started out very quiet, all on the lower end of, the severe side of things in terms of the parameters. And then suddenly we've, last hour and a half, we've been covering funnels and tornadoes basically on that Alberta-Saskatchewan border. So that's how quickly things can change. And that's why we're here, to be able to get that information out to folks and let them know what's coming at them, where they have to worry about it, and if they have to worry about it. So those are all the things that we try and do with the live stream here. And basically, at this point, we're just going to watch for the next scan that should be here in about 2 minutes. So I appreciate obviously a lot of questions and comments in the chat. I cannot answer them when we're in this type of situation. Obviously, we're trying to get that info out. Connor does try and keep up with the comments and questions if he can, but we are monitoring social media and trying to get things done as quickly and efficiently as possible, just to be able to get that information. And again, we've had multiple videos of these tornadoes as they've been ongoing for the last hour and a half. So thank you for anybody that has submitted them and that is posting them. That's the information that helps confirm what is going on underneath these storms and making our jobs easier to get the information out. Currently, we are talking, just to reiterate, our storm here, we're not as concerned about the storm right now producing a tornado. It definitely was looking like it's weakening, and we've had some comments that it may have dissipated. We're going to wait for another scan here, and we'll see where things are at, but definitely temperature or threat level dropping at this point. Let's just take a look here. Still a circulation in there, so I don't know that this is done and over with. We probably do not have a tornado on the ground, but there is definitely still a circulation here, possibly ongoing. So we're still going to say, if you are east, southeast of this, stay in shelter for now. This will pass over at, in not short order, but in a bit of time. And until we're sure there's nothing there, we're going to say stay in shelter at this point, up until we know better at what's going on here. So again, this is northwest of Unity. I'm going to give you guys some distances right in the center of the screen here. I'm going to bring this up, Macklin back to the southwest. Don't know what happened there. Bear with me. This is now 31 kilometers to the northeast from Macklin, and then from Unity here on 21, the circulation's about 41 kilometers to the southeast is Macklin. So not a heavily populated area, as I said. This is directly north of a little community called Senlac, it looks like, and that is moving east southeast. So I got another comment here. Okay, just getting, this will be interesting if I can mute this fast enough. Okay, so give me a sec here. So let me pull this video up. Bear with me for a second. I'm going to go full screen on this. And again, this is from Alexandra, south of Neilburg, near Manitou Lake. So we're going to just take a look at this video. Let me share it up with you folks. So we've got that. So this is the storm currently moving through the area, and obviously quite a bit going on here. Pretty active, and we've got this storm moving through. I don't see anything on the ground at this point in the video, but this is the same person that sent us the tornado footage from earlier. So again, thank you for sharing that. And I need to sneeze. Give me 1 second here.
Bless you.
Muted my mic. Sorry, I muted my mic so I didn't blow anybody's earphones out of their, ears. I know how that is. So anyways, we're waiting for another scan here. We're about 4 minutes in. Nothing confirmed on the ground right now. Haven't seen anything posted on social media recently. And
there hasn't been a post under SK Storm in over 23 minutes.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, we're fairly confident that there's nothing happening under this storm, and it's only out of an abundance of caution that we're telling you to take shelter. So the threat level definitely dropped on this. We've been saying that for a little bit, but again, with a history of producing multiple tornadoes off this line, you have to be careful with this. If there was no previous tornadoes, it's a bit different story. But with the history of this producing, we're going to exercise caution as this moves through the area. So hopefully the next scan looks better, and we'll be able to say at this point, the threat level is pretty much near zero. So
there's a couple of big hailers southwest of Drumheller right now too.
Okay, I'll switch over to that. We'll zoom back to that in a minute. So let's get back here. So the one that's close to radar, I think that's a little misleading just because it's cutting through the storm, because the storm's right over top of it. So there is some hail in this. It looks worse than it actually is. This is just straight north of Strathmore, but what's near here? Southeast of Irricana is where this storm is located. Again, I think this is a little misleading on the hail side. I would think that there may be small hail in this, maybe grapes, as it continues through. However, there is strong hail indicated on the storm south and over what looks like Highway 9. And this is northeast of Springvale, Alberta. There's even some purple in there. When we start getting into purple, that's possibly golf balls, maybe even a little bit larger. So you do need to pay attention to this storm. Obviously, with that darker purple signature, it is close to radar, so that may or may not be there, just way that works when it gets close to it. But this is dropping southeast across 9, and it'll be crossing 840, probably going right for Rosebud if this hail core sustains. So that's the only thing happening on the Alberta side in terms of severe weather. The rest of it is basically somewhat inconsequential. They're just storms, obviously rain associated with them and maybe a little wind, but I'm just looking around here. Obviously that is the only game in town right now, near the Calgary area, to the north and northwest and northeast at this point. So, but again, our bigger concern is the line on Saskatchewan side. watching for that rotation. So waiting a minute here, we should have a new scan, and we are still calling for you to be in shelter north of Senlac on the Saskatchewan side, and we'll see what the next velocity scan shows. And we'll see whether that this just updated. So the rotation has weakened here. Again, we are reading in this storm about 8,000 feet off the ground, so just about 2.5 kilometers up. And these winds are not very strong at this point, so they're updating both sides for some reason. They've expired the tornado warning on the Alberta side. They are still continuing to carry the tornado warning on the Saskatchewan side. They still have the word that it is producing a tornado. Can you check the Environment Canada site for me, Connor, just to see if they've changed the wording? But I want to double check that we're not missing anything. But I definitely, based on the velocity scan that I'm seeing right now, don't think it is producing. I think that's just wording that has not been updated because we did have a tornado, and that has died off a little bit. But let's take a look here. What is that you're sending me, Connor?
It's Braden near Manitou Lake, just a video of the storm.
Okay. Nothing underneath it. This is 2 minutes ago. So, okay, this confirms what we're thinking. So it's still a strong storm. I'm going to share this from Braden, but we have nothing underneath it right now rotating in the sense that there's any kind of tornado on the surface. There is, if you look right here, there is a bit of a lowering in here. So I'm sure he's monitoring that area, and as will we if we get more footage here. But right now, no tornado on this at this time. I don't see any other area that's concerning as far as rotation in that area. What is going on back up here? Let's take a look from Cold Lake. I'm just looking at a couple of things. There's southwest of Maidstone. I'm trying to figure out if there's anything there. It's right on the edge of the tornado warning. That's the other problem. Do you see
like
that? Yeah. Lashburn and
definitely
Maidstone.
Inside the storm.
Let's just see if I can switch to Cold Lake is showing it as well, I believe. So Cold Lake has it. It's not strong rotation right now, but this could be an area of circulation that is trying to develop. Let's just take a look here. Oof. Yeah, I'd be a little bit wondering what's going on here. So we do have a bit of a circulation trying to get itself established here. This is at 8,000 feet, so almost 3 kilometers up, 2.5 kilometers up, but there are some stronger winds in there. It is showing on both radars, and it could be something that's trying to organize itself. Do we have anything on social media, Connor, from Maidstone or Lashburn
Nope.
that's ongoing right now?
Negative.
Okay. You're playing ghost mode right now? I can't see you.
Oh, forgot.
Anyways, so this is a circulation we're going to pay attention to. My concern is the wording from Environment Canada saying producing a tornado. To the south, we are definitely not concerned about the rotation near Senlac. That rotation is done with. We've seen a video with somebody underneath the storm, and so nothing rotating underneath it. Again, down to the south near Highway 14, just north of there, we are not concerned about a tornado there at this point. We are, however, monitoring an area up here to the north that does show some rotation aloft. This is 8,000 feet from both radars, so there's definitely something happening there, but it doesn't look like it's on the surface or getting to the surface, but we need to pay attention to it. This is southeast of Lashburn, southwest of Maidstone at this point. So again, very dynamic line that is had a history of producing some tornadoes, so we are going to watch it. There is heavy rain embedded in this, even maybe small hail, some wind velocities to the east and northeast of Turtleford, even over there right now, 70 to 80 kilometers an hour on the surface. And this is moving northeast. The winds are northeast of Thunderchild and then kind of north from there. Meadow Lake getting a little bit windy right now. We're going to say at the surface probably 60 to 70 kilometers an hour, and lots of rain embedded in that line as this moves through Meadow Lake. I've got the audio from Braden's post. Sorry, guys, I just was hearing that in my ear. I should have been paying attention to that a little bit. So give me a sec here. Okay. Yeah, so at this point, we're dealing with a lot of heavy rain, narrow band. Obviously, those darker colors are your heavier precipitation. So when you see dark red, that is just a straight up downpour. We are monitoring a couple areas that, obviously history of tornadoes, but Lashburn to Maidstone, there's a new area of circulation we are watching in this little orange circle just to see if something is trying to develop there. We've been on top of all the circulations today, staying ahead of things and calling them out as they're happening. I'm going to switch back to Alberta, back towards Calgary area. Storm right over top of the radar. And then where is this? Southwest of Drumheller. We do have a hail core here near the Hillview Hutterite colony. And that is bright pink in there, so I'm going to say toonie sized or smaller at this point. We'll monitor that to see if it intensifies, and it just updated and died out. So the hail core dropped off the storm that I was literally just talking about. There's 1 pixel of pink, so this is going to be pea-sized or smaller at this point. No other storms are a concern. For hail, we do have heavy rain right over the Strathmore radar. Obviously associated with some lightning as well. And then I'm just going to move back to the tornado warned storms, and I'm going to see from Radisson just going on what's going on here. No velocity scan on this has me concerned right now. Going to look back to the north. There's a bit of rotation up here, but again, I'm just going to see what we've got. We've got 100 from... What's going on here? This area may be concerning at this point. Let me just see here. I'm looking from 2 radars. Cold Lake doesn't show it as aggressively. 28 across from 43 in the same area at 8,000 feet. There is 2 pixels of 100, which I've got to figure out what's going on here. Bear with me, folks, for a minute. Gonna switch over to... and it's in that same area. Bit of rotation here. We're still going to monitor this. It is higher up. It's again about almost 3 kilometers, 2.5 kilometers up. But we do have some rotation trying to get itself organized in this area west of Maidstone, Lashburn. We're going to monitor that. It does have our attention. It is showing on both radars a little differently, but which is normal, but we're going to monitor that. Again, it's 2.5 kilometers up, so fairly high off the surface at this point. They are updating severe thunderstorm watches on the Alberta side, and they're saying they're going to expire in 3 hours, which would be midnight. So they're still calling for this severe watch till midnight on the Alberta side of things at this point. Just going to see, and they've expired the one around Edmonton. So the one around Edmonton to the east and southeast and south of there is expired. The remaining ones look to be active still. Let's just see here, and yeah, they've done that. So the only one that is expired is east and south of Edmonton, and they've expired that just now. And as we get more updates, we will show you guys what's going on. And I'm just looking around here just to see whether they've so they are it looks like they're starting to drop most of the thunderstorm watch on the Alberta side now. Along the Alberta-Saskatchewan border, they have dropped that severe thunderstorm watch kind of east of Edmonton all the way down to east of Calgary. Let me do a refresh to see if these will disappear. They are still there, but they're going to expire in 1 hour. So the threat level on the Alberta side definitely drastically dropping at this point. And I think these storms are the only two that are left near Strathmore and kind of northeast of there, between Strathmore and Drumheller. A couple of stronger storms, but that is it basically at this point. And they are updating. I'm just going to pull this up here. They are severe warning a storm southwest of Leader, Saskatchewan. That is for some small hail. This is east of Burstall. Just getting severe warned. You can see that it is moving northeast on that southern southwest corner of Saskatchewan, moving up. So that is the only thing there. And then let's take a look at our line, which had that tornado warning. I'm just going to see the tornado warning on the Alberta side is expired. That is done with. They are now re-warning this line for rotation. 8:53 p.m. That's 6 minutes ago. Let me see here. Right now, nothing new from the last velocity scan. This is 8:53 p.m. 6 minutes ago. Definitely not as concerned about this velocity scan, but again, out of an abundance of caution, we will tell you to take a shelter if you are southeast of this. I'm going to click on the warning what Environment Canada just put out, just saying they're tracking a severe thunderstorm that is producing a tornado. Again, we have somebody out in front of it. We've seen that was not the case a little while ago. I'm just going to double check that I'm not that there's not something going on. But again, out of an abundance of caution, I think the wording just, they haven't realized that they're just...
There's nothing there. Sorry, I'm just cleaning up a spilled drink. My cat spilled my drink.
Cat's getting them in trouble. Anyways, so again, Connor saying that there's nothing here on social media. The radar scan doesn't indicate it. I think they've forgotten to put the word possibly back into the warnings. I could be wrong about that, but that's what I think is going on here. So out of an abundance of caution, we would recommend shelter here. We are not concerned about this rotation right now. It's definitely on the low end of the threat scale, and they've just updated that on this latest scan, and I even feel better about that statement because the velocities in here are not strong in any way, and I'm just switching around here just to take a look. So again, they have put out the warning, but we are not concerned about it at this point, just based on the velocity scans and what we're seeing on social media and other sources that we're talking with. So again, not concerned. This is an area that they have warned. Obviously, they updated it here just a short while ago, but the concerning is that it says producing a tornado, but we have people on the ground in front of it. So right now we are not concerned with it. Just so anybody that's jumping into the chat here with a new tornado warning, we will monitor this if this continues to increase. If you are anywhere behind this line and back to the west, you have nothing to worry about because this is all moving eastward. Poutine and beer, thank you very much. Really appreciate the donation. Helps us out a lot. Thank you. So back to the west of this line that I've drawn, north to south, nothing is of any concern in that area. That storm has moved across that area, and we'll show you what's going on here. You can see how this is, if I back up the radar, comes from Alberta into Saskatchewan. and we are not concerned about the rotation on this storm currently. This is just an abundance of caution from Environment Canada, putting that warning further out ahead of the storm because it could recycle and put down again. But based on the scans and the velocities that we're seeing, we are not concerned about it. So that's the breakdown of this situation currently. To the north, let's just take a look at all this. I'm going to switch radars here. Lots of winds in here, some stronger than others. So far, nothing much over 70 to 80 kilometers an hour in pockets. Heavy rain in this. There's some downpours. Doesn't look like there's any real hail in this. And let's just take a look. Northeast of Turtleford, that bright pink area where you're starting to see flesh tones, you're closing in on 100 kilometers an hour. This is 2 kilometers above the surface. So again, down below 70 to 85 kilometers an hour would be roughly the winds on this based on that. And then we have another area of bright winds here to the west of Highway 4. That is going to be 100 kilometer hour winds, a little bit over that. This is 5,000 feet off the ground, getting closer to the radar. So this would be probably 80 to 90 kilometers an hour on the surface. This is, let me just see how this is wrapping in here. So those are moving eastward, those winds. So coming to Highway 4 and then moving their way across from there. That is the strong winds that we're looking at. Meadow Lake, not too bad. Let's see what the rain looks like. You're almost out of all the rain. You're into mild to light rain at this point, and just some stronger winds, but not as strong as it is to the south. These winds are about 75 to 80 kilometers an hour. So you're probably talking 55 to 65 at the surface, roughly. So that is the biggest concern up that way. Obviously some lightning with it, a little bit of hail, but the southern tip is the question that we had. If you're just jumping in, and we are showing the circle with the arrows to the east. That is where Environment Canada, they did tornado warn this again out of an abundance of caution. We are not seeing rotation in there. That is concerning, and I'm going to switch to the closer radar just so we're clear. So no velocity scans on here are concerning right now. If you are to the left of that line into far west Saskatchewan and then into Alberta, no concern whatsoever for rotating storms or any storms at this point. They have dropped the warning in Alberta for the tornado side of things, and they have dropped the severe thunderstorm watch. So right now, the only thing we are going to be paying attention to is western Saskatchewan moving eastward. We'll see how these storms perform and continue to push eastward. We are 9 p.m. It gets dark in probably about an hour. So we'll continue to walk it through here and see if that starts to subside. Anybody who joined us on Sunday, we had a storm come through into Swift Current all the way from Calgary and continue southeast from there, and then eventually get between Regina and Weyburn. But I think it was like 600 kilometers of hail roughly based on that storm. But that was late at night, so sometimes they can sustain, and that's why you have to pay attention to them. So let's take a look here. About 1 minute from our next scan, so I'll delete these drawings and we'll watch what's going on here to see if this continues to pick up or if it subsides to there. So Prairie Farms just asking about where in Alberta are the most concerning areas for these storms. Right now, what we're looking at, nothing of concern other than those storms near Drumheller. Those were the stronger of the ones that had some hail on them. But the storm southwest of Drumheller has lost all the purple, and this storm is over the radar. This is misleading because of how it's reading through that storm. I doubt there's any hail here. If anything, north Strathmore, that would be pea-sized hail, maybe a little bit larger. The rest of them are just rainstorms, and I think these are all going to slowly peter out at this point, but we will monitor them and update you folks. So hopefully that helps answer that question. Let's take a look at our velocities on this storm. What's going on back here? That seems like It's a little bit odd, but let me just double check from the other radar. Let's see what Cold Lake, not showing anything there, so that might be a little bit of radar noise in there. We do have that problem on our radars, and what I mean by radar noise is all this Christmas confetti looking stuff. You've got it all over the place on Canadian radars. I can show you even Calgary area. This southwest of Calgary, it's a minefield of this Christmas confetti, and if you switch over, there's nothing really there on reflectivity. So anyways, just showing you guys what we have to deal with, trying to figure out what velocities are doing on Canadian radar. So still not concerned about this storm in the tornado warning northwest of Unity and Macklin. That is an old warning that had tornadoes on it before. We do have people out in front of it. I'm just going to double check that there's nothing else ongoing. I haven't seen anything, and I don't think Connor has seen anything because he would have let me know.
Yeah, we're good.
So I'm just going to look here at the winds kind of to the north. Not Radisson. I want Cold Lake. That's closer. So some winds embedded in this. And again, the ones that we are highlighting is where these bright pinks are. Cold Lake is still the closest radar, but west of Highway 4, north. Where are we? What's close to here? South of Meadow Lake, obviously west of 4. We've got some stronger winds here above the surface, almost 100 kilometers an hour at 5,500 feet. So you're about 2.5 kilometers up, or closer to 2 kilometers roughly. And so at the surface, you're going to be 70 to 85 kilometers an hour roughly. So some stronger straight line winds with this. And then obviously those dark reds are heavy, heavy precipitation. Lightning, and then as you get into the lighter oranges and then yellow, green, and blue, that's the light end of the precipitation scale. And then straight north from there, obviously you've got some moderate rain. What's our most northern radar up here? We are on Cold Lake. Oh, we have Fort McMurray on the Alberta side. I can take a look at it, and there it's just regular rain as well. So definitely basically south of Meadow Lake is where our stronger area of precipitation and winds are located on the Saskatchewan side. And again, we're going to be looking at this from multiple radars, but you can see that you have essentially a line forming, and that southern tip is the one that's been responsible for basically all the tornadoes has been on that southern tip of the line throughout this afternoon or evening, because this started at 5 p.m. onward. So throughout this evening, that's the area that's been producing the tornadoes, just tail end Charlie as they call it. So that's where we're at this point, and we're just waiting to see if anything else pops up here. We will continue to walk this storm eastward. I just need to plug my laptop in before it dies. Bear with me for a second. There we go.
It's pretty quiet on social media.
That's always a good sign when we're talking about bad storms. Quiet on social media is always a good sign as far as storms are concerned. And again, if you've been here with us from the beginning or anything like that, we've had, it was quiet. It was quiet. They're extending the tornado warning further south. Let me just update on this to see what this is 9:05. We haven't had a new scan, but out of an abundance of caution, because this storm stretches south of 14, the little pixels here, that is just your reflectivity, but they are extending the tornado warning to the south here near east of Denzel, and then down almost to 31 at Looseland, or I hope that's Looseland. Again, we are not concerned about that area to the south. We have somebody in front of this storm as well, and the velocity scans on this update do not look concerning for us. We are not concerned about that. Obviously, just in regards to this, we had a previous tornado on this storm, so Anyways, so we'll continue to watch this, but right now the extension to the south is not concerning at all in terms of any possible tornado action as we see on these scans, and because we have people out in front of it. So still not concerned about that area at this point. So did I say the Q word? I'm in trouble now. If I said the Q word, I should be flogged, taken out back, and whipped. That's one of the things you don't do, but apparently I've oopsied. So, anyways, to the west of Unity again on here, no velocity scan that's concerning at this point. Let's just take a look from Cold Lake. This is much further away. Neither radar indicating any velocity scans. There is a little bit of hail in here. It is farther from the radar, so I'm going to say pea-sized, maybe a little bit larger from there. But our threat concern here is definitely on the very low end of things. And we have people out in front of it, and we'll continue to monitor this. But right now, that's basically all that's going on. Heavy rain throughout this line as it moves eastward. What are they updating? Bear with me for a second. Oh, by Calgary. Let me take a look at that in a minute. We do have some hail here forming on the leading edge of the line southeast of Turtleford to the west of 4. You can see this pocket of hail happening in here. This is going to be loony sized or smaller, more than likely. To the north of Highway 3, we're going to say that this is going to be grapes to loony size, roughly in that neighborhood, with probably pea-sized hail just to the north of that, with those few pixels of pink. Then zooming all the way out here, winds are definitely picking up in this. I'm going to look at along 4 south of Meadow Lake. There's some strong winds in there, folks, still maintaining close to 100 kilometers an hour or just over, and that's about 2.5 kilometers up. So at the surface, 70 to 80 kilometers an hour right now is what we're going to call for, moving essentially almost due east at this point. So let me just flip it over here, and then taking it from there. So again, south of Meadow Lake is where our more intense weather is. You've got all the lightning. You have some wind packed in here, some smaller hail, one pocket of larger hail to the southeast of Turtleford. And let's just look at our closer radar at this point, just double checking that it's Radisson. And it always makes a difference which radar you're looking from, because some look higher up in the storm, some are looking lower in the storm. So, and it looks like we have to, when we get towards dark and the line starts to form and the storms kind of congeal into one solid line, it's the winds behind it that are the concern. And we've had some straight line wind events over the last couple of weeks, and that's the part that we're going to monitor here. So let me come back to the Calgary area. I think they just severe warned or either killed off a severe warning. No, they put out a severe warning for this storm going through Calgary. Why?
There's, believe it or not, I know you would never guess this on radar, but there is definitely some toonie-sized hail falling out of that based on Twitter.
Through Calgary?
Yeah.
Okay, that's why they're severe warning it right here with that pink. That's moving southeast, east of 2, north of Highway 1, and it has now moved. It's lost a little bit of its intensity, but going through the southeast side of Calgary, we're seeing some toonie-sized hail in there. So kind of curious about that. And then northeast of Strathmore, again, we see some purple in there, but it is very close to the radar. In this area, I would say you've got grapes to loony maximum in that regards would be my take on the radar, but nothing large at this point compared to previous week or whatever we're saying. Nothing around the Edmonton area. So again, mostly going to be dealing with the Saskatchewan side of things. There is some hail here south of Leader at the intersection of 21 and 321, and this is Liebenthal. There would be some hail in that. We're probably talking about, let me just take a look at this. You're probably some pockets of maybe grapes to loony sized hail in there. Some of it's going to be smaller, obviously, depending where that storm goes over you. So that is an area there. One little storm here down by Cypress Hills Provincial Park. That does have some hail between 6:15 and 21. That's probably going to get severe warned to the west of Shaunavon here shortly, so we'll keep an eye on that. And then we're going to go back up to our tornado warned storm. What time is that? 6 minutes ago. We're going to see what our next velocity scans show here. And I'm just taking a look here. Yeah, okay. They're calling for cut knife in that warning. It's not even in the box. I'm just reading the wording.
Yeah.
They're showing cut knife. What? How are they calling for cut knife if the warning doesn't go up that way? Sweetgrass isn't in there either. I'm a little confused about that one.
Yeah, they really need to get their act together with the wording there. It's not helping anybody, including themselves, really.
Yes. Yeah. So we've just gotten a new scan here, I believe. Give me a sec. Yeah, 917. I'm going to look from the Radisson radar. Going to look at our velocities. Again, right now on the southern end near Unity, there's no velocity scan on there that is concerning. I'm looking from both radars. Again, we do have people in front of it as well, and we're not seeing anything on social media either. 7 minutes ago, this is, okay, so I'm going to show you the storm. Actually, this is from 7 minutes ago. This is northwest of Unity. I can show you that nothing is happening on this storm. So let me pull this up. This is once again from Braden Morrisseau. So what is under that storm? This is what you're seeing. There's nothing dangerous in this view on this video, and of no concern at this point. Again, this is just a bottom end of the storm that is weakening at this point. If it does ramp up again, we will update you, but right now we are not concerned about anything tornadic near Unity to the northwest or in that area. Just going to look up here from Radisson and take a look at what's going on in this line. There are some winds in there that definitely have some attention there. Let's just take a look here.
Sorry, there's a little something going on south of Maidstone again there. You can see it on both radars.
Yeah, I'm that when you say south of Maidstone, where 40 and 21?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm watching. I'm literally playing that back right now. I'm wondering if that's what Environment Canada was talking about and just have not put the box out. That's what's got me wondering about the wording in the other tornado warning. So bear with us for a second here. I'm going to look from both radars, but we're going to monitor this area here. Folks, if you are anywhere east of this, southeast of it, we are monitoring it. It is not currently tornado warned. We're still not saying to grab shelter at this point, but that is an area that has our attention. So we are going to pay attention to it as well. And I'm going to switch up here. Some strong winds building in. Is Radisson the closest one to this area here by Maidstone? Some 100-kilometer-hour winds starting to form in behind this line, or embedded in the line, I should say, and behind that leading edge. So those are some strong winds. I'm going to switch over to Cold Lake radar. It's also showing some stronger winds in there as well, to a little further up. These are 8,000 feet up versus Radisson Radisson, let me just double check. This is 6,000 feet. So there's a bunch of winds embedded in the last 2 kilometers down to the surface. So getting very windy as this moves eastward at this point. You can see those bright blues starting to show up there. And that northern portion of the line is starting to push out. And I'm going to show you what I mean by that. So it's kind of trying to push out in this general direction. And when it does that, those winds in behind are what are pushing it. So we're going to watch that and go from there. We have some hail tucked in here on Highway 4. Going to just zoom in on that. That is from Radisson radar. That is Glassland, south of Glassland. In there, there's going to be probably grapes to loony sized hail, maybe a slightly larger than that. So heavy precipitation coming with it, but you can see how that is starting to bow out on that portion of the storm, kind of east and southeast of Turtleford. So we need to monitor that because those winds are picking up behind it. And when you start getting those 100-kilometer-hour winds, they start doing damage at the surface, even at 80 or 90 kilometers an hour. So, yeah, definitely double checking. Does Environment Canada have anything different on their website for the Saskatchewan tornado warning, or is it the same look as what we have here?
It is the same look and the same wording.
Okay, thank you. Again, what's throwing me for a loop is this cut knife sweetgrass mention, and then we're seeing these velocity scans kind of trying to do something to the north. So anyways, at this point, that's where we're at. If you are back to the west of this line, you have nothing to worry about as far as the tornado warnings are concerned. That is over and done with. It has passed you and it's marching eastward. So that's basically where we're going. Again, thank you everybody who's been tuned in. We appreciate the support. Anybody who's been, subscribed today, thank you very much for that. It helps our channel. We are, we're continuing to try and grow things and improve on things. So always good when you guys subscribe, and make sure you do turn on your notifications so you do know when we go live for any events. And it looks like tomorrow we will be covering somewhat the same area through the prairies based on models. Have you been looking at models, Connor, at all, or?
I sure have.
Okay.
Tomorrow looks good. Tomorrow looks good here, better than it did on 18Z runs. So it looks like a chase day here too, for sure.
When you say here, you've got to be a little more clear.
Oh, sorry, Eastern Ontario. Sorry.
We just cover a lot of area. So yeah, Eastern Ontario tomorrow looks like severe weather is going to happen here. Did you look at the setup for out west for tomorrow, or at all?
I did not. I sure can do that.
Okay, cool.
That's definitely a little something going on there south of Maidstone. I think that might get tornado warned soon.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on that and go from there. Lee the Bird just saying, dude, it was insane out there when the storm passed us. The alert went late and the streets were flooded. Cars were floating and the tornado wasn't even near us. Paradise Hill tornado from earlier. So that's crazy. That was on the Alberta side of things. And I saw those rain curtains coming through there. So definitely not fun. So getting a question from Leah asking if there's a confirmed number of tornadoes. We have 3 roughly that we've seen on stream that we can confirm. Is that, I don't think it's 3, Connor, right?
Yes, it's 3 for sure.
Yeah, currently all we can say is 3. That doesn't mean there's not going to be more that turn up, but right now the 3 that we can confirm are what we've seen on the stream so far. So let me just take a look here. We'll update you guys on our radar. 9:23 p.m. Let's take a look at our velocities. So yeah, definitely an area of rotation here to the north. This is where we're looking at right now. I'm just going to look at the other radar. Bear with me. There's definitely some rotation here, folks. We're getting to the point where we may have to tell you guys to get in shelter if you're kind of east southeast of 40 and 21. This would be northwest of Cut Knife, due east of what's over here. That's way too far. But right now, northwest of Cut Knife, there are some scans in here that are starting to show some rotation that could intensify here from both our radars. So that's why there's a bit of an offset, because they're looking at different areas in the storm based on their distance. But we're definitely seeing some areas close to each other that are indicating some rotation in there. We also have strong straight line winds near Maidstone, north of 16, tucked in between 16 and 26. These are strong winds, 110 kilometers an hour. So at the surface, we're going to be closing in on 90 kilometers an hour, maybe even a little bit more, 111. So this is starting to turn into a straight line wind event to the north, which is also concerning. So lots of rain embedded in this, with some hail and straight line winds, as you can see here. Only 4,000 feet off the ground, 3,700 feet off the ground, and you've got 100 kilometers an hour. So this is continuing to move southeast, essentially. Like, you can see how this has developed here. I'm just backing it up and showing you how that is bowing out to the southeast. Going to be coming into North Battleford. I've said that town name a little too much over the last week or so, but it is coming down that 16 and 26. It may stick north of there, but what's happening is, because of the way these winds are coming out of the storm, let me just highlight this, do a drawing. We've got kind of a bow happening right in here, but what happens is they'll push out in this general direction, but you got a pivoting effect happening where this side will turn down a little more, and so it may turn more south as it comes in. But we've got some strong winds coming into North Battleford, and they're updating the tornado warning here. What are they doing? They've shrunk the tornado warning way back. Let's just take a look here. They're just saying that it's producing. They continue to say that it's producing a tornado. Nothing down here is producing a tornado. They've not updated their wording, which is frustrating. But nothing on these velocity scans is concerning. And again, we've had people on here, showing what's underneath the storm, and it does not look like anything that would be producing a tornado. We've had no reports of it either. So we're confident in saying that. And again, unfortunately, we have to disagree, but that's where we're at this point. So not something to be concerned about on the south end of this. And we are watching the velocities that are ramping up in this kind of little notch feature between the line that is bowing out, essentially, and then the line basically orientated north to south, kind of northwest of Cut Knife. So we're just going to see if those winds pick up in there. That is an area that we are monitoring at this point. And then those straight line winds that are pushing this line southeast, those are obviously still going to be problematic as well. So it's definitely going to be an issue at this point. So again, we'll zoom out. We'll show you guys we are in the northwest corner of Saskatchewan. We have one severe warned storm on the far western end of near Leader, because it's got a little bit of hail in it. There's two pockets here of hail along 21. By Liebenthal, that would be basically, you're probably talking grapes to loony sized hail, and they just push that severe warning further east as these storms are moving slightly northeast. So our storms in the south are moving northeast. Storms midway up here are moving east. And then we have this line bowing out to the southeast on portions of it as those winds increase behind it and are just forcing it in that regard. So that's where we're at right now. And we're going to continue to monitor this. And you can see the intensity of the storm where you've got yellows, oranges, and weakening off. This is dying off on that southern end, where we had tornadoes. We had those dark reds, those purples. That's where we had tornadoes. And now you can see the red is disappearing. The orange is coming out of it, and it's now just yellow with a little bit of orange and green. So again, indicative of a storm that is dying. The same thing we saw from Braden Morriso on his video that he posted about 20 minutes ago, indicative of a storm that is weakening with nothing underneath it. So again, we don't like disagreeing on this, but there's nothing in here that would have us concerned for folks out in front of this. And let's continue. Is this our latest scan, actually? 929. Yeah, this is a new scan. So let me take a look at velocities in here. I'm going to delete my drawings, move this all over. We're still going to monitor this area just kind of southwest of Little Pine, just to see if that's trying to tighten up in that area. Right now, it's still okay, but we're going to monitor it. Our concern is these very strong winds starting to build behind the line between 16 and 26. We've got some 100+ kilometer-hour winds in here. I think 105 was kind of the strongest I saw, and this is all moving southeast between 16 and 26, heading down towards North Battleford. Some more on the leading edge here to the east, to the right side of the screen. So strong winds embedded in this line, and you can see how that has unfolded. So I'll walk everybody through it. You can see those winds getting brighter and brighter, and a much broader area of it as well. So we just have a ton of rain packed into this. Not something people want to hear, because these are very saturated areas over the last month or so. And you've got small embedded hail with downpours in this, lots of lightning and straight line winds. So this is coming down. It looks like those winds are going to stick kind of along that 16 corridor heading through North Battleford. It may stick mostly to the north, but we won't know yet till we watch that for a little bit and kind of go from there. So, and then obviously heavy rain stretching back up to the north along Highway 3 here. And then kind of carrying up to that way. But the winds where you see those bright blues, where the greens have gone really bright and they're now blue, that is where those strong winds are packed in behind the storm. So this is all south, east of Turtleford, heading down towards North Battleford. So we just need to watch that. We are about 5 minutes into our 8-minute cycle. So I'll show you guys what's going here. I'm going to go refresh my water.
This is definitely turning into a pretty significant windbag. It's got all the looks to it for sure. Again, heading southeast, North Battleford, definitely in the path of some significant wind at this point. And then I guess in the longer term, places like Hafford, Saskatchewan, Blaine Lake, and then maybe even eventually Saskatoon at some point on the very southern edge of it. And Prince Albert as well is going to get involved in this. But again, this looks like it's turning into a significant windy line of storms. Transitioning from supercellular into a linear wind event here. So we'll have to see how strong those winds can get, but they're also still very, very strong right now to the northwest of North Battleford.
Okay, I'm just going to update them on the Alberta side of things around Calgary. We're just going to play that cycle here. You can see how storms have been kind of marching in all different directions this afternoon, or evening, I should say. We are just about to get dark here. We've probably got another maybe half an hour till things kind of peter out in terms of light. And we'll see these storms. I suspect all of this is going to die off, and you're already starting to see it. The storm that went through Calgary Calgary is basically a non-severe storm, barely rainmaker. East of Strathmore, that has a little bit of hail here on 13 Mile Corner, I believe is the correct location for this. This would have pea-sized hail, maybe to grapes, and that is weakening. And then we have this cluster by Didsbury that they just severe warned. And you've had a few updrafts pop here. So there's probably very heavy precipitation in this, maybe some hail around Didsbury. So that is why it's severe warned. We will monitor that. And that is the only games left in town right now. I'm just looking to see what else we've got. I'm going to take a look down by the hat. This is a basic storm. That is it. Nothing to be concerned about there. And then we have a couple of storms coming in. Are these coming in from Montana? They are. So let me see here. Yeah, they popped on this side, but they are moving up into Saskatchewan. Essentially, these are going to get severe warned to the west of Shaunavon. Let me see that's the closest radar. So that does have some hail here on 21. That's going to be loony sized hail, maybe a little bit bigger, kind of west of East End, south of, where are we? Maple Creek. That's what I thought. I like Maple Creek. So again, we got a couple of storms that have not been severe warned yet. South of Leader, we have a little bit of hail. These are moving northeast. This is going to be smaller hail, grape size to maybe loony at maximum in those. And then we're just going to go back up to our tornado warned storms here. And the southern tip of this has completely died off. There is no tornado threat whatsoever. We've been saying that for a while now, and we're just going to watch what is going on up to the north here. Just take a look at our winds. This is 9:35 p.m. 3 minutes ago. Broad rotation that we were watching has broadened out, so we're not concerned about that tightening area, but we do have some big time straight line winds along 26 just to the north of 16, and we've got some. What is going on here? Oh, they've shrunk the box back. So they took this box back from the west and shrunk it back. They are expiring the tornado warning at this point. So tornado warning expires. So there is no longer a tornado warning around Unity and to the south. We've, like I said, for the last 20 minutes or so, we've been saying that is not an area of concern at this point. Going back to my straight line winds here along 16 to the north, west of Battleford, we've got some 103 kilometers, 105 I see in there. So there's some strong winds at the surface here. This would be probably 80 to 90 kilometers an hour on the surface, but it has rain in there. So moderate, heavy rain, lots of lightning. And this is just screaming straight south, southeast, depending where you're looking at this line. And on the leading edge of it, there's some winds east of 4 also with these bright colors in here that you're seeing. So basically, I'm just going to highlight this. This is going to be a nasty line by the looks of it. And this is very organized at this point and sustained. So basically, you're going to have winds coming down in this area with lots of precipitation, and that's going to continue to march across the countryside. And again, this looks to sustain after dark because it is a very strong organized line already. There are more of a line to the northeast of all this. The winds are not as strong, but let me just double check here. That is from a much further away radar. So let's just switch over to the closest one. There are some winds behind this, but these are nowhere near. They're only like 30 to 40, maybe 50 kilometers an hour. So half the wind speed compared to that bright blue area that we're seeing right in here. And that is heading down in these general directions again. North Battleford definitely in the line of fire with this down to Hayford, and we'll continue to monitor whether this will make it out to Blaine Lake as this progresses. But that is our concern at this point, is for severe weather. We're talking some very strong winds in there. So what else? Let me see here. That's a beauty. Hey, Connor, can
What's
you
up?
just make sure you retweet his tweets when we share them? Um,
Yep.
I'm forgetting to do it just because I'm talking too much, but let me just pull this up. We'll pull up the video here from Braden. This is a beautiful looking storm right at sunset. So let me share it up. This is again from Braden Morriso, and just showing the footage here. You can see that beautiful storm. Definitely not tornadic in any way, but backlit from the sunset there. This is the calm after the storm, as far as storms are concerned, and that is on the very southern end of this storm near Unity. So again, no concern down that area. Both tornado warnings have been dropped. Let me see if I can get some of this to come off my screen. They're still staying there, unfortunately, and our big concern right now is just all the rain packed into this storm with lightning and some pockets of smaller hail, but these winds 16 and 26, you in between that area down to North Battleford, it is going to get windier and windier as this gets closer, and if these continue to brighten up, we are getting closer to the radar, which is not good, because as we get closer to the radar, we are closer to the surface when we're reading our data. So if those winds do pick up, it's just going to be windier and windier down to the surface. So it does look like on that last scan, the winds did go down a tiny bit, which would be really good news. You can see this bright blue pocket, and then it breaks up a little bit here on that scan, but that doesn't mean it's over. Still got strong winds in here, and I'll read that to you. This is all along 26, and we've still got 105 kilometers, only 1 kilometer above the surface. So again, 80, 90 plus kilometers an hour on the surface itself. And we can see there are pockets in here. Let's take a look at our reflectivity. Maybe some good news here. I'm just watching to see whether once the sun is going down, because we are almost at dark here, that they may lose a little bit of their intensity, which would be really nice for people in front of this, because the last thing we want to report on is another bulldozer event, or Mother Nature's bulldozer, where this storm just marches across Saskatchewan and starts causing damage, because that's not what we want to report on. But that's why we're here, to let you guys know what's out in front of this. So
I'm just going
yeah.
to talk about tomorrow before I have to hit the hay here.
Okay. For where? Eastern Ontario or?
Both.
Okay, 10 for it.
So prairies tomorrow, looking at Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta. This is likely going to be a busy stream, because all three prairie provinces are probably going to get in on the action here, as well as Eastern Ontario, which is where we are based out of and where I chase. Manitoba looking like kind of like a multi-cell or cluster with embedded supercells possible, and a little bit of a tornado threat going on there in Manitoba tomorrow. And then Western Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta coming off the foothills again, looking at some also very discrete storms again today in Alberta and Saskatchewan. But the Alberta and Saskatchewan storms are probably going to be flying at like 80 or 90 kilometers an hour. So those are really, really fast movers. Looking at a significant hail threat again, and maybe a low end tornado threat in Alberta specifically, maybe a little bit of a lesser extent there in Western Saskatchewan. And again, as I said before, a bit of a tornado threat in Manitoba tomorrow as well, with that cluster with embedded supercells kind of going on there. And then Eastern Ontario tomorrow, a bit of a different setup. We don't usually get this type of setup in Eastern Ontario, but tomorrow is a warm front setup, kind of just chilling there, sitting there in Eastern Ontario. And if you're viewing from Eastern Ontario, you're going to know these locations I'm about to say, but kind of between Kingston, Perth, Smith Falls, Brockville, somewhere in there is where the warm front is forecasted to kind of sit around and kind of cook in the warmer temperatures, with the boundary sitting there and the backed winds kind of feeding into each direction from the north and the south into the warm front there. So if storms can kind of ride that warm front in eastern Ontario tomorrow, we're looking at a severe threat, and all hazards kind of a little bit of smaller hail probably. Not It's not a typical hailer. Excuse me, it's not a typical hailer threat in eastern Ontario, but stronger winds and maybe a low end tornado threat in eastern Ontario tomorrow. Funnel clouds, just regular little funnel clouds is possible as well. That's set up that kind of favors those at the same time. So Quebec also in on the action tomorrow. Warm front, same thing, same kind of setup south of Montreal there. So definitely going to be a busy day on the channel tomorrow. I'm definitely going to be chasing myself here in eastern Ontario or Quebec. I'm not quite sure where my target is at this point yet. But again, so this is going to be, as I said, Quebec possibly in on the action as well. So that might make 5 provinces that are getting mentioned on the channel tomorrow. So that's going to be a busy one for us. And you can wish us luck in the chat now or tomorrow, because we're definitely be live tomorrow, obviously. So busy day shaping up, chase day for me. And I'm going to bed. I'm hitting the hay. I'm working in the morning, and then I'm chasing. So you can see me tomorrow in my chase vehicle, and you can help Tom out and in the chat tomorrow because I'll be driving. But thank you guys for hanging out with me, and Tom's got you covered for the rest of the night.
Cool. We'll talk tomorrow, man. Have a good one. Okay, so we'll switch back over here and start talking about what's going to happen here with the progress for this line. So I'm just going to take a look if they've severe warned anything back to the south. I'm just I gotta send a message here. Bear with me for 1 second. Let me just sorry, bear with me. Okay, so right now, let's just recap what's going on here. Down to the south, we only have 2 warned, severe warned storms. These are southeast of Leader with a little bit of hail in them. They may have grapes to loony-sized hail in a couple of areas. That's basically it. There is quite a bit of hail down here, according to the radar near Cypress Hills Interprovincial Park, 21 and 13. Some bright pinks in this. So that's going to be a southwest of Shaunavon, and you're looking at probably loony to toony sized hail out of that, maybe even a little bit larger. Then we've got our line of storms here by Cut Knife, and that again, we're worried about the south trajectory on this bottom portion of the line that is picking up. The winds are increasing in that. They have been consistently, and we're starting to see bright spots all over the place. I'm sure it's starting to get windy in the North Battleford area, but we've got 100-kilometer-hour winds, only 3,000 feet off the surface, so you're 80 to 90 on air. So thank you. Daza is still alive. Appreciate the donation. Thank you very much. I've seen you've been in the stream basically the whole day so far. We're just over 4 hours at this point. So right now, this is what's unfolding. We have obviously the bright blue area, so southeast of Turtleford, and along southwest of Spiritwood. This is where we have those strong winds embedded there, those bright blues, which are basically roughly 100-kilometer-hour winds. I did see a comment in here about a Dericho that going into North Battleford. Like, hopefully that's not the case. Dericos, for them to be classified as a Dericho, the line of storms has to march 400 kilometers and maintain 100-kilometer-hour winds or more. So Dericos are very rare, just so we're all clear. This is a straight-lined wind event, and it's going to be just impactful. It doesn't matter how far it's traveled. 100K winds are going to do some damage. We just got a photo. We can't share it with you folks, but we did get a photo from somebody in Chauvin showing significant wind damage in that area as these storms came through. This is multiple hours ago, but obviously if you're in line with these storms, they are going to cause damage, especially with those straight line winds, that heavy precipitation. and lightning. And I saw a post today, somebody shared it with me in one of the chats in one of the areas, and I can't remember, somebody had a hole in the roof of their house from lightning striking that roof. So you never know what this stuff is going to hit or do, and that's always our concern. So I'm going to show you where this line is going right now just from the radar that we've been looping here. This is our main concern. I'll take a quick look back at Alberta, and then I'll lay out an idea for tomorrow. Glenna, thank you very much for the 50 stars. I'm going to lay out what we think the outlooks look like for tomorrow based on today's information. So let me swing back to the Calgary area and see if there's anything that's ongoing. These storms are all dying out except for the one storm that's near Didsbury and Carstairs. That has heavy precip in it, probably a bit of hail as well. So that's the only one that's of concern at this point. Let me just show you, it's drifting eastward at this point. Everything else in that area is dying. But very quickly, you can see where our problem is just based on lightning. Without even seeing radar, you know you've got something in this area that's concerning because you have all of these lightning strikes in there, and that will always point you towards that severe weather. So let me turn the radar off for a moment. I'm going to go full screen here. We're going to throw up the outlooks, and these are, this was today's, and then tomorrow, this was based on this morning's information. So this is obviously a large area for severe weather. This is going to look different tomorrow morning, but there were obviously areas in orange that have tornado risk in Manitoba and Saskatchewan on the eastern portion, and then we have, I believe, tornado risk was also on the western portion of Saskatchewan and into Alberta. So Saskatchewan's kind of a tornado sandwich tomorrow. The yellow area, moderate, just a lot of strong winds, severe storms possible, but that was the outlook for the prairies for tomorrow. We will update tomorrow morning. And then Connor was talking about our area here for moderate warning in in eastern Ontario and southern and southwest Ontario. So we will cover that as well, but that's what's on the table for tomorrow. Just wanted to kind of give you guys a visual on that at this point. So where else are we at here? Yeah, there's definitely, just seeing a comment here from Jordan that Derricos do happen in the U.S. They are rare, but there's been some really strong ones up there, and you don't want to be caught up in one of them. They cause a lot of damage. So Derricos are rare just because of to get the title, it has to be on the ground for 400 kilometers in Canada at least, based on Environment Canada standards. I can't remember what the U.S. ones are, but we're 400 kilometers with 100-kilometer-hour winds in it. So let's wait. We should have a new scan here, but coming into North Battleford, it's about to get very windy in there if it already isn't. So batten down the hatches if you are anywhere to the south, southeast of this line. It is coming that way. It isn't far at all from North Battleford right now. You are talking 15 kilometers on that last scan. That was 7 minutes ago, though, so going to be a lot closer than that as we come into this. So like I said, there's probably winds already starting in North Battleford as this continues to kind of bow out and push those strong winds from behind. So yeah, there are some storms down in the southwest corner. We're watching those ones to see what happens there as well. So we've got a few areas to watch. So far, these are just minor severe storms, but there is some hail in some of these, so we're going to have to pay attention to them. I'm going to wait for the scan to the north here, just watching this line as it moves southward. This is our latest scan. It does look like the precipitation might be breaking up in this line as you see it moving through. A lot of that red has disappeared kind of to the north of North Battleford. Let's take a look at our wind velocities in here, but there are winds in this, people. This is a straight line wind event for sure at this point. You can see those bright blues. They're going to come mostly tucked in along 16 and north of there at this point, but obviously a few small isolated pockets in other areas, but this is what we're concerned about at this point, just moving ton of wind, some hail embedded in it. The precipitation is weakening a little bit, but still lots of lightning on this as this continues to move southward. So again, anywhere around Battleford, North Battleford, Hayford, it is coming in that general direction. Let's just see what our distance is from the area. So bear with me for 1 second. You're about 15 clicks from Battleford, roughly. I've put it in between the two of them. So that's what you're looking at this point. So it's knocking on the door, and the winds are out front of this as well. Little severe warned bean here by plenty, just one little pixel of pink. So this is again most likely moving northeast. Let me just see what's going on here. Yeah, that's moving northeast. So we have a line of that line is moving southeast. These are moving northeast. There's going to be a collision somewhere if these storms continue to pop to the southwest, and we'll have to see where that happens, because when collisions with storms happen, you get all these weird, freaky things going on. Storm west of Lancer, all the hail has come out of that. We had a few pixels of purple there, and they've now died out. They're weakening. Anyways, they're not died out, but they're weakening. Excuse me. Where are we here? Southwest of Maple Creek near the Nikanit Cree Nation. We have one storm here with quite a bit of hail in multiple areas. This is going to be loony to toony size possibly, and this is moving northeast. Along 13, we have a storm. This is west of East End on 13. That will have about the same size, loony to toony sized hail, maybe even a little bit bigger. And then where are we here? This is southeast of Nikanit. And that'll be loony or smaller hail in that storm. So just a few storms trying to get organized here just before dark. We'll see if they can sustain after dark. We've now exceeded its 10 p.m. Out in Alberta and Saskatchewan. Daylight is missing. Let me see if, yeah, we don't have anything at this point. Let me just do, bear with me for a second here. Oh, no, that's Saskatchewan, Manitoba. Yes, it's definitely dark there. I'm looking for... What the... Okay, we've got a tornado warning out, folks. They are tornado warning this. Let me just bring this up. Let me go back to the main screen here, and actually I'll do this. Switch radars, and we've got to address what's going on here. So... they are going to be tornado warning in this area right here, I suspect. There's a couplet that has formed on those straight line winds that's trying to wrap itself into there. Let me just see here. I'm going to read the warning. Let's see what Environment Canada is saying. So they've tracking a tornado warning. They've put out a tornado warning for the following localities: Turtleford, Glassland, Medsteed, Spiritwood, Debden, Big River Reserve, Meeting Lake, and Leask. Tracking a thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado. So they've changed the wording that they've got possibly producing a tornado. And I'm just taking a look here. Obviously, if you are, let me see here what they've got going on. I'm just trying to follow where the rotation is. There's a couple areas that could be rotating. I'm just looking outside the storm there. There's definitely a few areas here. So let's highlight this. We're on that leading edge even. Okay, bear with me. I'm going to do something a little different here. So let's take a look. Hopefully they update this with that's what I'm looking for. Hopefully that has the location of where they're monitoring exactly. So bear with me for 1 second. Let's pull this up. They possibly producing a tornado, but no location on it. So what we're going to say is I'm going to follow the direction of our rotation areas. It is moving southeast. Okay. Let's pull this up. If you are anywhere in this box that I'm drawing out right now, You need to be in shelter out of an abundance of caution because there are very strong straight line winds on this. I'm going to move it up here. Let me finish drawing the box. And we're concerned as we move through this area. You definitely want to be in shelter if you are anywhere inside this box. This is along southwest of Spiritwood on the Saskatchewan side. All these bright winds can be problematic on their own, let alone if we have rotation or eddies that are embedded in this line. So if you are anywhere in that area, this is moving southeast at this point. There's nothing to the north of this. So back to the north, that box, there's no concern up there. This is moving southeast out front. I'm not the best guy with drawing with a mouse. So again, if you are in this box, be in shelter. If you can get to a basement or a tornado shelter, that is obviously your best option. If you don't have that as an option, interior room in your house, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathroom inside a bathtub gives you a little bit more protection. Put a small bed over or mattress over yourself, something to protect you in the worst case scenario. So that's where this is headed right now. It's heading southeast. They are probably going to extend this tornado warning further to the south. I was hoping they would put the location in here. Some of the Mets will put where it is, what direction it's heading in, and how quickly it is, but some don't, obviously. So we still have, even without the tornado warning, all of this wind in here that's packed in between 16, 26. You can see how this is building into a very large wind field. So even if you're not in that tornado warning, these are starting to be 100+ kilometer-hour winds, and it's going to do damage as it goes through. So right now it is just north of North Battleford. This was at 9:59, so 3 minutes ago. We need another 5 minutes before we get our next scan, but this has just been proceeding southeast. You can see that on this, how it's extending out with those strong winds. And then obviously in this area, we do have some on that leading edge. There's a couple of little notches, and it's moving southeast. So again, this area, we are definitely recommending that you are in shelter in front of that, inside that box. So it's definitely picking up in intensity, this situation. There's also some hail included in this, so those are all indicators of a line that has got some strength in certain areas. So we need to be cautious of that. Just looking to see what is all this beeping going on. Bear with me for a second. Oh, that's for Quebec. So again, back to the line of storms. If you are anywhere in this orange box that we've drawn, you should be in shelter. That is where the circulation is headed at this point. And to the north, you are okay. The box extends all the way up to Pelican Lake. You are not in any danger up in that area. This is all on that south side of the box and moving out. This is what we call a polygon or storm-based polygon. It's a terrible version of it because I'm not good with drawing, but that's what they normally do in the US, and we are trying to migrate to that system in Canada because then it becomes a far more accurate as to where the warnings go out and all that. But we still have a very large wind field here with these bright blues, 100-kilometer-hour winds in there just above the surface. So this is going to cause damage regardless of where it goes through, tearing shingles off, that kind of stuff. So we are waiting for our next scan, but if you are in the Battleford or North Battleford area, you need to be, whatever you want, not blowing around. It should be inside. You should be inside. It is coming down to Hayford at this point. It will continue on past there, but right now, this is the immediate area. It is definitely a very strong line of storms continuing after dark, so it's definitely not good in this area. So it's definitely not good to be out front of this. And again, it's a repeat of what Sunday was, where we had a really strong line marching across Saskatchewan from we went, where were we? We ended up in Swift Current. So it came from Alberta down into Swift Current and continued on from there. So just another bad storm line coming through. I hope this weekend's after dark, but it's not good in that regard. So we'll continue update. I'm going to take a look here. I'm going to swing back. I'll be right back to that. Just seeing what's going on in Alberta, and we just have the one storm remaining here east of Didsbury. It still has a little bit of hail on it. This might die out. I'm hoping it dies out at this point, and we'll continue on covering that at this point. And then we have some storms in that southwest corner of Saskatchewan, some of them with hail on them. This is the latest scan that we talked about. We've already covered some of the hail on these. We're waiting for another what was I going to say? We're waiting for another scan to come in here. So let's take a look, and we'll wait for the next scan to come up. And I'm looking at this tornado warned line with that really strong wind packed in behind it. There we go. We've had an advance on this. We definitely still have a bit of a circulation tucked in here. It would be around 378 in the center of the screen, but these strong winds are coming in down 16, and it's still seeing 100 kilometers an hour in behind this at only 3,000 feet off the ground. So you're 80 plus on the surface, and you can see that they're packed in all over the place here with these blues coming into North Battleford. I'm sure we're going to start getting comments from people in there. So we'll see whether, hopefully everybody's okay. You've battened down the hatches anywhere along here as this line is moving through. If you are in that orange box, we're still recommending that you be in shelter. If you are to the north of our orange box or outside of it, you are okay. There is nothing tornado warned up in that area. There's no strong circulation. We still don't have any data as far as where Environment Canada saw that rotation. So we are just sticking with this larger box rather than a circle. And we'll see what proceeds from here. So again, that is our call at this point right now. So what else? Getting Leah saying some comments here. Okay, so Michael is saying the alert says the tornado warning is near Belle Butte, Saskatchewan. So let me look up where that is exactly, if I can find it. So yes, that's where we saw that circulation. That's why our box is southeast of there. Thank you, Michael, for updating us. And again, it is continuing to move southeast. You would have it on this leading edge right here. We were talking about 378. So that is the area of concern. If you are anywhere in this box, you need to be in shelter. I also see here that Leah is mentioning that the municipal district of Wainwright just put out a notice. Looks like the tornado struck something bad over in Dilbury Provincial Park. The municipality is asking for people to avoid the area, so please don't rush over there and make it worse for first responders. So definitely unfortunate, and especially if it's in a provincial park, people are camping. The shelter is not good usually, so I'm sorry to hear that, and hopefully everybody's going to be okay, but that is not good as far as things are concerned, especially summertime, people camping in tents. Even a trailer isn't going to do anything for you in a tornado. They have no structural rigidity to them at all for the most part. So anyways, I hope that I hope everybody's going to be okay. So fingers crossed anyway. So right now, this orange area is where we're saying to take shelter. This is moving southeast, and then we're also calling out for folks to have everything battened down in front of these blue, bright blue winds that you see here coming into North Battleford. They are pushing south and southeast, and that is going to get very windy there very shortly. So if you are anywhere in front of this, you need to be paying attention to it. And then back to the southwest, southwest. We're just looking at some storms down there. The hail is continuing on the storms to the over 21 back to the west of Nikanit. There's going to be loony-sized hail, maybe a little bit larger in the storm to the southwest. Over 724, this is near the Sierra Hutterite colony at 614 and 724. This is due south of, what's up here on Tompkins, southwest of Tompkins. There's a good chunk of hail in here. This is going to be toonie-sized or larger, maybe even up to maybe ping pong ball-sized hail in that storm. And the one that's been parked here by 13, what's around here? Anything East End, southwest of East End. This is going to have probably toonie-sized hail in it in small spots. So that's another one to pay attention to. And then we have more storms coming up from the U.S. right now. So that is the lay of the land at this point. Again, we'll take a look quickly at the storm. The hail or pink has come off the storm north of Calgary near Didsbury, kind of east of there. Dark reds in that point, so heavy precipitation and maybe pea-sized hail in that right now. So this is what is unfolding this evening, and the potential was there. So definitely not good, and hopefully everybody's okay out in front of this. And we are obviously hearing from some information from the tornadoes earlier along the Alberta-Saskatchewan border that we covered and had a bunch of videos on here live. So again, just hope everybody's okay out in that area. So what else? So we've got thunderstorms in Winnipeg tomorrow. Yes, there's definitely going to be some action tomorrow based on what models are showing. We will be covering live here as well. How is the tornado near Battleford? So right now in this orange box, we have nothing confirmed on the ground. I'm trying to see on social media if there's anything. I'm just watching to see if anybody's been posting anything. Let me just check one more thing. We don't have anything confirmed. Let me just see. Just looking at the latest data, we just got that tornado warning. Yeah, that's an hour ago. Yeah, I don't see anything on for a confirmed tornado or circulation environment. Canada's wording was possibly producing a tornado, not actually producing, so that helps as well. And if you are anywhere in this orange box, you need to be in shelter. We're waiting for our next scan here that just came in. So let's just take a look, and we're looking at some straight line winds plowing right into North Battleford. We are 100 kilometers an hour plus just to the north of there, not far off the surface, 108 kilometers an hour. So you're probably 90 at the surface or more. And then we still have a little bit of rotation embedded in this line as it's moving forward. But right now we're still recommending anybody in this orange box needs to be in shelter. There is some large hail starting to get itself embedded into a couple of hail cores on this line. We are just seeing the same scenario unfold with a straight line wind event that has a lot of hail in it, a lot of wind, and this is not going to be fun to go through. So again, this is moving southeast at this point, and we'll show you what that's doing. The big orange box that we've drawn, that if you are anywhere in there, you need to be in shelter in the basement. And if you don't have that option, interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. A bathtub makes a good option as far as extra protection with a small mattress over you or something to protect you in the worst case scenario. So that is what is unfolding. I'm highlighting a couple areas of hail and then all this wind through North Battleford. That is definitely problematic. We've got some 107, 108, 111 kilometer hour winds just north of there. I'm getting a call. Give me a sec here. Okay, that was a call from Braden Morriso. He is concerned about this storm right now that just initiated here. So this is another storm that we need to pay attention to by plenty. Right now, not seeing anything dangerous, but he is en route to that storm. It's out there by itself, so we're going to see. This is southwest of Bigger, but we have several areas to monitor. So again, Braden, thank you very much for calling in. If he's calling in, he thinks it's fairly serious potential. So we are going to watch that as things unfold here. So let's just take a look here. 10:11. We're about 5 minutes ago. We got this scan. I'm going to see whether I can answer some questions. So okay, well, okay. Ontario guys, I can't answer anything on that right now. We'll be covering that tomorrow live, but right now we've got a serious situation unfolding here. So I'm concentrating on the Saskatchewan line here, moving south into North Battleford. It has straight line winds. It also has a rotation signature. We do have a tornado warning on this as well. So again, in the orange box, be in your shelter. We are waiting for a new scan here, and we are watching this storm to the south that has initiated here and can potentially be dangerous fairly quickly. Again, we got a call from Braden Morriso watching that storm, so we are going to watch that as it unfolds here. And then we've also got a few isolated storms back to the south as far as some hailers, and they are down by Shaunavon and south of the Trans-Canada Highway, east of Maple Creek, south of Gull Lake. Those are hailers at this point. I'm not seeing any real dangerous rotation in those just right now, so we will monitor that. But the storm that is concerning, you can see the color difference on it, and that's why it has Braden's attention, and as such, it will have ours. So let's just see. We're waiting for a couple more things coming in, and we should have an update here in about 1 minute. Or less, roughly, I'm hoping. These winds will be into North Battleford. We're going to monitor the area where we have our orange box to see if that rotation has continued on. They still have the tornado warning up, just saying possibly producing a tornado from Environment Canada. That is in a big red box, but anything north of our orange box you don't need to worry about. Pelican Lake, Wichican Lake, up that way, Spiritwood, you are not concerned about this. This is moving southeast and even southward. So there's our latest scan. We'll see whether they extend the rotation warning. So I'm going to clear all this off. We may have a little more additional rotation right in this area. Just going to flip over to reflectivity. It's on the leading edge, so could be something to watch, but we'll monitor that area. But into North Battleford and north of there, we have a very strong winds right into North Battleford right now, 95 kilometers an hour, just off the surface, 105. Basically 106 is kind of the peak that we're seeing in this area. So very strong winds moving southeast through the North Battleford area. That is obviously something to be concerned about. And then obviously heavy rain in it. We also have a lot of hail now packed into the back of this line here. That is going to be toonie-sized hail or bigger at this point, maybe even small ping pong balls. And then we have a little more hail tucked in on the line further northeast. Let me just see here. And that would be up in this area right there. So again, right now, they have not extended the tornado warning further south. Our area of rotation is this small circle right here to the right of the hail, but they have not extended the tornado warning. We do have strong winds in North Battleford and dropping southeast. That continues to be the case. Looking at this storm by plenty, we're going to watch that to see if that starts starts to rotate. There is some hail. This has picked up intensity. It is evident because all of this lightning around the storm has suddenly gotten agitated. Obviously, the storm throwing out a ton of lightning bolts very quickly. So we are watching that severe warned storm for whether it will pick up and continue to intensify, and whether it has some potential for rotating. And it's definitely in the environment that it could, so that's why we're watching it. Along 21 here near Nikanit to the southwest on 21, we do have some hail packed into this area right here. That's going to be, let me sorry, I gotta switch over to one of my chats here. That is going to be toonie sized or maybe a little bit bigger in that small storm. South of East End, there's a little bit of hail still located in it, but that is going to be grapes or smaller at this point. It is very small area, so that has lost a little bit of intensity. And then what else have we got here? 633, a little bit of hail. This will be grapes or smaller, and that is on 633. What is that near? A bunch of Hutterite colonies, but if there, what's due north of this? Tompkins, so Tompkins, Saskatchewan, just on Trans-Canada, south of there, we have some hail in that area as well. So we are going to continue to provide the coverage, and we'll stick with this. Obviously, this big line is the biggest concern right now, just with those strong winds that we've been talking about for quite some time. It is heading down 16, going to go through Hayford into Radisson next, as long as if those winds continue to sustain in this storm. Obviously very heavy precipitation, but those bright blue winds are a dead giveaway that you've got a problem, especially going into the north side of North Battleford. 100 plus kilometer-hour winds just off the surface at this point. So what else? It's super windy. Yep. So that's not good. Strong sheets of rain in North Battleford. Thank you very much for the updates, guys. So what else have I got here? With strong winds with lots of rain here in North Battleford, getting a lot of, obviously, updates from that area. Thank you very much for all of those updates. It just confirms everything we're talking about, and we're going to see what continues to happen here. We are 10:17 p.m., 6 minutes into an 8-minute cycle, and we'll watch what's happening on these storms and continue to update you guys. Great kite flying weather in North Battleford. That's the kind of kite that'll pick you off the ground. Absolutely. You'll definitely get pulled along in that. I wouldn't want to get hit by lightning. Another way to rediscover electricity. Let's just take a quick span back here to Alberta. Storm by kind of east of Didsbury, southwest of Torrington. A little bit of hail on that, heavy precipitation, but so far not too bad. Maybe grapes or smaller, hopefully on that. The rest of the storms in Alberta have died off, and we are just paying attention to Saskatchewan at this point. Just going to watch this storm by plenty and see what happens there on the next scan. We should have it any minute, but bigger concern, obviously, this very large line. I'm going to delete the drawing there and take it out of there. And let's just take a look. We're going to wait for our velocity scans, but this continues to march southeast now that it's kind of blowing out or bowing out on that corner, and we're just got a big line of precipitation and wind moving with embedded hail in it. So obviously a very serious storm across a very large area, and it is also a saturated area, so the extra rain is no good for that as well. So overland flooding is going to be an issue and all sorts of things. So just not a good situation right now unfolding as we speak. And we'll see here 10:23 p.m. Let's take a look at our winds here. Still strong winds. The wind field has subsided a little bit, but we still have strong pockets of 100+ kilometer-hour winds. But you can see that the field has come down a little bit, which is a good sign. But still very windy in this line. Lots of precipitation. Just going to check on our rotation. Environment Canada has not extended this the tornado warning to the south. Let me just double check that. Nope, not seeing anything here. Just wanted to make sure because I saw a red line down here and I'm trying to figure out. Oh, that's the watch area. Anyways, so right now, just straight line wind event. Large pocket of hail here near 378. 378 and 686, kind of near what is this, Meeting Lake, it looks like. So that area definitely with some large hail in there. That's going to be toonie sized or larger, and that is south of Spiritwood. And then we have some additional smaller pocket of hail by Big River. And that is going to be probably loony to toonie sized in that pocket right there. But obviously those winds in behind on the southern end are the concern. Let's swing to our storm to the south here. We're going to watch this storm over Plenty. It isn't moving at all very much. You can see it kind of stalled out a little bit. They collided with each other, a couple of storms, and it's slowly moving now, and it's going to go into Plenty. Heavy precipitation in that. There are some broad rotations, but it's not concerning just yet. We are going to monitor that. There is hail in this. This is going to be probably grapes to loony sized hail, and this is right around the Plenty area. And then let's just take a look what else we've got going on down to the south. So still a few hail cores here back to the northwest of Shaunavon. We've been talking about those. Then by 21, still bright pinks in that, so larger hail, loony to toonie size roughly. So those are the only two areas right now. Northwest of Shaunavon, that's probably loony sized or smaller. So hail with heavy precip to the southwest of Swift Current. Nothing really to speak about up here. A little bit of hail. What are we south of here? Etonia. So that is south of Etonia on 21. There's a bit of hail in that. That's going to be loony to smaller based on what I'm seeing here on radar. And then we are watching the storm right here by Plenty, and then the line that is coming down with some hail embedded in it and lots of straight line winds. This is going to continue to march along. It doesn't look like it's dying right now. It's just getting itself organized in a very severe warned line, essentially. So yeah, it definitely looks mean at this moment. Definitely get some comments in that. And yes, I definitely should not have said the Q word. I am responsible for that. I'll shoulder that as well. So definitely not, wasn't a good idea on my part. So just getting a comment here that we need to have people sending live videos sent to you and start adding that into your content. We do have chasers that do live stream. We have 7 of them. We have one in Alberta. We have several in Saskatchewan, a couple of them in Manitoba, and 3 of them in Ontario, and 1 in Quebec. They just not out right now live streaming at this point. And so eventually we'd like to have that as a staple of the platform, but we do need to grow and, you know, be able to support these people as well. So yeah, definitely one of those things we've live streamed many times. Rossburn tornado in Manitoba, we live streamed right from birth to, you know, when it was cutting across country. That was actually Shannon Bolesky that live streamed that for us. So she'll be out chasing tomorrow, actually. So we'll have some live streams up tomorrow. Connor will be live streaming. So just sometimes it works out, other days it doesn't. And we try and and get as much information as we can in there. But thanks, Evan, for that. What else? Lightning still very active in North Battleford, and it looks like it's going to be still quite a bit of lightning. It's going to hang around for a while. So, well, they've now tornado warned up here, so let's take a look. They've extended it. Let's delete out our drawings here, and let's just take a look. A lot of flashing boxes up here, so we're going to look at this. Our area of rotation based on this would be somewhere in this area, but we are going to say, let me just read the warning first. That just moved on, of course. They get the scan before we do. That's why it shows up at the very end of the scan, because they're just getting that information. They're saying possibly producing a tornado, that they're tracking a severe thunderstorm. It's going to be, let me just hit this. Let me hit my drawing. It is going to be this area of circulation right in here, but we are going to say that if you are anywhere in this box, moving southeast from here, let me just move this all up, that you need to be in shelter. We're going to extend that out right in front of the storm. This is moving south-southeast. And again, if you are anywhere, this is southwest of Big Shell, Pebble Bay, and moving southeast from there towards Blaine Lake, but still not inside that box. You need to be in shelter, ideally in a basement or a tornado shelter. If you don't have either of those options, then into your room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathroom in a bathtub, it gives you a little bit extra protection, and you can put a small mattress over yourself for the worst case scenario. But again, this is our orange box, is where we're saying that if you're there, you need to be in shelter. You can see the warning box goes all the way back up to Pelican Lake. You have nothing to worry about up in that area. Spiritwood, none of those areas are concerning. It is all along this line and moving southeast from there. So that's what's going on. There is hail. It's interesting that it's out in front of the storm. That's the part that's now that I've switched over. So not sure. Did this update? No, they both updated. I feel kind of I'm still going to stick with the box, but give me a sec here. I'm just looking at what's going on because that rotation is outside of the storm. I should have double checked that. I'm not seeing anything behind the line that makes sense. So again, we're going to, out of abundance of caution, tell you guys to be in shelter at this point, but we're going to step that box back a little bit here just because it's outside of the storm. So where I was highlighting that area of rotation, and that's the only area that I can see where there's some bright winds with reds associated with it. But again, if I highlight it here, it is ahead of the storm. There's the line back here with the yellows and greens and orange and red. But if you're anywhere in that box, that's where we're seeing that rotation signature. And again, east of North Battleford, north of North Battleford, we have still strong winds. They look to be breaking down a little bit, so we're going to pay attention to that. And then let's go to the south and take a look at our storm that's by Plenty. We'll see if this is rotating. There is some broad rotation on it. And again, what I was going to say is that with this storm and any kind of thunderstorm or supercell that forms, you have rotation. That is normal. It's how tightly the rotation is happening, where it is happening, and what the wind speeds are when you're seeing that rotation. So those are all factors that you have to look at. So again, orange box is where we're highlighting because they've put out that tornado warning, but back to the north, Spiritwood, all up in here to Pelican Lake, you have nothing to be concerned about. This is not, the area where that rotation would be. And even right now with that velocity scan, it is way out ahead of the storm. So I'm not as concerned about it, but out of an abundance of caution, be in your shelter. Let's just take a look here. North Battleford, still windy in here. So 10:29, 5 minutes ago. What else? Yeah, man, I can't believe how bad it got. It was so nice out today, and that's generally the consensus with severe storms. You have to have that nice day with that surface heating, destabilizing the atmosphere. Generally, high-end severe events, you have a really nice day in front or ahead of it before anything happens as far as that's concerned. Going back to the Calgary area, north there, between Didsbury and Three Hills, there's still a little bit of hail southwest of Torrington, but that is minor, and that is it for the Alberta side of things. Let me just do a reset. When do we have our next scan coming up here? We're about 2 minutes out. So again, our line to the north is the obvious severe component there. I'm skeptical about this warning for the simple fact that our velocities that are blues, bright blues and reds together is out ahead of the storm, as you can see, which is for you to have anything tornadic, it has to be within the storm body itself. So we're, again, strong winds here, so you definitely need to pay attention for the strong winds, but the rotation definitely does not make sense to me as far as what's going on there. So we're a little bit, lower on the concern scale for rotating winds, but we are definitely concerned for the strong winds. Again, heading into Hayford soon, you can see the winds are out in front. Yeah, see this boundary that is stretching out from here? Those are winds gusting out from this storm. So when Connor was talking about a windbag effect, that's what he's talking about. And this is our latest update. So let me just delete that, bring this back up. Let's go and take a look here. Let's just see. We still have a little bit of rotation, but it is out in front of the storm, so I'm not as concerned about it. Let's just take a look here. Still some strong straight line winds. Hail back to the north of Mosquito. So is this where all the mosquitoes come from? They should do something about that. But anyways, all kidding aside, we do have some seriously large hail core in here west of Big Shell. That's going to be toonie sized or smaller. They have extended the tornado warning way out here to the east. Let me just take a look. It just says possibly producing a tornado, but they have extended that south of Shellbrook. But right now, that is not, again, of concern because the rotation is out ahead of the storm. And what I mean by that, I'm going to highlight an area of rotation right in here where you've got greens and blues, or greens and reds mixing. It's ahead of the storm. So that is, again, not an area of concern at this point. I'm just going to take that out. And then we'll continue on to the south. We do have still some strong winds, but the wind field is breaking up a little bit. Still 95 kilometers an hour. This is a quarter mile above the surface, so maybe 400 meters. So very strong winds on the surface and out ahead of the storm itself. You can see that. So we're talking along 40 there coming into Hayford. And again, that is not as concerning for rotating winds, but dangerous straight line winds. So they can cause just as much damage with embedded hail, obviously. And we have highlighted the hail here back to the west of Big Shell that we've been talking about. Let me see what this storm is going to, whether it's doing anything by plenty. Bit of rotation on the backside of it, but so far nothing. I'm just going to take a look at a couple of other things. Bear with me for one moment. Let me see if he's posted anything. No, nothing else from Braden at this point. I'm going to see if there's anything from SK Storm in the latest kind of thing. I'm just seeing radar scans. That's basically it, but nothing right now. Yeah, that's basically it. So nothing coming out on this line in terms of any rotation to the north. So we're still going to monitor that area. And then we still have storms to the south. Basically south of the Trans-Canada, there's several pockets of hail. This one here, what road is this? Doesn't even... I'll have to zoom in, but it doesn't look like it's even got any indication on the map. But this is south of Trans-Canada at Piapot. So south of Piapot, we have some significant hail in here. This is going to be toonie sized, maybe slightly bigger. That is in that area. Let's go back up to the tornado warning to the north. Let me take a look at it. Let me see what they're doing here. Possibly producing a tornado, damaging winds. I'm going to switch over to something here. Bear with me. Let's go to... Just going to verify what warning they have on their website, because sometimes there's a discrepancy, and I just want to make sure that I'm not missing anything right now. I'm going to click on the tornado warning. 10:39 p.m. That's just now. Just seeing if they're saying... doesn't show, just possibly producing a tornado, damaging winds, large hail, and locally intense rainfall. They are not putting a direction or location of anything at this point. So I'm just going to keep monitoring both of them to make sure I'm not missing anything. So they have reissued the warning. Like I said, 10:39 p.m. That's exactly what I'm showing. But some Mets again will put location of the rotation and then what direction it's heading in and what speed. That doesn't seem to be in the warning on the Environment Canada side and in our software. So I've confirmed it on both areas. Let me just take a look here. Switch over to Radisson and double check. I'm going to delete my drawing there. And if there's any rotation where my mouse little hand is in the center of the screen, but again, it is ahead of the storm. So we're, again, not concerned about this. If you guys want to be in shelter out of an abundance of caution, then that's what we would recommend. But right now, that is definitely out ahead of the storm at this point, based on these scans. And again, it's mixing out in front. So if there's anything going on, you need to be in this box. You need to be in your shelter, again, in a basement. That's what we're going to highlight there. Everywhere else, you're okay. There's no rotation back to the northwest. You can see how far back to the north this box extends. And it's definitely not... I'm just double checking here. Again, just seeing large hail to the north and strong winds behind this line right now. So, oh, it's Peapot. I called it Piapot. There you go. So I'm learning it's Peapot. What else? Oh, okay. The alert time does say location is near Mistawis Lake, moving east. So, Michael, I got to ask where you're getting that, because I'm right on the Environment Canada website and I can't see any of that in their warning that I'm looking at. So I'm just trying to figure out where you're getting that, because I find that difficult. So the alert time does say location is near Mistawassis Lake, moving east at 55 kilometers an hour. I wonder if that's in the original alert and it's just getting overwritten, because I'm literally on their site and it doesn't show that in here. So anyways, Michael, if you could comment where you're getting that, I would really appreciate it, because I'm literally on the Environment Canada alerts page and it shows the warning. It shows everything I'm seeing on my end. So it would help me out and I'd appreciate it. But thank you for putting that into the comments. I really appreciate that. Okay, so we are still talking about some winds in this, a lot of heavy rain. We'll take a look at our velocities. Still a bit windy around North Battleford, but the wind field is shrinking, and it is coming into Hayford at this point on 40, still continuing to drop southeast. Heavy rain embedded in this with some hail, and then all the way along this. So again, if you're out in front of us, that line is packing a punch. I'm going to go take a look at Plenty. That storm does have a hail core that is picking up on it, and there's a little bit of rotation right below it. So again, the area where we would be watching would be right in this area right here, and that is directly right associated with that hail core. It is not strong at this point, but we are going to pay attention to it because it could intensify. That is directly east of Plenty. Heavy rain, heavy precipitation with some larger hail in a tight core here. That's going to be toonie sized, maybe to small ping pong ball sized hail in that storm. And that rotation in thunderstorm supercell type setups, you do have rotation that is normal. Directly south, this is still going to be Piapot or Pie Pot. What did I say? Pie Pot. Yes. So it's directly southeast of there. I apologize. Just so much going on. There is a bunch of hail in this line of a cluster of thunderstorms, and that's going to be toonie sized or smaller. And then we have a little bit of a hail core further southwest of there as well. So just a bunch of little hailers down in this area, some of them with larger hail and obviously others with smaller hail. And then let's just take a look up here. Nothing to jump up and down as far as these little storms by leader. And then let's take a look back by Three Hills. Still a pink pixel in that storm to the west of Three Hills. So heavy downpour with probably small hail associated with that. So what else have we got here? Okay, so we're dealing with this line, basically very heavy precipitation, obviously strong winds embedded in it, and we do have a bit of a circulation showing up here that has been tornado warned. But again, if we look at the line where these winds are mixing, I'll show you guys why I'm less concerned about it for that is where the line is. And the storm is behind it. This is the leading edge of the winds, and when they get blown out, they swirl. But it's not attached to an updraft or a mesocyclone, that type of thing. So again, not as concerned about that for the rotation side of things. And that cuts transects right through the box that Environment Canada has put out. So again, we're not super concerned about that one for rotation, just in regards to that. So if you're back to the northwest of this line, you can see it's all green throughout here. No rotation, no worries. You've gotten one tornado warning after another in Spiritwood, but they haven't brought the box closer back down to the southeast, and they're still getting warnings up in Pelican Lake and that kind of stuff. So let me do a quick reset to see if any of this has dropped off, and it hasn't. But we'll continue to update it again, just highlighting for you folks why our concern level with this rotation warning isn't as high, just because that line is directly out in front of the storm. It's not within the body of the storm, and the scan times are at the same time. The only time you could have this situation is if, let's say, your velocity scans update, but your reflectivity don't for some weird reason. That's the only type of situation where you could have this having a data issue, essentially. So let's, we just got our latest scan here. Let's do that and look at things again. So that line continues to march through. Very strong winds here toward the north and northwest of Hayford. The wind field is shrinking behind this line, so 88 kilometers an hour. So at the surface, you're probably 70, maybe a little bit more than that. But again, you can see that this has drastically changed compared to where we were just in these scans where you had all these bright blues. And as we're getting closer to the surface and the line is continuing after dark, definitely less concerning for those straight line winds. It's still going to be very windy coming into Hayford, Blaine Lake, and that area as well. Going to take a look at our little storm here. This is showing some signs of intensity. There is purple in this storm. So this is throwing very large hail to the east or southeast of Plenty. This is going to be golf ball sized hail or possibly larger at this point, and it is not moving very quickly right now. It is just kind of drifting east southeast a little bit. So that's where we're at this point. So oh no, Louise just updating us on that Killarney storm from a few days back. It wrecked my hot tub lid, which that means that was some very large hail going in there. Sorry to hear that. It shredded trees and ruined local crops. That again, so Leah saying pie, yum, yum, pot. Yeah, I get it now. I just hope my brain keeps it in there. So what else have we got going on here? Okay. Just had a good strong thunder and lightning, went through plenty, Saskatchewan a few minutes ago. Yeah, that is the little storm that we are paying attention to. That one is throwing a lot of hail out of it. Does have a very minor rotation signature on it, so we are watching that to see how that develops. And then obviously this line that is marching kind of south-southeast at this point, so that's where we're at. So lots happening right now. It is 11 p.m. Saskatchewan time. It is 1 a.m. Eastern where I'm located. We're going to stick with this as long as we can, folks. And I'll try and keep updating you as far as things go. I appreciate anybody who has subscribed today, anybody who has donated or become a member of the Sunshine Club. Thank you so much. It helps support us quite a bit. So we do appreciate that. I'm losing my voice a little bit. I'm going to keep up with this and kind of go from there. So, oh, that was an hour. Sorry, I'm checking some messages and I just noticed it was an hour ago. So I thought it was just now. Okay. So that has what's unfolded over the last probably 3 hours or just under 3 hours. And our storm to the south, kind of by plenty, that one we are paying attention to because it's on its own. The question will be, and I'll show you guys what we're looking at here. I'll zoom in a little bit. What is going to happen when this outflow wind, which is moving in this general direction, meets up with this little storm that is moving in this general direction? It will probably kill it, but you never know. And so I'm monitoring it for that reason. And again, we still do have the tornado warning to the north here. Let me just take a look here, and they're just saying possibly producing a tornado. I've been checking the Environment Canada website for that tornado warning. Let me just take a look if it's still in place. I'm going to do a refresh. And let me see here. Suddenly all the alerts are going off the page. What the... Okay, it's reloading here. Good. We still have that tornado warning. I'm zooming into it on the Environment Canada site. Like I said, I'd love to know. Here we go. Okay, so this just updated. I can finally see that same information that Michael was commenting about. It's still not in here, but basically they were talking about a tornado location, Mistawasis Lake, moving east at 55 kilometers an hour, which is what Michael put in the chat. Again, kind of confused why I haven't had that update, but it took a while to come up here, even on the Environment Canada side. I am not as concerned about it because where you're seeing your reds and greens is out ahead of the storm, and that's just an outflow type storm. You can have something happen on those, but if I draw the line and show you guys, flipping back, I'm just trying to show you why I'm not concerned with it. The storm is actually behind it, and this is the outflow winds from that storm that are gusting out in front of it, and that line is the one I'm watching to see what it's going to do with that southern storm, and that's why we're going and watching this. You can see that boundary just coming out ahead of the storm. So if I play this, you'll see how that line is pushing out ahead of it. So it's a little green-blue line, and you can see how that is out in front of it. It's just those outflow winds. So that's also indicative of a storm that is not ingesting those winds, which is less likely, to possibly rotate. So this is 10:53 p.m. We just got our new update here. Just taking a look around, looking at our velocities. Let me delete our drawing. And let's move on here. So wind field is collapsing a little bit in terms of the strong winds, which is great news, but still 85 kilometers an hour, about 300 or 400 meters off the surface, which is not very far. Still 60, 70 kilometer hours wind coming into Hayford. Lots of rain associated with this, with some embedded hail as well. No large pockets of hail currently as well. Just looking at that. Let's look on the south side here. So I'm pretty confident that storm is mostly just a straight line wind event with heavy precipitation in it and strong winds, obviously. So what else have we got here? I'm going to take a look at the Plenty storm. Still hail in it. It's a tight little storm east of Plenty. There's going to be some pockets of larger hail in here. This will be Toonie size, maybe a little bit bigger. So Leah saying, I'm tapping out, heading to bed, signing off from Neilburg, Saskatchewan. Have a good night, Tom, and good night to locals, and stay safe, everyone. Thank you very much. I know that this has been a dynamic afternoon, from being very quiet, and then then all of a sudden it ramped up, and we've been talking about tornadoes, and we had 3 separate tornadoes on the stream, subsequent to each other through Alberta and Saskatchewan on that border. So it's definitely a lot going on tonight, but we're keeping up with it. So what else? Danon Canada saying, I'm honestly shocked that your voice is as put together as it is. I've gone 12 hours. I never thought that would be a thing, but so far my voice holds out. Okay, they're updating the tornado warning. Let's see what's going on here. Let me see what they're clicking on here. Updated just now, tracking a severe thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado, damaging winds and large hail. Locally intense rainfall are also possible. I'm going to go to the website directly for Environment Canada, see if they've put any additional information into it. They shrunk the box back. That's what's going on here. So let me just see here. I'm going to update the warning just to take a look. They've taken that whole northern part of it down. I'm just going to do a control refresh here. It's still showing on my end, but I see it on their site. 10:55 p.m., which is just now. They're saying that this is they're tracking a thunderstorm, possibly producing a tornado. Right now, no information. I'm going to wait till that gets updated. We'll double check that. But again, just flipping over to our winds, these are way out ahead of the storm. Anything where you're going to have mixing as far as rotation, and I keep repeating myself, but I want to make sure we're clear. This is your reds and greens. For rotation, that's where it would have to be. Flip back to reflectivity. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Let's move it all the way to the last scan. This is out ahead of the line. And again, it's outflow from the storm. It's gusting out. That's what's going on. So I am not concerned about it as far as rotation is concerned. It's very obvious at this point that there's nothing to be worried about on that storm for it. There are strong winds still in here, so that's what we're talking about. Very strong winds. And Hayford, it's getting windy in there, but the wind field is collapsing somewhat behind this storm, and we're only up to like 80 kilometers an hour. That seems to be the peak that we're seeing here, maybe 90, 700 feet off the ground. So that's about 300 to 350 meters off the ground west of Hayford, but looking a lot better than when it was going through North Battleford. Let's take a look at our storm to the south. near plenty. Let's see if there's rotation. There is a little bit. It has not tightened up yet or gotten bright. Good hail still in it, and it is sitting west of 656, north of 31. That's basically it at this point. And then let's take a look further south. I'm going to just double check for that tornado warning on the Environment Canada site. We're going to see if this updates. Okay. So they're just saying that the area of rotation is over Mistawasis Lake, moving east at 50 kilometers an hour. Locations in the path, Mistawasis Lake and Pelican Cove. So let me zoom back up here and take a look where Pelican Cove. Bear with me, folks. Pelican Cove is all the way to the north. And the warning on their page. So I'm going to show you guys what I'm seeing just so that, people don't think I'm completely nuts. I'm baffled by this. Bear with me for a second. So I'm sharing this with you guys. This is right on the Environment Canada weather alerts page directly from their site. And we can take a look here. Their warning box is shrunk back. And this warning here has Pelican Cove in it. And I thought Pelican Cove was to the north, unless I'm wrong about that. But let me just take a look here. Oh, there's a Pelican Lake and a Pelican Cove. Okay, so we are, and a what else is out here? So I'm going to find the lake on my radar software, so bear with me for 1 second. Is this Mistawasis Lake? No, doesn't show that. Muskeg, Paddling Lake. Not all of them are named, so it's sometimes a little hard. Martin's Lake. Man. Not sure. Mistawasis. Let me just type it in, folks. I just want to. Mistawasis Lake. It won't show, but let's see where Mistawasis is. There's a bunch of them here. So yeah, it's out in front. They're showing this as Leask. West of there, this doesn't have a name on that lake, but anyways, let's get back to our radar. I'm going to show you guys. Here's our latest scan. I'm going to delete that. And again, velocities, we're looking out in front of the line. Our line of storms is back here. This is where the storm actually is located, transecting this box that they have here. And you can see where the greens and reds mix are out in front of it. So I'm going to continue saying the same thing. That is out in front of the storm. You're not going to have something that's going to rotate in there in terms of anything to do with tornadic circulation or a QLCS or anything like that. So again, not concerned about that one there. Hayford to the west, you've got some bright winds in there. We're still showing about 80 kilometers an hour to the west, 600 feet off the ground, so only 300 meters. But again, you're seeing that wind field starting to collapse as well. So showing that this is all mostly outflow, and you can see how bright those winds are, and that wind field is collapsing. It is going over the Radisson radar, so it's going to be a little misleading around the radar itself because of the way those radar beams come out. So it does sometimes look more intense than it actually is around the radar. This is right where the radar is sitting, right in the middle of that circle. So again, if you're out in front of this, this does have a lot of strong winds, straight line winds in it. And then obviously heavy rain with some small hail embedded in it. And I'm watching our storm here down by east of Plenty, and I'm going to take a look at to see if I have any reports from this as well. So give me a sec here. See if we've got any updates from anybody there. Nothing. I'm not seeing much on social media for this storm. It is a decent storm in terms of still producing quite a bit of hail on 656. This is going to be What is this going to be? This will be grapes to maybe loony-sized hail in that. This is southwest of Bigger or east of Plenty. That's the little storm down there. What are they updating here as well? They just updated that severe warning. They're pushing it further east as this storm continues. So that's what you're seeing there. And then further to the south, let's look at our storms below the Trans-Canada. A bunch of cluster of storms. These have little hail on them. These are very small, isolated pockets of hail, maybe grapes or smaller. And along 633, you may have just over grape size. Again, just south of Tompkins on 633. Heavy precipitation in those. Right around all of this encircles Shaunavon area. No real major strong winds in that. And just looking here down at the bottom, a couple of storms coming in from Montana. So we're going to continue to track the line as it moves southeast. I'll double check Alberta actually just to make sure whether that storm is doing anything. It is near Three Hills. There's no longer any purple in this. So this storm is weakening as it moves eastward towards Three Hills. If there's any hail in this, it would be really small, but we are definitely seeing it weaken a bit at this point. We are now 11 p.m. As far as Alberta or Saskatchewan time, and we're just going to keep up with this storm and take a look. Again, the winds have improved in this as we've gotten further into the event, so that is the good news there. And we're seeing a lot of precipitation in there. So what else? Yeah, Prairie Polar Bear saying looks like the worst is behind us in North Battleford. Absolutely. You're just about to get on that far edge of it and out of the rain. Behind that, there is nothing at this point. So that's the good news. Okay, so it's Hafford instead of Hayford. So thank you for clarifying that. Okay, Storm just got an update here, so let's delete these things and take a look. It looks like it pushed really hard into Hafford, and looks like there's some stronger winds in there. Again, going to be windy, but we are not seeing those 100+ kilometer-hour winds. They've now down to 76 kilometers an hour, maybe into 80, but I don't see any of those right now. So the winds behind the line are weakening, but still on the surface going to be 60 to 70 kilometers an hour, depending where you are. So lots of precip in this line. Let's just take a look, and then we'll continue to watch this as it's moving southeast. But this is an intense line of precipitation with some smaller areas of embedded hail, and it is gusting out. You can see the line pushing out in front of it. So I'll show you what I mean by that. That is the gust front from this storm pushing out as this marches forward. So that is where your winds are pushing out to on this storm. So I can play this back and we'll show you that. I'll bring it a little further down there, and you'll see how out in front of that storm as it goes through North Battleford, that boundary starts to show up as it's gusting out. And then you can see it very evident here out in front of the storm, matching the shape of that storm. And that's those outflow winds off the storm. And that's where we're at right now. So Hafford got a lot of rain in there, some winds at this point, but definitely a lot less than what we saw in North Battleford. This is the wind difference that you can see over. This was at 10:05 p.m. an hour ago, and look how much it has subsided since then. And that wind field basically collapsing, which is great news for people in front of this. And we'll continue to monitor it as it pushes down towards Saskatoon, Martinsville, and surrounding areas. But obviously still very heavy rain in this with a lot of lightning at this point. So let's take a look at our Plenty storm. I think it's just drifted a little bit east. And it's still got a bit of rotation, but I think it might be weakening here. Let me just take a look at the shape of the storm. It does look like it's shrinking. It's getting more compact. So we'll watch that to see what that does over the next few scans. It is just moving eastward. Some hail in that, and obviously some lightning with heavy precipitation. And then we have that cluster of scattered thunderstorms down here with some hail associated with some of the pockets where you're seeing those pinks. This is going to be grapes or smaller for the vast majority of these hail cores that we're seeing in around the Shaunavon area and south of the Trans-Canada Highway. And we still have some more storms coming in from Montana. We'll continue to monitor what those are doing. And then I'll swing by to our last little severe warning by Calgary, north of Calgary and Three Hills, and this storm is dying out. There's only a small area of red, which is heavy precipitation. There is one lightning bolt. So that storm is most likely no longer a concern. And the only thing we need to pay attention to is this line. And I'm hoping it's going to start weakening as it goes forward. The winds behind it have definitely weakened, but there's still a ton of rain in this with some moderate to moderate heavy winds, obviously with lightning associated with that as well. So, okay. What else? That looks close to Prince Albert. It's still quite a ways from Prince Albert. It's definitely getting down there. I can give you an exact measurement from Prince Albert to the line. It's still 60 plus kilometers away at this point. So still a little while out. Even if it's moving at 55 kilometers an hour, it's an hour before it gets to Prince Albert. And we're going to see over the next 2 to 3 scans if this is weakening as well. So, but what else? Okay. Oh, we just got the severe warning being pushed out to between Shellbrook and Prince Albert. So that is the severe warning for this line. Obviously, very strong winds behind it, still being embedded in that line. Heavy rain, lightning, and pockets of small hail. That's why it's being pushed out all the way back out in front of it. So you can see that as things continue. I'm just going to monitor one other couple pages here and double check everything while we're at it. I'm going to take a look at this and then see if they've updated anything on this area. Tornado warning is dropped at this point, so I'm going to see if that will update on my software. So bear with me for a second. Yeah, tornado warning is gone officially from both sites, so we're good there. And we'll just watch this as it's going. So again, stronger winds still in this, but not as bad as what we had earlier about an hour ago near North Battleford. That wind field is collapsing behind the line to where you're losing your intensity, and we're down to 80 kilometers an hour or less for the vast majority of that line, but that's still going to be windy with lots of rain and some small hail in it. So I was about to say we're about to see our next scan, and there it is popping up. So still some winds around Hayford, or Hafford, sorry. See, I immediately default back to it, but Hafford, 70 kilometers an hour just over the surface. Down in town, if we go right into Hafford, it's 54 above the surface, so 40 to 50 on the surface, but there are pockets of stronger wind gusts, so you just have to keep that in mind. Let's just take a look here. And that line is continuing to drop south, but it is starting to break up. You're starting to see where those reds are getting cut off with yellows and greens. So that is good sign that this could possibly start to weaken and be a lot less intense as it moves through. It is going down towards Martinsville, Saskatoon, and into Shellbrook and Prince Albert. We do have initiation here on a storm out in front, a little bit of a forcing issue probably as that line comes through. And you can see how this storm popped right over Martinsville and Warman area right in between, and there's already some hail on it. So that's going to be right now, based on the scan, this is going to be grapes or smaller. We'll see what that storm is going to do. And there are additional storms popping around Highway 11 down by Dundurn. So we'll continue to monitor that area. And our storm east of Plenty only has 1 pixel of pink, and that looks to be dying at this point, but we'll monitor it to make sure it's not cycling or anything like that. What else have we got here? South of Trans-Canada, a little bit of hail again. Grape size are smaller. We are south of Pie Pot. I got it right that time. And then let's just take a look here. So yeah, that's about it at this point. Yeah. Like I said, we've got some scattered storms. I'm going to stick with you guys as long as I can. I do have some meetings in the morning, so I probably will have to come off the stream here at some point, but I'll stick it out as long as I can just to give you guys the information as far as that's going on. So what else? What else? This storm may get to Kenora, Saskatchewan. If so, how strong do you think it will be? That's a question I just got here in the chat. So let's just take a look here, and I want to line up Kenora exactly with it. So you guys are way down here. The line could make it to there, but right now it does look like it's weakening. And I think by the time it gets to Kenora, it would definitely be far less significant than it is now. I'll know over the next few scans if that's going to be the case, but Kenora, where was that? I was just looking at it. There we go. Just want to see the lineup here, but I have to scan back out. And let's see here. I'm going to measure for you how far you are. So you are still 350 kilometers. If it continued at the speed that it's going at, it would take probably 7 hours to get there. And again, I don't think it's going to sustain 7 hours with intensity heading that direction. It just doesn't have that look. And I don't suspect that the environment out front of it is good, or as good for sustaining it. Let me double check my weather stations out in front. So let me turn that on and we'll see what we've got. So temperatures are 16 degrees in some areas. Saskatoon still 21. But when you get down to 16 degrees and it's still got 6 or 7 hours to get there, that is definitely not going to be sustainable for the storms. I'm just going to check what our dew points are out in front of it, and they're even cooler a little bit. But again, you could have the line sustained but not be severe by the time it gets there. And again, it's even at 55 kilometers an hour, it's 6 to 7 hours away at this point if it continued down that way. So I don't think it's going to be anything super concerning. I can look at models before I get off just to maybe update you folks on it as well. So yeah. Putin and Beer saying it looks like it may miss my area. The action is more south from where I am at the moment. Few, and that's good. I like hearing that as well. So Prairie Polar Bear calling it a night. Thanks, Tom. We really appreciate the great work you're doing. I subscribed to your channel after seeing this. Thanks again. Really appreciate that, Prairie Polar Bear. Always good to have a new subscriber. What else? Oh. Yeah, I removed that comment because I don't want to see that either. And if I see it again, it'll be very simple solution. What else? I better get some sleep soon. Yeah, like I said, we are probably, I can stick on for about 40 more minutes. After that, I will probably have to pull the stream. If there were any tornado warnings, I would stick with it, but I think that hopefully is over with for the evening, and we'll just take a look at things here. So this is our latest update. Let me bring it up, and the line does look like on the southern end is breaking up. You're starting to see a little bit of intrusion of drier air in between pockets, so that's usually indicative of a line weakening somewhat. The winds are still reasonably strong, 60-70 kilometers an hour on the surface at this point. Let's just take a look, but we're definitely losing. All the purple has gone out of the line, and we're seeing a lot more orange and less red at this point. So that is all good signs from this, and I'll show you what I mean by that. If we look on that northern end, you can see all the purples, all the reds, and now you're seeing far more orange than you are of anything else, and a lot of yellow, which is on the lower end of the scale. Warm and storm, the hail has gone out of that on the radar here, but still very heavy precipitation in Warman. A couple of lightning bolts out of that. Our storm by east of Plenty is dying out, so that's a dead duck at this point. I'm just going to take a look at some wind. Oh, is that why it went out? Give me one sec. So the reason the storm died, let me just see if that's a boundary that caught up to it, or is that with the storm? Give me a sec here. It's kind of with that storm by Bigger. So again, this storm east of Plenty, we were watching it. It had a good hail core on it. It is dying off as well. And then our storms south, let's take a look actually even further south by Swift Current. So we still have some hail south of the Trans-Canada Highway. I'm just trying to see what is somewhere near here. It's east of or southeast of Maple Creek. We still have grape-sized hail or a little bit smaller in a few areas, but not too many hailers left. Most of them have lost their intensity there as well. So I'm really hoping we're starting to see a downtrend for the entire event. There will be storms overnight. So if you're in line with this, you're probably going to have some isolated storms, but for the most part, the intensity is on the lower end of severe, and some of it will not even be severe at this point. So what else? Wind is just starting in Blaine Lake, so thank you very much for that update. And then yippee, just thunderstorms going to hit Prince Albert. That is such good news. It is. It definitely is improving as it's getting there, even into Shellbrook. Let me just switch over here. Why is that not working? There we go. The winds are not strong in behind this to the northwest of Shellbrook and into Prince Albert. It will be obviously moderate, heavy to light rain and some lightning, but the lightning is tucked in further south on this line and it continues to die off. So that is good news. I'm going to stretch my legs a little bit here, just sitting too long. We are 5 hours and 40 minutes into this live stream, and I'm going to continue to stick with it for a bit here, and I'll update you guys. I appreciate those that are kind of sticking with us now and watching the stream, and I'm just got to check one thing here. Bear with me for a moment. Okay. Okie doke. So yeah, that's where we're at right now. I'm seeing a little bit of a hail core here by Wilkie, Saskatchewan. This looks, I'm going to see which direction this is heading. This is dropping a little bit southeast, so there's a small hail core. This is going to be loony sized, maybe a little bit bigger, dropping southeast. And it is currently located east of Wilkie, Saskatchewan, so that's just an area to pay attention to. So we could see some hailers overnight, but they should be small. Nothing compared to what we saw, I guess it was Sunday night, with that storm that just tracked from all the way from Calgary into Swift Current. Like I said, we're seeing a little few pockets, but they're not severe warned right now on some of them just because the intensity is significantly lower at this point. Just looking at the rest of the storms here. and not seeing anything too bad. And I'll switch quickly over to Three Hills. Yeah, this storm is dead. So we are done watching that. I don't need to worry about anything on the Alberta side anymore. And then we're going to just look ahead what's going on around the region. And then take a look from our radar up there. And then Radisson is the last one. So tomorrow, I'm just going to throw it up for folks that may be wondering. This is our outlook for tomorrow based on today's data. This will change a little bit, but we will be live streaming to cover this event. And we also will be covering Eastern Ontario and Southern Ontario as well. So we'll be kind of leapfrogging all over the place, but we're going to definitely be covering these storms for you guys. And hopefully we will put an update out as far as what the models look like in the morning as well. So that's another thing that's going to be done. So let me switch back to radar here, and then let's watch this line. Like I said, I'm feeling pretty good about this falling apart right now. So when you can see how that line is kind of defined, and then all of a sudden you start seeing all these little intrusions of different colors, it's very obvious that it's sort of breaking apart here a little bit. It's going to take a while for it to completely come apart, but it's not, it's not, doesn't look like it's picking up intensity, which is good. So they just severe warned that hail that I was pointing out near Wilkie, Saskatchewan, dropping southeast along that 14 corridor down to Bigger, but it is very small hail core at this point. So, just watching what else is happening here. Nothing is really jumping out at me. North of Warman, small hail. This is going to be pea-sized or less. And then we've got our main line here going through Blaine Lake. Heavy rain in that area. Hafford is through it for the most part. There's just medium rain to light rain. So moderate to light. And so that'll be over very soon for that area. Just coming into Shellbrook shortly with moderate heavy to light rain. And let's take a look at the winds. The winds are subsided dramatically, as you can see here. The colors are much darker, which is much lighter winds. So just a heavy rainmaker. At this point, along Prince Albert and Shellbrook area, our stronger winds are basically just to the north of Hafford and down south. As that line pushes out, there's some moderate winds in there. You're showing 60, 70 kilometers an hour roughly off the surface. So windy out front of this line, which is what you would expect when it's outflowy. And that's what this greenish blue line is. That's the outflow from the storms. And again, when you have an outflow storm, that is a storm that is dying off. Generally, storms that are picking up intensity, they're like a vacuum cleaner and they're pulling into them. So, yeah, that's basically it. Mrs. C, I'm not sure where you're getting that comment, but there's nothing on the ground as far as we're aware of as far as of any tornado. We don't even have a tornado warning in existence. If you could share where you're seeing that. I haven't seen anything in regards to that. Not saying it's not true, but I don't see any rotation in that area. Let me just double check. Prince Albert area. Let me just take a look at velocities here. Give me 1 second. No, there's absolutely no way there's anything going on around the Prince Albert storm and area. There is a zero chance of that happening. And I'm just looking at SK storm here, not seeing anything on timeline. So I'm not sure who's giving you that information, but that is not accurate at all. That storm is outflow dominant, meaning it's pushing the air out instead of sucking it in. What else? Danon Canada saying, yeah, because I keep hearing that Ontario is supposed to get slammed with thunderstorms and showers tomorrow. And there are. I was showing that on the Outlook that southern Ontario, southwest Ontario, and eastern Ontario has a chance for severe weather tomorrow. We will be covering that as well. So Connor should be out chasing with that. Shannon will be chasing out in Manitoba. May have another person out in Saskatchewan. So we'll hopefully have some live streams going on tomorrow during the coverage as well. So what else? What? That would be insane. Sorry, this is nerd talk for us storm people, but 8,700 Cape in front of in an environment here in Canada, that would be absolutely Looney Tunes potential. Cape, for those that don't know what that is, it's convective available potential energy, and the simple way of putting it is it's storm juice. It's essentially the fuel that allows storms to feed off of and sustain themselves. So the higher the number, I've never seen 8,700, to be honest with you, in my 12 years of storm chasing. Usually these storms are 2, 3, 4,000 is getting up there. If you're doubling that, that would be cuckoo. But we'll see what's going on. So Maddox saying, hey Tom, how's the night? It's calmed down now. We had several tornadoes on the stream here, 3 of them along the Alberta and Saskatchewan bordered. So I also saw V-Baller Lefty jumped in here, and I forgot to say hi, or maybe I did and I've forgotten that I've said hi, but lots going on this evening. So this line hopefully is finally dying out and things are going to improve for those out front. So got a question here. Let me see where Maymont is. I've said that name before, so I just want to make sure. You're inside a storm right now. You're almost through it. It is weakening. You're right on that Highway 16, and I'll show you what's going on here. The storm's approached, and they're coming down 16, and you're almost out of it. So at the end of this, the storms are almost done. Excuse me. There is a bit of wind in this, but nothing too bad. And the rain, you've got isolated pockets of more moderate heavy wind, but not anything too crazy. So hopefully that helps. So our Toronto, the easiest way to tell if a storm is outflow dominant, if you see this boundary, let me move this line here. There's a boundary right here highlighted here in green, and I'll go full screen just so it's easier to see. It goes along and it kind of follows or parallels the shape of the storm. And when you see that marching out in front of the storm itself and getting usually further away from it, that is the wind pushing out at the surface out in front of the storm. So that's how you know it's outflow dominant. Just looking from radar, there's different ways, obviously, if you're in front of the storm physically, and then you can see that when that line or the boundary pushed out, the storm has been slowly weakening, and you can see how that red is all breaking up, and we are mostly into some red, orange, and a lot of yellow. So that's how you can tell if it's outflow dominant. Tony, always good to see you in the chat as well. You guys are loyal. It's 1:30 in the morning here in Eastern Ontario. So anyways, yeah, crazy. 9,500 just came across the border in North Dakota, south of Saskatchewan. That's insane. What else? I didn't, but I'm forgiven. V-Baller Lefty, thank you. Again, just a lot of juggling going on, but I still notice you. Or what else? Oh, no. So just getting a comment here from Bridget. Radisson is in the thick of it right now. Garbage bins flying all over and thunder and lightning as well. And again, the southern end of this is going to be a lot more intense. intense, and that's right where it is at this point. As you move northeast through the line, you're going to see that this weakens a little bit. Still heavy rain in it, but the winds are packed in right along here. So Radisson is right in those stronger winds, and obviously the radar is just to your northwest. So still windy and lots of rain, but the rotating winds are definitely not an issue, and it's much better in that regards. And again, we're seeing that things are weakening here, and that is bodes well for the overnight hours. You're still going to see storms, but they're not going to be anything scary in the sense that you're talking 100-kilometer-hour winds or anything like that. At least that's what we hope at this point. And again, with this dying out, that looks to be the case. So I'm just going to take a look at a few other things. We have some isolated non-severe storms all around. Something popping in Saskatoon, heavy rain, no lightning on that. So again, that's an indicator of a storm that's not strong as well. What else? Watching from Indiana in the U.S., Storm Team 41, thank you very much for making this an international flavor. And I just realized I'm stuck on the large radar at this point, but thank you very much. Always love having people from all over the place, U.S., Australia, Europe. We've had all sorts of people watching, so... yeah, we definitely get people in from the U.S. from time to time. Obviously, our focus is on Canadian weather, so we highlight severe storms across Canada, but we definitely get a lot of people from the U.S. As well. So yeah, Helix is the guy out of Australia. I know him. We were doing a winter live stream, and it was minus 30 or something like that around our area, and he was in plus 40 degrees Celsius. And I said, that's about as big a contrast as you can get. So anyways, definitely some contrast sometimes when you're talking to people across the world as far as weather is concerned. So we're just going to watch this line. You can see how bright red that line was, and with purples in it, and now it's breaking up. You're definitely seeing some drier air intruding into it and breaking it apart. So anyways, awesome. Thank you very much for jumping in here from Indiana. You guys definitely get a lot more higher end severe weather earlier on in the year. I've driven through Indiana so many times, storm chasing down that way over the years, but now I sit in front of a computer and we talk about severe weather, and that's the game at this point. So let's just take a look here. The storms on the southern end of all of this are moving eastward. They will probably get absorbed into the line. Depending if that outflow undercuts them, they may die off as well. So there's a couple of scenarios that could unfold here. But right now we're looking pretty good. Let me just see here. So yeah, it's definitely looking a lot better at this point with all of that outflow being pushed out in front of the storm. I'm curious what's going to happen with these little beans out in front of it. I'm just watching what they're doing, popping. So there's a bit of forcing action going with that outflow coming in front of the line of storms. So we'll see if these just get reabsorbed into the line and what that will do to the line at this point. So going to be into, it's in Shellbrook right now, going to be into Prince Albert in a little bit here. Let me measure. We just got our update. This is still 28 kilometers away from Prince Albert. Let's take a look at our winds. Switch over here. Some stronger winds kind of south of, where are we? South of 16, basically kind of southeast of Radisson. We've got some surface winds in here of about 80 to 90 kilometers an hour. So it is definitely windy on the other side of the radar here. And again, that is out front where this boundary is pushing out, the outflow boundary from this storm. And this is Saskatoon to the northwest, just northwest of the airport. There's definitely some hail in there, and this outflow boundary is going to interact with these storms very shortly, so we'll see what that does. Back to the west here, this is between Cando and Wilkie. There's still some hail in there. That's going to be grape size or smaller. So what else? Let's just take a look in the southwest corner. We've got a bunch of isolated thunderstorms, obviously, with a bit of hail on these. There are a few larger pockets of hail. This is east of 21. So Nikanit, south of there, we would probably say this is going to be loony-sized hail, maybe around there. I bet you Storm Team 41 doesn't know what loony-sized hail is. I'm curious if you do. Then 724 is a bit of hail in there. That's going to be probably grape-sized to loony-sized hail in that pocket. And that's the only two areas that we're showing any real hail in. Let's just take a look here. A little bit of a hailer moving off. This would be southeast of Kyle, Saskatchewan, right along the river, it looks like there. So that is a little pocket of hail. We are talking about probably grapes to loonies at that point. So what else? And let me switch back up here. So yeah, right now we've just got some isolated storms. Some of them are severe, some are not. And that's good news. We still have outflow from the storm. We've looked at the winds up in Shellbrook. Just to give you guys an idea what the winds are registering, we're talking 1 kilometer, 4 kilometers an hour. So these are very mild winds behind these bright greens. Nothing to be worried about. These are breezes at this point. You may have a gust here and there, but at the end of the day, this kind of, where do we west of Shellbrook is where those winds kind of start to pick up a little bit, but you're looking at mostly a rainmaker and coming into Prince Albert. The lightning is subsiding a little bit on this western portion just as it's coming towards Shellbrook and Prince Albert. The southern end definitely has those stronger winds as this is pushing out, so still severe on that end of things. What else is going on here? I'll stick around. I'm a fan of covering weather, mainly cover US. I go live on Facebook. Cool. Definitely love to hear from people who also do live severe coverage. I've been a storm chaser for 12 years out of Canada, but I've been doing 1 year of the live streaming just so we can get good information to Canadians. It's basically a Canadian channel for Canadians in terms of what we're reporting on. V-Baller Lefty saying, I'm looking forward to what we're getting tomorrow. Well, actually, I'm in about roughly 6 hours from now. So yeah, we may have some early morning storms or during the day. The more severe component looks to be south of Ottawa towards Lake Ontario, Kingston area, but we'll see whether that continues to be the thing. So hope that hail don't hit Saskatoon Airport directly. Left one of the small planes out of the hangar. Yeah, definitely don't want to have hail and planes do not mix. So let's just take a look. Is this updated? This is 11:35. We got another 2 minutes before we get a new scan. What we've been seeing with a lot of them is the hail goes up and then comes down. So kind of a pulsing situation. So Daza is still alive. I'm in Prince Albert, so I hope it's not bad. And it definitely shouldn't be. It's just heavy rain at this point. The winds have definitely dropped significantly on it. Like I said, you're not seeing those bright greens that you are seeing back to the west. Through Hafford and kind of south of there, bright reds as well. So there are some strong winds coming into Saskatoon from this outflow boundary with Martinsville as well. So that'll be coming through town shortly. Right now, Prince Albert just looks like a whole pile of rain. So you're okay in that regard. So what else? Okay, so I think that's good for now. just looking at things further to the south. So I'm going to stick around for about 18 more minutes, but then I'm going to have to pull the plug, unfortunately, because, again, I need to get a little sleep. I've got 4 or 5 more days ahead of me, and I don't want to get too worn out. I want to make sure I can still do my job on the next 4 or 5 streams that we're doing over the next obviously week. So there's the line that just moved forward. Still heavy rain in that. Winds are picking up south of 16 here by Langham. There's definitely some brighter pinks getting into that area. 90 kilometers an hour, about 1,000 feet off the surface, so that's about 300 meters roughly, a little more than that, heading towards Saskatoon. And you can see where the outflow boundary is here with the reds and the greens. It's very easy to pick up. You can see it highlighted. I don't even have to look at the other scan, but I'll show you where that outflow boundary is roughly. And if I flip over to reflectivity, it all lines up. So you can see where those greens are. That's the line pushing out. And I'm going to look at... the hail has kind of sustained on that storm. It is, let me just take a look here. It's moving northeast, so you're okay at the airport. The hail is moving northeast. It tracked through that area the other day when you guys had the tornado warning, so it's going to go across 16, up across 12, and then 11, and it's going to head that way. So you're good if your plane's at the airport. You're okay. This is moving northeast at this point. So what else? Putin and Beer saying winds picking up in my area 1 hour or so north of Prince Albert. Some lightning thunder to the north as well. So you're way up there. I don't even know if we have a radar up there. We do, kind of. Cold Lake is the only thing that's up there. You'd probably be somewhere along this highway too, but it doesn't look intense up there. It's just got lightning and rain. So you're basically moderate to light rain up in that area. If it's any further north than that, we don't have a radar station we can access up there from Environment Canada. So just watching what's happening here to the south. Let's take a look at our little hailers in the back corner of Saskatchewan. Again, cluster of hail. This is picking up west of East End in Saskatchewan, and this is going to be toonie to ping pong ball sized hail. So definitely a hail core we need to pay attention to. The rest of them are mostly dying out. So this is the one little hailer left here. You may have pea-sized hail in the rest of it, but that is the only one down there in the southwest corner. And then we're just watching what's coming in here to Saskatoon. So though it's about to get windy in Saskatoon, folks, if anybody's in that area, Martinsville, Warman, as this line continues to march southeast from there. So Who's 71? Not much for wind in Blaine Lake. Lots of thunder and good hard rain. So that's good. And that's what we're seeing on the radar velocity scans, that the winds are basically non-existent, but just heavy rain and thunder. So what else? Yeah, City of Saskatoon and City of Prince Albert now added into the severe thunderstorm warning. They just pushed that out. Appreciate that, Michael. And so you're seeing that here. Definitely on the southern end is where we're seeing those winds. Let me just switch over and I can show you guys where those bright colors are. So back to the west of Blaine Lake is where those stronger winds, but Shellbrook, Prince Albert, all the way along there, those are extremely minor winds, but the outflow is being pushed in front of the storm, and that's why you're seeing these brighter reds, and they are going to run into Saskatoon. I can show you guys, this is about 22 kilometers out from Saskatoon, so not long till it gets into town at this point. So you need to batten down the hatches in Saskatoon if you have anything you don't want being lofted. That's my recommendation at this point. And then we still have that little bit of hail northwest of the airport, moving northeast towards Martinsville and Warman. So what else? What? You know, you've become a big popular channel when some jerk decides to report you because he couldn't handle being where to get off and put in his place for misquoting you. Well, listen, we're a small family every day of the week. I look at it that way, and it's always it's always good to have support out there. So. Uh, Yeah, good idea. Definitely charge your phone now before wind knocks trees into power lines, or other debris goes flying into power lines, metal. I've seen that short power lines out, so definitely something to be concerned about. But the line definitely looks to be breaking up, which is great news as we get closer to basically midnight out there, 2 a.m. our time. But you can see how that is starting to kind of break up. It's still going to continue for several hours. I would expect this to carry on for about 3-4 hours, but it is slowly reducing as it does. It will maintain that severe component for a while, and where I'm concerned about is the outflow boundary that is in front of it. That is packing some wind behind it. We just got our update, so let me delete these things out and let's take a look at it. Still a bit of hail on 16 here northwest of Saskatoon. Let's take a look, and this is where it's going to get a little dicey with the winds. They're starting to pick behind that boundary about 90 kilometers an hour, only 1,300 feet off the ground, so that's about 400 meters. Let me just switch over here. So still a little bit isolated storms out here, some of them non-severe by 16 here, and basically by Colonsay. Those might get severe warned because they have a bit of hail on them, so we'll monitor that as well. What else? NPC asking anything in Marienthal. So let me just take a look where that is. I don't know them all. Marienthal. My software can't find it, but let me see here. Saskatchewan. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, you're right at the border right now. Let me just take a look here. There's absolutely nothing going on down there. There's no storms anywhere around you. I'm looking at all the different radars. There's a little bit southwest, way southwest of you, but that is not, those are just minor storms down there. So you might see a thunderstorm overnight, but they're all very isolated and non-threatening at this point. So it should be okay. Actually, I'll take a look at outlooks, and I'm going to take a look at day 2 a.m. Down there, they're not concerned about anything overnight. This line that's marching through, they're talking about those winds and rain. That's why you have this bright yellow portion for the overnight hours in Saskatchewan and coming through, and that's the line that we are monitoring. So again, you're going to see that march kind of through that area. There again will be lightning, will be rain, but it is weakening slowly but surely as this marches southeast as well. So what else? Perfect. I think I've caught up with everybody there. Again, we're definitely looking better than we were quite a while ago here, and we're just marching through this at this point. So heavy rain. So those dark reds are going to be heavy rain. Anything light orange to yellow to green to blue is just on the very light end of the scale. If you're seeing dark reds and dark oranges, pinks and purples, that's where you get onto that heavier side of precipitation. I'm really curious what happens with this hail core near Saskatoon. We are 11:51. About 4 minutes ago, we got our scan. And the reason I say that is the outflow boundary from this storm is about to reach into Saskatoon, and I'm curious whether it's going to kill off that hail core or it's going to do something weird with it. So we're just watching that at this point, but definitely less intense and exciting at this point, which is good news for those people out in front of it. So just monitoring a couple of my other channels here. Okay. What else have we got going on here? So they're continuing the severe warning. There's a little bit of hail that is now near Candu, Saskatchewan, west of Red Pheasant along Highway 4. There's probably grapes, maybe a little bit bigger in that hail. There's a few lightning strikes. Obviously, very heavy rain. So if you are anywhere in this area of Saskatchewan overnight, this is dropping southeast, so it'll carve a path across Saskatchewan, but it's going to be primarily heavy rain to mild rain, depending where you intercept the line at what time you intercept it at. And you can see there's isolated non-severe thunderstorms out in front of this. So again, shouldn't be too bad. And the severe thunderstorm watch that I'm clicking on expires in 12 hours, and it extends to the east. Where have we got this? To the east of Carrot River, Porcupine Plain, just to the east of Wynyard, and then down to Strasbourg, and then across back to the west all the way to the Alberta border. But that is where your severe thunderstorm watch is in place. They don't probably expect this to make it down to Moose Jaw, Regina, Weyburn in that southeast corner, Fort Capel in any kind of severe capacity. It may get down there, but it'll just be a rainstorm at that point. So let's take a look here up by Shellbrook. Winds are still pretty calm throughout that area. Coming into Prince Albert, we're still outside of that rain. So from Prince Albert, another 20 kilometers still to the edge of that heavier precipitation. And again, our winds to the south is what we're curious about right now. So what else? Just trying to see here. Okay, yeah, good to know the storm is chilling out. I'm just in front of it, getting some winds now near Martinsville. So oh, yeah, okay. There's some strong winds coming in that outflow boundary. The storm is dying, but what happens when the storms die is that those updrafts start dropping and crashing to the surface. And then when they hit the surface, they blow everything out in front of it. And that's what's creating that outflow boundary. And during that time, the storm can have some strong winds. This is the outflow boundary. I'm just highlighting it on radar here, this bluish green line that's just flowing in front of it. And usually what it'll do is it'll undercut the storms, and you can see the hail to the north of Saskatoon basically has only 2 pixels left, or 3 pixels. So not bad in that area. But the problem with it is the outflow boundary behind it. There's some strong winds, and you can see them starting to pick up 95 kilometers an hour, 90. That's only 1,400 feet off the ground, so that's like 350 meters. So not very high off the surface. So those would be 75 to 85 kilometers an hour on the surface. But the good news is this storm is definitely losing a bit of its intensity for precipitation. A lot of orange and yellow in it now. Still some pockets of moderate heavy rain. Lightning is isolated to the south quite a bit. That's where it's more intense, but still a bit of it throughout the line itself. So what else? Keep up the great work, Tom. I'll be buying you a strong cup of coffee sometime too soon. Take care, everyone. Scully, good to see you in the chat as always. Really appreciate it. What else? Oh, by the way, Tom, I got that. Thanks for the explanation. No problem. Anytime. Happy to explain anything I can with storms. I don't know all the answers, but I do know some of them. And if I don't, I know where to get the answer. So that's where we're at right now. Storm continues to track southeast and kind of in a line. The southern portion of the line is the more intense portion. Back to the northeast is definitely far less wind, but still heavy rain in that. So But yeah, so we're going to be wrapping this up in about 3-4 minutes, folks. I definitely need to get some sleep. Unfortunately, I'd like to stay here longer, but we have another long live stream tomorrow. That one's going to be a marathon, I think. So I want to be prepared for that. But if you guys have any quick questions I can answer, I'll do as much as I can to answer it. So anyways, yeah, so that's where we're at. And then we'll be back tomorrow. Todd saying, thanks for a lot for these important updates and everything you do here. My pleasure. That's what we are here for and enjoy doing. So, what else? Jordan's back in the chat. Welcome, Jordan. Good to see you again. Yeah, so this storm system did spawn tornadoes back at the Alberta-Saskatchewan border. They originated, where was it here? Bear with me. South of Paradise Valley. They tracked, there was one small one there, and then it tracked through near Chauvin, and then into Saskatchewan. There was another one north of Macklin. So we've got 3 we can confirm on our stream. You can actually go back and look at them. We had videos, several videos of all these tornadoes as they were ongoing. So definitely 3 confirmed tornadoes around the Alberta-Saskatchewan border, back from this line that was way to the west, obviously quite some time ago. So this will be my last scan as this one comes out, unless something goes absolutely crazy. This is going to be just around midnight your time, 2 a.m. my time, and we'll see if it's just regular stuff. We're going to be okay. That sucks when you can't sleep. I hate when that happens. So I'm glad I can provide some entertainment overnight, but I really wish you'd get some sleep, because that's the better option, obviously. So anyways, Tony's saying that means we should get to sleep too in preparation for tomorrow. So yeah, we definitely have a stream covering quite a bit. I think we're going to start in Eastern Ontario and Southern Ontario, and then storms will fire out west, and we'll be covering both of them, obviously, and we're going to do our best to make it make sense. So we'll see where this scan comes in, and then and then we'll jump from there. So should be just after midnight that the next scan comes in here, about 12:01 a.m. your time. I'll analyze that, look at it, give you guys a rundown, and then we'll then I'll end up having to pull the stream and get my butt to bed, just so I can cover things tomorrow and forward. So yeah, the problem with me coming off the stream, because my brain's been literally going for 6 hours and 20 minutes, just this one hasn't been as intense. I can't shut my brain off right after a stream. I have to kind of sit down and unplug a little bit, and then I can go to bed. But we'll see. Maybe I'm tired enough that I can go to bed right away. So Foxwell Music, thank you very much for the kind words. Really appreciate that. What else have we got here? Yeah, so let's take a look here. We should have an update within a minute, and we'll see what the winds look like. I'm a little concerned on that southern end for the winds, because you can see these bright pinks getting in there. I suspect those are going to expand a little bit. There is a very strong section of wind right here, folks. This is coming into Saskatoon. Batten down the hatches is the way I'm going to put this. There's 100-kilometer-hour winds, only 1,900 feet off the ground. So that is basically 600 and some meters off the ground. At the surface, you're probably 85, maybe up to 90 kilometers an hour coming into Saskatoon. And that area seems to be intensifying with that outflow boundary. So you could have some strong winds throughout the night with how this outflow boundary is pushing out. And you can see it killed off all the hail out in front of it. There's a little storm here south south of Grasswood that has a little bit of hail. That's going to be basically grapes to maybe a loony-sized hailstone. And then let's take a look here. This cluster is definitely getting far less discreet, I should say. Still some hail to the west of Shaunavon. This is going to be grapes or smaller at this point. And this will continue throughout the evening. I'll walk the line of storms. If you do get a severe warning this evening while you're sleeping, please take it seriously. The small, thin yellow line is the box for the severe thunderstorm watch, meaning that is an area that still is capable of having severe storms. It doesn't mean it will happen, but that is saying it's possible. When you see those dark yellow, or sorry, I should say thicker yellow lines, those are actual warnings for the storms that are going through, so you need to pay attention to that storm. So this is just trucking southeast, heavy rain in it, but it is definitely looking a lot weaker than it was. I still think it's going to be another 3 to 4 hours before this really drops its intensity to the point where it's nothing to worry about, in the sense that it's a garden shower type thing. And that's what's happening at this point. So this is going to make its way down. Don't think it'll make it into Moose Jaw and Regina in any way in terms of being severe warned. But again, we'll see whether I'll play back the radar when I go to bed, or when I go get up in the morning, because I always like to see whether my thought process was right or whether it was wrong in terms of what I think is going to unfold. It's obviously hard to predict exact path of this system, but it's going to go through Saskatoon. It will hug 16. I think it's going to stay east of 11 for the most part, the main area of it, and then it'll go down towards kind of like Yorkton, Fort Capel, but by the time it gets there, it should weaken off a fair bit. So again, about to get very windy in Saskatoon, folks. Batten down the hatches as this moves through. It won't take super long to get through there, and it's going to be intense for a while for those straight line winds. So these are just straight line winds, but they can cause damage just as much as anything else. So you need to be careful of that. And what else? So yeah, let the stream end so I can sleep. So I'm done. We've covered this up. Thank you very much, everybody, for being with us today, whether you've been here for 1 minute or the whole 6.5 hours or whatever it is. I do need to get sleep. So again, we will be live streaming tomorrow for Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Ontario, it looks like. So we'll put some updates out on that. I will catch you guys on the next one, and I appreciate all the support this evening and in the past. So have a good night. Hopefully people can sleep, and we'll catch you guys on the next live stream.